The story begins with two people talking about having to practice boxing, and from that moment, the hellish training began. His partner asks if he has any doubts about why he didn't just quit. The boy says there was no option to say no, he just chose a slightly better hell. But later he explained the reason for doing this wasn't for his sake, but because there was no one in the junior division to train with him, so he made him do it, and asks if it isn't ridiculous. The robot apologizes and says it didn't quite understand, asking if he could explain again. The boy says to forget it, and the robot replies that the product wasn't registered or detected. The product will be collected. The boy says, fine, do the job. The robot says it is transporting the package and asks if he could step aside. The boy steps aside. The robot thanks him. The boy says there's no heat, no warmth, and wonders how there can be so few people in a logistics center, because the more he thinks about it, he must have come to the wrong place. It was about 2 months ago, right after being discharged from the army. The joy of being discharged was short-lived. His parents called and said they were moving to Uijeongbu, found a bigger and better house. But as a congratulatory gift for his discharge, they paid the deposit and 6 months of rent, and to not be upset, the boy, not understanding, asked why they were telling him this now. His parents suddenly moved the main house to Uijeongbu, leaving him alone in a studio apartment near school, and thus began his forced solitary life. And so he started looking for a job besides his parents paying 6 months of rent. He also had a savings account he contributed to during military service, and with government scholarship support for multi-child families, he wasn't in a hurry. But the problem lay in his false hopes. The protagonist, excited, on his cell phone, saw a rosy romance starting with a part-time job at a cafe. But the world wasn't as kind as he thought. The protagonist went to the cafe and the owner said they preferred someone with experience. He said it was fine, forgot the rosy romance, and the protagonist didn't even touch a cash register system before being dismissed right at the entrance. Reality was harsher and colder than expected. After a month of job hunting, he started going crazy with boredom, wondering if it made sense that he couldn't even land a common waiter job, and his mouth felt dry. His sisters called him an idiot and asked who told him to rent a studio apartment so soon, and that their mom must have arranged the place for him anyway. And the fact he hadn't found a part-time job was stupid. Anyway, he was going to work out, and if he had nothing to do, he could go to the gym. Then the protagonist heard a tempting story, and now he's working in a logistics warehouse, saying there's no heat, because thinking about it, he must have come to the wrong place. He never imagined his conversation partner would be a robot, and he didn't wish things would be that easy. Until someone called him by name, Kim Jong-yom. It was manager Shin, who says they're out of canned tuna in stock, but Pax keeps indicating there are still some, and asks if he can check the warehouse if anything is missing. The protagonist answers yes, and the manager says he'll take care of the rest. Kim walks off, thinking Pax seems warmer to him than the manager. The door opens and Jong enters, looking for that tuna. He scans the shelves and says he found it. Then, after Yom grabs the box, he goes down the stairs and says it should have been on the first floor. No wonder he couldn't find it. Until he notices something. The door closes by itself. The protagonist runs to the door to try to open it. But it doesn't open, and he doesn't understand why. He says this is so stupid, and wonders if he's going to be stuck there like this. Kim tries to call the manager, but the connection isn't available, converting to voicemail. And Jong says they never answer when he needs them, and wonders if he should call 119 or something like that. Until he shrugs it off and says, forget it, it's not like it's a freezer or anything, nothing serious. But if he reports it unnecessarily, Yom sends a photo showing he's stuck in the warehouse. His second sister laughs and says he said he was going to work part-time but is instead working in an escape room. And just then, he hears a building collapsing outside his house. The protagonist asks if it's collapsing, until he realizes his second sister is calling him. And when he answers, Kim notices she doesn't say anything, and asks how old she is to be playing such pranks. The alarm starts blaring, and Jong is confused. A voice says all employees must evacuate the area immediately and seek shelter once again to evacuate the area. Yom's eyes widen. He starts banging on the door desperately, saying he's there. There are people there. He tries to call 119, but there's no signal. The protagonist, very confused, wonders why the signal is like this again and says there really is a war happening. He notices something hitting the door. And at that moment, Kim instinctively knew. If he made noise, he'd lose his life, and he thinks it definitely isn't human. Jong kneels on the ground, wondering what to do. Later, still in the same place, Yom opens the can of tuna. He's been stuck in that warehouse for 3 days. Since no one came looking for him, something big must have happened outside, and the protagonist wonders if there's a war since he doesn't know what's going on. And of course, being trapped there saved his life. The alarm that used to blare loudly went quiet since yesterday, so now he can sleep well, and wonders how long he can last there. And Kim wonders if he can endure, since he has no battery left. So this will be his last note. And he hopes a soldier of the country opens this warehouse and that all families are safe. Jong, sitting on the ground, says it's good it's quiet without the alarm blaring, but wants to know what's going on out there. And hopes everyone is safe. until a notification arrives that he's been chosen, and to check his awakened ability. His own subspace, level 1. Description: he can store an object in front of him in the subspace. Number of uses, 1. Yeom says finally. He went crazy, can't distinguish between fantasy and reality anymore. The protagonist laughs, saying that in a situation like this, lasting 3 days is already impressive, and asks if he can store anything and says then he'll store the pack service center. The system notifies that the target has been designated and asks if he wants to store it. Kim replies yes, until suddenly he appears somewhere else. He looks around, scared, gets up, a bit disoriented and confused, wondering what this is. Next to him is an overturned truck, and a man collapsed on the ground, and more notifications arrive saying the storage is starting. Jong vomits, and the system announces that a suitable operating system for the system has been found. Repeating, a suitable operating system for the system has been found. Update progress is at 6%. Yeom suddenly feels a sharp headache until his eyes widen, seeing a shadow. Behind him is a monster with sharp and massive teeth. The beast on its back is gigantic. The protagonist tries to stay calm and thinks that loud roar was definitely the same sound he heard 3 days ago and wonders if it's a gorilla or a bear, but no matter what, the fact that things pass doesn't change. Whatever it is, it's passing by. Luckily, it doesn't seem agitated. Kim starts running desperately, screaming for help. The monster opens its huge mouth, letting out a roar, and starts chasing him. Jong, very desperate, asks what is this? He keeps running and looks back to see what it is and wonders if it's an orc, and why an orc is wandering there, and why it's chasing him so fast. Thinking that if it goes on like this, he'll be caught. The system notifies that synchronization is complete and he can enter the subspace, asking if he wants to enter. Jong, without thinking twice, replies yes with all certainty. The monster gets closer, reaching out, and Yeom thinks, no, it's too late, until he enters the subspace. Escaping the orc. The protagonist opens his eyes and realizes the monster is in front of him but frozen, and asks if they can't come in. The drone answers yes. Without his permission, the master of the subspace, no living being, object, or energy can enter or exit. And more notifications arrive that he has entered the subspace. Kim looks back, surprised. Facing the place he used to work intact, he looks around and asks if he really put the entire PAX service center in there. The system notifies him of the tutorial. Since he entered the subspace for the first time, he will receive a reward for completing the tutorial. A mana stone. Jong looks at the stone in his hand until the monster slams against it to enter. And it's furious, with an absurdly murderous intent. And Yeom, scared, asks if it's sure it really can't get in. The drone answers yes. And another system message arrives, saying the PAX Service Center is a 5-story building with a total area of 10,000 pyong, approximately 33,000 square meters, containing all necessary products to improve customers' lives, with a delivery speed of 60 kilometers and a delivery limit of 2 meters. And the protagonist asks if the delivery speed is 60 kilometers. And what is that? And if there are 2 minutes left for maintenance, does it mean the logistics center only has 2 minutes left? The drone answers yes and explains that he can use the mana stone he has to provide energy and maintain the facilities in the subspace. Currently, he has 1 mana stone which can power the entire facility for 24 hours. Kim asks if it's really just this single one. The drone answers that by storing the PAX service center in the subspace, the power supply system was modified to adjust to the subspace environment. Therefore, the PAX service center stored in his subspace runs on mana stones. Jong asks if this is really possible and wonders if it's just him or if PAX seems a bit smarter. A light shines over the drones, and Yeom says it's electricity. The drone says the power supply to the facility has been cut off. If the power supply is interrupted, PAX and most of the other products in PAX may face serious problems. PAX Fresh is a PAX FC delivery system that stores and delivers everything from fresh vegetables to meats and prepared meals in frozen and refrigerated conditions. The protagonist thinks the situation outside is practically a war zone. In a situation like this, food is the most crucial element for survival, and he wonders if now the power to the freezers and refrigerators storing all that food has been cut off. He says that's a problem, and asks PAX if it said it could maintain the entire service center for 24 hours with a single mana stone. The drone replies yes, that is correct. Jong asks how he can obtain more mana stones. The drone responds that they can be obtained from beings of another world. Yeom asks about beings from another world, and thinks that if they are from another world, he looks at the monster outside trying to break in, then at the stone in his hand and says to maintain the facility with this for now. The system notifies that 1 mana stone has been used. The protagonist asks if he can still search for items like before. The drone responds yes, he can, and asks which item he is looking for. Kim walks toward the shelves. He observes the knives and says these might be useful. The system keeps notifying what each item is and its price. Jong continues searching and says it's difficult to get close and swing them. He thinks throwing them is the only option. The problem is, if he throws them freely, there isn't much stock of these items and wonders if these blades can even pierce through those muscles. He says that at this rate, until he gets out of there, things will stay the same. And Yom also thinks he doesn't need to finish everything at once. He says that even if he can't kill immediately, if he causes a severe wound, he can deal with it later. For now, he'll think about injuring one and trying it out. And he manages to do it. Special forces. The protagonist attacks. The monster lets out terrifying sounds outside, and Kim asks what kind of muscles are these. He wonders what to do. No matter how well he throws the knife, it's so light, it only leaves a scratch. He says the only thing that might do some damage is the heavy axe. There's one in the box, and he thinks there are 2 more in stock, and asks how much stock remains of that axe. The robot says it will check the remaining stock of the camping hand axe. Jong wonders if he should just throw something heavy like a bowling ball. If sharp objects don't work, maybe aiming at the joints with heavy objects could be a good idea. The drone says the remaining stock of the camping hand axe is 15, and Yom thinks that since there isn't much stock, he should save it for later, until he pauses for a moment and asks if when he took the first one, there were 15. And where is this axe located? Then, still in the same place, the protagonist keeps searching. With an axe in hand, he asks why it is duplicating. The drone responds that the items there are created by converting real objects into information. Therefore, they can be duplicated. And although they can be damaged or altered, they cannot be depleted. Kim says, in other words, is this a logistics center with infinite stock? The drone responds, yes, that is correct. Jong says, wait a minute. Then there's no need to worry about inflicting severe wounds, and asks if he can just throw them freely. He thinks his shoulder may give out before that monster dies. The drone says he doesn't need to throw them manually. He can automatically send products outside the subspace. However, sending is only possible once every 30 seconds. And he can reduce the sending cooldown by upgrading the skill. Yom asks if sending is a skill. The drone responds that is correct. The protagonist asks how he does that. The drone replies that he just needs to think of the registered product and say send for it to be automatically sent. Kim says send. And then the weapon is launched into the monster's face. Jeong is confused and asks what speed that is. The drone replies the current standard sending speed is 60 kilometers per h. Yom, surprised, asks if that's what the sending speed means. Pax answers yes. If he wants, he can adjust the speed. Currently, he can raise it to a maximum of 75 kilometers per h. But to surpass that, he will need to upgrade the skill. The protagonist asks how he can upgrade the skill. The drone explains that he can upgrade it by using mana stones. Kim looks at the fallen monster unmoving and says he needs to search for some items. He starts tossing clothes around until he puts on light combat boots, tactical combat pants, and a t-shirt, forming the complete kit. Jeong also picks up a detailed map of the Seoul metropolitan area and permanent markers, marking the districts on the map, until he closes the marker and mentions Gangnam District, Ujiro, Dobong District, and Ujeongbu, and asks if to go to the closest places first, would it be in that order. Since he's starting in Gunpo, he needs to hurry if he wants to reach them. It's a long distance to walk, but the good news is he has a decent means of transport. Not as good as a car or motorcycle, but now it's as good as a supercar. An electric bicycle with a light. Yom hops on the bike and rides off, and thinks the youngest will be arriving soon. Later, still on the bike. 30 minutes after leaving the subspace, the number of orcs defeated is 12. In 30 minutes, while the protagonist hunted orcs, he learned 2 things. The monster charged at him, so he quickly got off the bike. And first was his skill. He managed to enter the subspace quickly to protect himself. Kim was too distracted to analyze it properly, but after using it while hunting orcs, it's truly a very good skill. He launched his weapon quickly, hitting the monster. The orc noticed his injured shoulder and got angry, wanting to attack him. And Zhang says he missed again, and thinks, of course, it's difficult to hit, with a 30-second cooldown and a limited range of 10 meters. But even that can be improved by collecting mana stones and upgrading. Besides, Pax's ability isn't limited to sending. Yom throws the axe far away and misses. And there's also product return, which automatically retrieves the sent items, until the protagonist lands a direct hit, and says it's as convenient as the sending ability. Common items like axes don't need to be retrieved, and he has no idea how it works, but even mana stones can be retrieved. The only pity is they can only be retrieved after the enemy is defeated. The system notifies he obtained a mana stone, and the current stones are at 13. Kim says product return literally means bringing back the items sent. And he didn't send the mana stone, but it seems that any monster he defeats, the mana stone becomes his, and asks if that's how it works. Either way, it was good to place Pax in the subspace. As long as the subspace is maintained, there's no risk of dying inside it. And now he needs to find his family and bring them there. Then the second thing Zhang learned, that the bizarre creatures beyond common sense aren't just orcs. Overhead, a flying monster passes. Yom wonders if it's a creature that flies, and realizes it has wings and is bigger than an orc. It'll be difficult to hunt until noises are heard, and the protagonist wonders if it's just his imagination. because this is way too loud to be just a scream, until someone shouts for help. Kim hears it and asks if that was a scream. Meanwhile, the man drenched in sweat runs out of strength, and someone calls him Choi. Alongside him approaches the flying beast, which swings its tail and smashes him in the back, throwing him far. A young man approaches asking if he's okay, telling him to get up quickly, until the young man is startled upon seeing the monster nearby, and he freezes. The flying beast looks to the side and the young man is confused, wondering what it is and why it isn't attacking him, and thinks it can't be. The young man wonders if the target from the beginning was Choi, the smaller one, and if it thought he would be easier prey than himself. That's why it keeps ignoring him and attacking only Choi. He wonders what to do. How can he distract it, and what can he do with this small knife? The young man looks to the side, an item, shining. They both get distracted, looking in that direction, wondering what that sound is, until the beast is struck directly. Choi is shocked, and the young man next to him as well. The beast falls, defeated, by an axe. The young man approaches the fallen beast and wonders if he just killed a wyvern with an axe. Someone approaches, relieved, saying, "Thank goodness it was taken down with one strike." And it's the protagonist, noticing everyone is safe, realizing the bicycle light is working, and asks if everyone is okay. They're confused, wondering if it's a bicycle and a soldier, and if he killed a wyvern by throwing an axe while riding a bicycle. And they ask if he's a soldier. They thank him for saving their lives. Kim says he's glad they're safe, and however he isn't a soldier, and as they can see, he's wearing PAX FC's uniform. Choi asks if he's then an employee of PAX, saying he thought he was a soldier because of the outfit. The young man says even if he isn't a soldier, he seems to have some unusual abilities. Took down a wyvern with an axe while riding a bike. Jeong says he knows about abilities. The young man replies yes, he also awakened an ability. Although it's just a humble driving skill, given the circumstances, he hasn't had a proper chance to use it. Choi says he's jealous. He hasn't awakened any ability yet. Yom says either way, to think they're getting help here is really lucky, and asks if there aren't other people around. Choi replies yes, and as he knows, this is Block C, which has a logistics center. So many people have gathered there. If only people had gathered, it would be fine, but monsters came as well. Most of them are dead, attacked, killed, and eaten alive. Yom asks if maybe around 10 or 15 remain. The young man says the survivors are relatively isolated in the block and in the underground terminal. They also came from there. They were looking for a road that vehicles could use and came to get some daily necessities, but suddenly the building vanished out of nowhere. Choi says instead of talking there, if he doesn't have a place to stay, he can join them on the 4th basement floor. Monsters have never attacked there. At the very least, he can sleep comfortably. They can also offer some light snacks. The protagonist wonders if he should go, since it was mentioned before, and also wonders if that means there's a working vehicle. Kim thinks he doesn't need food or a place to sleep, but he needs information, especially about working vehicles. And he doesn't completely trust them. He says in this case he can't refuse and thanks them. He thinks they're taking a risk just like he is. Most importantly, they say they'll guide the way. Jeong agrees. He pulls the mana stone from the monster he defeated. He thinks they still don't know about his trump card. If the worst happens, he can escape into the subspace. It isn't dangerous enough to worry about. Somewhere else, a man pants heavily after killing an orc. He says it's a face he's never seen before, and Yom thinks something feels dangerous here. Choi asks what that is, and if everyone is okay. The man replies they are, that an orc must have wandered here by accident. Luckily, it didn't see them, so they killed it easily. No one was hurt. However, they can no longer say this place is safe. The protagonist watches and wonders if they hadn't said this place wasn't attacked by monsters. The man asks who he is. Choi answers that he's the one who saved them from the wyvern. He works for Pax, and he's very strong. He threw an axe and killed the wyvern, but the axe broke along with the monster's head. Everyone there is shocked, and they ask what kind of ability that is. People approach him, shaking his hand, saying he saved Yong-soo and Byung-cheol. They ask how they can thank him enough. Kim says he only did what he should have done. A survivor says he's also so kind and asks if he has a girlfriend. The young man interrupts, saying she's spouting nonsense again. Someone else approaches him and says he must be surprised. They've all worked together for over 10 years. Yong-soo and Byung-cheol are like family, and it's a pleasure to meet him. He introduces himself as Lee Jin-mok, the manager of the Daeyeon Express Terminal. He thanks him for saving the two. Jeong says it's a pleasure to meet him as well and introduces himself too. They go inside. Lee says, although they can't say this place is safe, it's more comfortable than outside. There's food and water from the logistics center. He can eat. He can also rest comfortably while they take turns keeping watch. And he should feel free to eat as much as he wants without feeling embarrassed. There are plenty of supplies, and if they run out, they can get more from the logistics center. Yong-soo says he has something he wants to tell the manager, that the PAX logistics center disappeared. Jin is confused. He asks what he means the logistics center disappeared. Choi says it's true. It simply vanished. That's why they were chased by the wyvern. People are outraged, asking how that's possible. How can such a big building just disappear? Mock says with monsters roaming around, getting food is impossible nowadays. They ask what they're going to do now. Lee replies that no matter what happens, they have to dig through the tunnel. If they stay here, things will only get worse. And they don't need to get discouraged. Just a bit earlier, time has already come. They'll dig through the tunnel as quickly as possible. One of the survivors says yes, and even if they didn't have the logistics center, it was time to go anyway. They'll force their way through. Yam asks what this forcing through is about. Jin says he may have heard from the other two that everyone has homes elsewhere, so vehicles are essential. The protagonist asks about vehicles. The manager replies yes, vehicles are everywhere. He explains the problem is that all the roads are blocked. The golf course blocks the way north. The east is blocked by containers, and the Yongdong Highway to the south is completely destroyed. The tunnel to the west is the only exit. Unfortunately, a group of wyverns has taken over that tunnel. Until now, they were surviving by taking food and water from the logistics center, but now they have to force their way through. Kim wonders if that means there are vehicles, and they just need to clear the tunnel. Lee says he doesn't need to go through the tunnel. The blocked roads are for vehicles. There are ways to escape this place on foot or by bicycle. Kim says no, that he also needs a vehicle. He believes he must go through the tunnel too, and thinks if it's just wyverns blocking the tunnel, that's good. It may take some time, but he can capture them with his ability. Jin says this, and that he will go along. He wants to stop him, but he can't hide his strength. Jong says he'd like to help. He thinks he doesn't need to show them his abilities. They may seem kind, but he can't ignore one thing. They aren't like him, who was lucky to be in a safe place. They fought to survive during the time he was trapped. They may have stockpiled food and supplies from the logistics center, but they won't reveal the exact amount. They know how important food and water are. It isn't information they can easily share with others. And he too needs that level of caution. He says he wants to assess the tunnel situation and the wyverns' size, so he'll do some reconnaissance. He thinks that way he can use his ability alone to carve a path. He wonders about those upgrade options he saw when they killed the orc, and if with 5 mana stones, he can reduce the cooldown to 5 seconds, until Yom asks what this is, and if these items are available. The system notifies about precise, simultaneous, and automatic delivery. The protagonist says he doesn't know what automatic delivery is, but the others are incredibly good. He asks if such an amazing skill really requires 10 mana stones, and how many he has now. He thinks he's glad he saved the mana stones without upgrading. If he's going to face a group of wyverns, there's something he must upgrade first. After saying he'll scout alone, using their cautious nature, he'll secretly capture a wyvern, get the mana stones, and upgrade his abilities to open the way. Kim smiles and hops onto the bike's back seat since Young-soo will ride in front. He says it's dangerous to go alone. Jong says no, that he was just being chased by a monster earlier. It's the same thing, but he can't let him go alone without knowing the way. Young-soo says he believes he'll save them again, like before. Jong thanks them for trusting him, but he says this was the first time using that ability and asks if he can see the message window and all. Young-soo replies he hasn't seen the message window since he first awakened his ability, but he has the sense of how to drive. Yom thinks he's worried and tells him to try driving, and if it doesn't work, they'll just walk. Later, somewhere else, they stop the bike. The protagonist looks alarmed and asks what that is. Young-soo has one foot on the handlebar and the other on the bike frame. Kim, not understanding, asks why he's riding like that. Young-soo replies it's because there are so many cars on the road and it's hard to see. Jong is still confused. Young-soo says ahead there's a monster and asks what to do. If they should keep going. Yom replies no, to wait. He can't see. Until the monster lifts its head and looks toward them. Young-soo asks what he should do, if he should just keep riding. The protagonist says to look straight ahead. Until the monster is struck directly by Kim, they keep moving with the bike. And while Jong picks up the mana stone, he tells him not to look back no matter what. Young-soo replies he understood and says he can see the tunnel there. Kim asks already and says it's closer than he thought, until the bike stops. And Jong asks why he stopped. Then he looks back and comes face to face with a monster. Young-soo, terrified, says they're screwed. The two are surrounded by flying monsters making a sound. Young-soo thinks it's the end. Even with electric bikes, there's no way they can face so many wyverns. There's no way to run from them or defeat them with his partner's ability. It's all over. Yom opens the status window and says he can't hide this anymore. The system notifies this will cost 10 mana stones. The protagonist tells Pax to use the remaining 5 to reduce the cooldown. Young-soo asks what he's doing now. The monster roars loudly, opening its huge mouth, creating pressure in the area and charging at them. Young-soo watches in terror, and Kim says the word, send, striking the monster directly. Meanwhile, Young-soo has his eyes closed, terrified, waiting for the beast. Jong says it's okay. Young-soo asks what happened, until he looks around and realizes he's in another place, finding himself in the logistics warehouse. System notifications arrive saying it's consuming a mana stone, 1 mana stone has been used, and multiple similar messages appear. And also that the cooldown has been reduced to the maximum. Current cooldown time, 5 seconds. The drone says to reduce further, he needs to raise the subspace level. They're still in the same place. Yeom picks up the mana stones from the defeated monsters and says from now on, he needs to stay right by his side. That's the only way to protect him. And asks if he understands. Young-soo replies yes. He wonders about Pax and what's behind the logistics center. The protagonist says it's coming. A flying monster approaches and Kim strikes it down with a single blow. Another beast screeches and flies toward them. Young-soo looks terrified and raises a shield, breaking the monster's tooth. Both of them fall together. The monster approaches flying. Jong attacks, but the beast dodges, opening its massive jaws, lunging toward him. Young-soo shouts, "No!" But Yeom manages to enter the subspace, preventing the monster from getting in and attacking. Then the beast notices something. Without a second thought, the protagonist strikes, killing it. Young-soo looks on in shock, thinking this is an unbelievable ability. The Pax Logistics Center, firing axes. He doesn't quite understand what's happening, but one thing he knows for sure. For his partner, these monsters are no problem. He wonders if it's really just a tunnel. Because if it is, Kim could pass through it easily. The reason the others insist on using a delivery vehicle is to transport food and move relatively safely. The tunnel is only part of the route. Even if they pass through safely, monsters are still out there. But for Kim, it's different. He only really needs the vehicle as a means of transport. Young-soo feels envious. With an ability like that, he too could reach his family quickly. He wonders how far Kim actually needs to go that he insists on having a vehicle. Then they notice something and wonder if the wyvern is retreating. Young-soo says it seems dangerous. Jong says it's a reptile smarter than it looks. He thinks he'd like to upgrade to precise delivery, but he's running low on mana stones. A mana stone floats toward him. Young-soo stares and asks what that blue stone is. Yeom asks if it's the first time he's seen a mana stone. Young-soo asks if that's what it is. The protagonist replies yes, and that he uses them to upgrade his abilities. Young-soo asks if abilities can be upgraded, saying he'll have to try if he gets the chance. Kim thinks that's why he didn't extract the mana stone from the orc's body. He figures not all abilities work the same way. Young-soo says either way, he didn't expect this kind of ability. Pax shooting axes like a weapon. With that kind of power, Kim could probably cross the tunnel alone. Jong smiles. Young-soo, surprised, asks if he really could. Yeom answers that wasn't his intention. He only planned to check, and if it seemed feasible to secretly cross, he never meant to show his ability so openly. Young-soo says he just got in the way and apologizes. The protagonist says he didn't even know the path, and if he'd come alone, he couldn't have made it through. For now, they should head back. The wyvern retreated for now, but it could attack again soon. Young-soo watches him and asks how far he needs to go, that he requires a vehicle. Kim answers it's to where his family is. The closest place is Gangnam, but his final destination is Ujeongbu. Young-soo looks surprised and asks, Gangnam? He says he himself is heading to Indeokwan, which is on the way to Gangnam. If it's not too much trouble, he asks if Kim could go with him as far as Indeokwan. Jisung, surprised, hesitates to say something. Young-soo says even if he makes it through the tunnel, he's not sure he'll get home safely. As Kim knows, his ability is driving. He's good at driving, but he can't fight monsters. But Kim can. If they're heading the same way, his driving skills could help. It's hard to get to Gangnam, but he could get him to Indeokwan faster than anyone else. He may not be as useful as Kim, but he promises he won't be dead weight. And, if needed, he can provide food too. Yeom thinks it's not a bad idea. His driving skills are undeniable. More importantly, he wonders if this gives him an excuse to keep his ability hidden from others. Because if his ability is discovered, he has no idea what they might do. Maybe he's overthinking, but in the worst-case scenario, Young-soo says if he doesn't go with him, he won't hand over the car keys. The protagonist thinks he may have to prepare for something he doesn't want. The best way to avoid wasting time is to keep this hidden. Above all, he trusts Young-soo. Even though he'd just been chased by a wyvern, he trusted him and risked his life to get this far. So Kim says it's fine and that they should go to Indeokwan together. Young-soo gets excited and thanks him. Kim says he'll handle the tunnel alone. Others only got in the way, and given the situation, he doesn't want his ability revealed. He can guarantee he'll clear the tunnel himself, and Young-soo should speak to the others for him. Young-soo says not to worry. Everyone will cooperate if he asks. Elsewhere, Young-soo tells the others they can all get through the tunnel. He also says Jong will clear the tunnel alone, using his awakened ability. All they need to do is wait outside until he finishes, then follow. He knows they're curious about the ability, but that's not important now. What matters is that he'll clear the tunnel. Yeom's eyes widen as he wonders how Young-soo could reveal a secret after he asked him to keep it. People are shocked, asking if he'll really clear the tunnel alone, and if they just have to wait until he's done, and if he can't tell them how he'll do it. Young-soo replies yes. Lee thinks Jong is someone they should be careful of, but now he's saying things that only make them trust him less. The die is cast. They have no choice but to press forward. The protagonist says by tomorrow morning the tunnel will be cleared for everyone to leave. He knows it isn't convincing, but there's no choice. What worries them most is food, so he must clear the tunnel quickly. That way their food worries will ease. Jin calls him and says he won't ask about his ability, nor stay curious about it. He must have made this decision with them in mind. If not interfering helps him, then they won't interfere. A survivor approaches with a box full of food. The manager says while he scouts the tunnel, they gathered some of their food reserves to give him. He risked his life to scout the tunnel for them, and all they could do was share a little food. But now he'll clear the tunnel for them as well. He thanks him. Kim says to wait. Lee apologizes, saying all they can offer is gratitude. Jung says he did it because he needed to. But this is too much. That food must have been saved for their families, and it's fine. They should take it back. Young-soo says to just accept it. Must have been hard for everyone to share food. If he refuses, it would be too rude. He asks if Kim thinks they're the only ones with families. He says he has one too. Yeom thinks of his family. A survivor says since he said he'll clear the tunnel tomorrow morning, isn't it time to bring it out? The manager replies yes, asking if not now, then when. They bring drinks and say it's time. Time to drink. Lee says it's a shame it's so little, but maybe that's best. They'll drink enough and then see their families tomorrow. And a toast is made to safe arrival. Young-soo says to the safety of their families. The next day, the protagonist, axe in hand, says he'll go first. Everyone looks on. Kim pedals, approaching the tunnel on his bike. They tell him to come back soon. Jong passes broken cars, getting closer and closer, until he stops, facing numerous monsters inside the tunnel. Yeom watches and remembers when he was a child, and a voice asked if they were fighting again. The protagonist says she hit him first, and that she always picks on him. His sister asks when she ever picked on him. Their father says after so much fighting, here they are again. He smiles and says honestly, they seem close. He was an only child, so he always envied the bond between siblings. So those two have no idea how much he envies them now. Even if they hate their brother or sister now, the day will come when they realize how truly precious and important family is. A loving heart is the real thing. Their mother approaches and asks if she didn't tell him to help prepare dinner. She'd been wondering why he was taking so long, and there he was. The two kids watch, and Kim smiles, thinking of family, their family. Jong also remembers when the director was crying for his family, saying he missed his son. A survivor says the director started crying again, and asks someone to take the alcohol away from him. Lee keeps crying hard, until night falls, and everyone falls asleep from drinking too much. Young-soo wonders where Jong went. Where could he be? A survivor says he said he was going to get some air a while ago. They wonder if he got uncomfortable. Young-soo walks out looking for him, until he notices something. He realizes it's his partner there. He says he must be tired and asks why he isn't sleeping. If the place was too uncomfortable to sleep. Yeom replies that's not it. He just can't sleep. Young-soo asks what he's doing. The protagonist replies it's nothing much. Young-soo looks surprised when he sees multiple boxes together. Kim says he only loaded about half to avoid the vehicle getting too heavy. But this should be more than enough. This is the last vehicle. Young-soo asks if it's the last, and if that means he filled all 15 trucks with so much stuff. Jong tells him not to tell anyone. Young-soo says so, even if it's a logistics center hauling this much food and supplies. Yeom says it's fine, there's plenty in stock. Young-soo thinks even with enough stock, distributing so generously like this? At that moment, a monster is killed, collapsing to the ground. The protagonist is inside the subspace, attacking them. He thinks he could put these people in the subspace and pass through. He wonders if it's possible to bring other people into the subspace. The drone replies that at the current level, it isn't possible. If he reaches level 2, he can accommodate up to 20 people. To reach level 2, he needs... The system displays the monostones required to reach level 2, 32 100ths. Kim realizes the remaining wyverns in this tunnel number at most around 40. Some are even fleeing, 1 or 2 at a time. This won't be enough to evolve. It was only thanks to the precise delivery upgrade that he managed to take down so many. Without it, he would have gotten far fewer. If he wants to put his family into the subspace, he'll eventually need to level up. Then he notices something deeper inside. A giant monster staring at him. Jong wonders if it's a wyvern. Elsewhere, the survivors stand waiting. A woman asks if he's really okay on his own. Another survivor replies that if they try to help and end up making things worse, it's better to just wait a little longer. Then the old man notices him returning. Yeom comes back on his bicycle, covered in plasma all over his body. The people watch closely until they realize he's smiling, and they start cheering loudly. The manager says they've all worked hard under the leadership of such a fool of a director like himself. He hopes everyone gets home safely without injury. Young-soo thanks him for everything, and they hope Kim also returns safely. Lee smiles, and the protagonist says if they run into trouble on the way, they should try opening the trunk. He prepared a little gift inside, it should help. Jin asks about a gift, then says they should return to their families. They drive trucks, approaching the tunnel. They part ways, each going in different directions. Later, inside the truck in the passenger seat, Kim wonders what that wyvern really was. Because it fled so fast, he didn't get a good look. He's sure it was a wyvern, but it seemed a little different and larger. He wonders if it was a leader or a fully grown adult. Then they hear a noise and stop. There's a soldier lying on the ground. Young-soo looks. Kim thinks he has no choice. With corpses of the fallen and monster bodies, overturned vehicles everywhere, there's no clear path. It's the same no matter where he looks. it's going to be even harder. Still, the fact that soldiers' bodies are scattered across the streets means the situation is worse than they imagined. Jong looks around, thinking that if his discharge had been delayed by 3 months, he might have, until Young-soo calls him and says the road looks blocked, and this barbed wire seems to have been placed by the military. Looks like they set it up to block something. They'll have to take another route. There should be another bridge to cross. Yeom says to wait a moment, because at the end of the bridge there's something. More monsters radiating murderous intent. The protagonist says now he sees what they were trying to block. Young-soo says he'll turn the car around. There must be another route they can take. Then Kim notices something to the side, a narrow strip. He wonders if it's a tight passage with the roads blocked on both sides. He tells him to wait and asks if this vehicle could pass through that bit of sidewalk by the road. Young-soo replies yes. It's tight, but they should manage. Jong says he just thought of a good way to get through. They don't need to turn back. Just go that way. Young-soo looks ahead, surprised, seeing multiple monsters. Wolves heading toward an orc to kill it, tearing it apart, plasma spraying. Young-soo, shaken, says he doesn't quite understand what good way Jong meant and asks if he really intends to cross that bridge. Yeom replies of course, and asks if he knows that game where 3 races are at war. Stark, meaning that space war strategy game. Young-soo replies yes. Impossible for their generation not to know it. The protagonist explains that in that game there was content where players could adjust maps and settings for fun. Among them, what he especially liked was a map where he used limited units and terrain to defend against waves of monsters. Coincidentally, the current situation resembles that map. Young-soo wonders about a map where you use limited units and terrain to hold back masses of monsters. Kim asks if he can reverse back to that section. Young-soo reverses the truck, breaking the fence. The monsters look toward them. Jong opens the system, says he wondered when he'd use this and ends up using it now. Notifications arrive. He used 10 mana stones to unlock automatic delivery. Remaining stones, 27. Yeom tells Pax to increase all speeds. Notifications arrive. He used 5 mana stones to raise delivery speed up to 100 kilometers per h. The protagonist says if it's done eating, then let's go. Time to play. He launches refrigerators at them, blasting them away and taking them down. The system notifies he obtained 12 mana stones. Kim says that's it. He thinks with the improved delivery range and precise delivery when opening the tunnel, he could have been throwing axes. Since he improved precision and speed, when he used it, he realized precise delivery doesn't fully track the target. It only adjusts slightly according to movement. Those dogs are faster than normal. The ones running from afar, even if an axe flies at 100 kilometers per h, they can dodge. Plus, they're so ferocious they keep charging even when their comrades fall beside them. From the start, the delivery interval is at most 2.5 seconds right now. The speed those dogs are approaching is faster than he can cut them down with axes. Jong throws another refrigerator, blasting them away. He thinks that besides being large, it's heavy, so even grazing them knocks them down. And he says with the automatic delivery he just upgraded, it couldn't be more convenient. He doesn't need to keep watching constantly, and tells Pax to keep eliminating them. The monsters roar, but they keep getting hit. Young-soo, alarmed, looks in the truck's rearview mirror, wondering what this is, throwing refrigerators. So they weren't limited to axes. And he thinks, on top of that, he's continuously throwing the same refrigerator model, wondering how, even if it's a distribution center, there's that much stock of a single product. And even if Kim retrieves them, what comes out are new items. He said he reuses the axes when he recalls them, but what about the refrigerators? Yeom opens the truck door and asks if he wants something to eat. Young-soo calls him and asks if the stock is infinite. The protagonist, confused, asks if he didn't know. Young-soo asks how he retrieves the axes. He thought Kim was just throwing the retrieved ones again. Kim says that's not it. If he doesn't recall them, they pile up on the road and get in the way. So he recalls them, and now that he mentions it, it makes sense why he was confused. Young-soo asks if that means it really is infinite. Jong answers yes and asks what he wants to eat. Young-soo replies he just wants Coke Zero and a donut, though he feels embarrassed, not knowing Kim had such abilities. He'd even said so seriously that he'd share his food supplies. Yeom asks if that was when they went on patrol in the tunnel. Young-soo replies yes. The protagonist smiles, says he's grateful Young-soo trusted him. If he needs anything, he can say so anytime. Young-soo thanks him and says he's fine. Thanks to him clearing the way, he thinks he'll be home soon. After crossing this bridge, his home is an hour away. Kim says then he'll see his family soon. Young-soo agrees and says he only hopes they're safe without any problems. Then Jong looks at him and asks if he isn't going to his family like this. Says it seems it'll take some time to get ready. They take this chance to change clothes. He asks if Young-soo has a preferred style. Young-soo says now he's even helping him with clothes. He doubts Kim has what he's looking for. Later, Young-soo is wearing sunglasses and different clothes. Yeom says most of the monsters have been taken down, just 1 or 2 remain. Young-soo says that's enough and to leave immediately. He shifts the truck gears quickly, pressing the pedal, moving fast. Smoke rises from the speed. until he eases off slightly. Then Young-soo shifts again, telling his partner to hold on tight because they'll be there in 20 minutes. The protagonist grips tightly. The truck speeds on. Later, the truck stops. Kim says he could have gone a little slower. Young-soo calls him and says they've arrived. Kim looks around, thinking the reason the building looks so worn is because it's old. The surrounding buildings are the same. Since this is an old neighborhood, only building debris remains but no bodies, unlike the main road where corpses were piled up. Young-soo gets out of the truck, hands trembling, thinking positively that his family will be safe. Just type the code, open the door, and go in. Just type the code and open the door. Jeong watches and wonders if he can't open it. He thinks they covered a 1-hour distance in less than 20 minutes. He floored the accelerator. That's how hard he drove, thinking only of his family. After running so desperately for them, if what he finds are cold corpses, no matter his resolve, he won't be able to bear it. If it were him. Yeom touches his shoulder and asks if he should ring the bell for him. Young-soo, trembling, lowers his head and says, yes. The protagonist walks up and thinks no one ever wants to confirm their family's death, even if the chance were only 1%. If it were him, he would want someone else to open the door in his place. Otherwise, he would avoid opening it and try to postpone the result as much as possible. And he says he'll ring. Young-soo says yes and asks please. Until someone opens the door, they look surprised, and Young-soo's eyes widen. A woman calls him dear, and a child calls him dad. The woman asks if it's really him. Young-soo begins crying heavily. He immediately runs toward them and embraces them, crying uncontrollably. Kim smiles as he watches them embrace. Young-soo asks how she knew and opened the door. His wife replies she heard a noise and looked through the peephole. She saw him standing there, so she opened. And it's so good that he's safe. Truly a relief. The child cries hard and says she hates him. And the woman asks who this person is. Young-soo replies that this person is the benefactor who helped him get there safely. Then Jong collapses to the ground, a bit dizzy, about to faint, thinking he can't sleep here. He can't hold on any longer, and faints. Meanwhile, in his head, memories from when he was little pass through. He asked his father why he wasn't crying. His father looked at him and replied that farewells don't bring only sad feelings. Along with the time spent together, many feelings arise. Affection, gratitude, regret, longing, things like that. So the moment of farewell doesn't necessarily need to be sad. He feels more gratitude than sadness. Yeom asks about gratitude, and his father replies yes, because it taught him the essence of love, a heart that cares without expecting anything in return. It may be hard to understand now, but one day, when time passes and he becomes an adult, he'll understand that receiving or giving love is never easy. The protagonist also remembers when he was hit by his sister, who had a pillow in her hand, and he fell to the ground. Kim stood up and asked where had it been seen to hit so hard like that. His sister asked what he's talking about, because she didn't hit hard. She even picked up the pillow on purpose to hit him. And he was exaggerating. Jong ran off, saying he hated her, and he was going to tell their father everything. His sister shouted that he surrendered. Once again, she kept her champion title. Their father says the relationship between the two seems good, even though now the brother is angry at the sister, and vice versa. One day, they'll realize how precious and grateful family really is. The feeling of love is, truly. Then their mother comes closer, asks if she didn't tell her husband to help with dinner when he got home. After the meal is ready, they sit to eat, and the mother calls Juyeon to stop playing on the phone and come eat, and asks if she likes someone, since she's been on the phone so much lately. Juyeon replies she's in middle school and friends normally communicate a lot. Then they hear someone say a right hook with force, and Juyeon asks if he's watching fighting again. Yeom says that must hurt. The boy says because of the fight he can't even change channels, and asks Sol if she's going to high school next year. She replies yes, and the boy says he thinks there's boxing or some sports club then. Maybe she should join after. Sol replies, of course, that's why she chose that school. The protagonist thinks about high school. Later, Kim is older, bigger, and thinks he's finally arrived. He walks, looks to the side, noticing two friends talking, then looks the other way, observes, and thinks it's still because of the uniform, until he's punched. And several people start beating Jong, kicking him, punching him, until someone grabs one of their hands. It's a boy, holding his arm, looking at him, and says he can't keep doing this. From now on, he's going to join the morning exercises too. Yeom doesn't understand, and later, the protagonist trains hard, walks, makes new friends. Someone checks their phone and realizes they passed university. Later at home, their father shows his phone and shouts that Juyeon was accepted into nursing school. They say they can't believe it. Later, Kim is on his computer, and a voice says the time has finally come. Jong asks what they mean by the time has come. He picks up a paper and looks. It's the enlistment notice. And that's when Yeom had to go to the army. He prepared for it and was about to board the bus. His mother shouted for him not to get hurt and to return safely, and not to lose heart. Then the protagonist walks with many others to go to the army, and his family says their goodbyes. As the protagonist headed to the army, tears streamed down his face. Until, in the present time, Kim wakes up, eyes wide in shock, and immediately gets up, looking around and wondering where he is and if he fainted, since he only remembers up to the moment Mr. Young-soo reunited with his family. And a voice asks if he's awake. Jong looks back and sees the woman and her daughter. They stand staring at him. Everything silent. Yom looks to the other side and notices his partner sleeping there. The woman asks if he's alright, saying he suddenly collapsed and fell into a deep sleep, and since he was sleeping, she didn't wake him. The protagonist, axe in hand, puts it away and asks how long he slept. The woman answers, not long, about 3 hours, and that she heard from her husband that he helped him greatly to arrive there. And for helping and allowing her to see her husband again, she thanks him. Kim says it was nothing, and that he also received a lot of help from him. Young-soo wakes and says that compared to the help he received, he can't say he did much, that Kim saved his life. The woman says they must be hungry and asks why they don't eat before talking, mentioning that her husband insisted on eating together and hasn't eaten until now. Young-soo calls him to eat. Jong smiles and says he won't refuse. They sit at the table, faced with a beautiful, savory meal, and Yom wonders if it's mackerel stew. The woman says she doesn't know if it will suit his taste, and she would have liked to offer something more generous, but since they don't have many ingredients, she did what she could with what they had. The protagonist says there's no more luxurious meal than this, and that he'll eat with gratitude. The woman says she and her daughter already ate, and he shouldn't worry, he can eat freely. They leave. Kim watches and thinks they didn't need to leave like that. Young-soo says to eat, Jong agrees, and when he puts the first spoonful in his mouth, he feels something and thinks of the taste. It's overwhelming, a harmony of flavors on the tip of his tongue. He doesn't know how she neutralized the sweet, greasy taste of fried kimchi. What lingers is the gentle flavor of mackerel and the rich taste of kimchi. Somehow it even brings a sense of comfort. After eating, Yom says it was delicious, and thinks that after the world became like this, since he left the army until now, these past 3 months, this was without a doubt the best meal he's had. Almost as good as his mother's kimchi stew. Young-soo asks if he said his destination is Gangnam. The protagonist replies yes for now. Young-soo says he'll take him there. He already talked with his wife, and when he told her he was searching for his family, she asked if only his family mattered. Kim says to wait because Gangnam isn't his final destination. He intends to go all the way to Ujeongbu, so he needs the car the whole time. Young-soo says that's why he has a condition, and they should talk outside. They step out, and Jong asks if he means they'll ride together in this truck to Gangnam, and once they arrive, Young-soo will return with the electric bike. And the condition is that Kim always lends him the bike whenever he needs it. Young-soo replies yes, and that saying he's helping just by accepting the bike isn't right. If it's acceptable, he'll drive to Gangnam in the shortest time possible. Yeom says he understands and wonders why he's risking himself like this. Of course, with his driving skills, he can evade most monsters. But regardless of skill, it's an extremely dangerous situation. Besides, since he's reunited with his family and has food and resources, there's no reason to risk himself. The protagonist lowers his head, sighs, and says he came this far only to see his family. He truly doesn't understand and asks why Young-soo is trying to help him. Young-soo replies it's because Kim saved him too, and asks why he helped him. Kim hesitates, lowers his head. Young-soo says that if it weren't for Kim's help, he wouldn't have made it this far, might not even have gotten out of the tunnel, and could have lost his life. So he just wants to help however he can. And they're in the same situation. Even if Kim awakened a great ability, it doesn't mean it's easy for him. Even in a world like this, he risked himself to cross the tunnel, hoping his family was safe. And Young-soo is in the same difficult situation. He asks if it isn't good to help each other, though he feels a bit arrogant saying he'll help him. Not to worry, if things get worse, he'll flee without hesitation. He's not foolish enough to risk his life and family. Jung remembers when he was heading to the tunnel to clear out the monsters, and as he neared, he noticed something. A key. He stared at the key inside the car, then kept pedaling toward the tunnel. In the present, Yeom smiles, and Young-soo says he'll only do this if Kim wants. The protagonist calls him and says, as he saw, his subspace ability is a space where nothing can enter without his permission. While the subspace is active, he can even copy items from the distribution center. Young-soo says he knows, Kim told him. Kim says that if he's going to help, he has conditions too. First, his destination is Gangnam, passing through Ujiro, Dobong district, and to Uijeongbu, until he finds his whole family. And second, he can't go alone because if he levels up his subspace, he can let others in. Not just him, but his family too. So if Young-soo comes, his family comes as well. Thanks to defeating the wolf monsters, he can now upgrade his subspace level. If Young-soo keeps helping him find his family, he'll also protect his. Young-soo says he'll bring his wife and daughter and they'll leave immediately. The system asks if he will spend 100 mana stones to raise the dimensional space to level 2 and asks if he wishes to proceed. More notifications arrive. Subspace level has been raised to 2. The space's maintenance cost was adjusted. With the increase to level 2, the number of people accommodated rose to 20. With level 2, he can now store the target in front. Number of uses, 1. Kim says a maintenance cost of 6 is a bit high, but he'll check later. More importantly, he looks to the side and the system asks if he permits the entry of Jisoo, Yujong, and Yongsoo. Jong says yes. Then the three enter. They look around, amazed at everything inside. Yeom calls for Pax and says if they need anything while inside, they can call Pax, check the item list. If needed, he'll deliver. Since there's a fresh product center, they can say almost all food ingredients are available. The woman asks if they can really use all this freely, if each precious thing here can be used. The protagonist replies not to worry, everything here is infinite. Since everything can be copied, they don't need permission. And for now, they can rest a little. They'll leave in about 30 minutes. He needs to check some abilities. Yongsoo says he's ready to leave anytime. Kim says if they have questions, they can ask anytime. They thank him. And Yongsoo goes to play with his daughter while his wife prepares something to eat. Jong looks aside and says he'll check the new abilities. The system shows options available for unlock. New subspace laboratory installs a lab where he can combine, classify, and modify products. Yeom's ability is the subspace. He can store in subspace whatever target is in front, can enter and exit subspace anytime, and nothing can enter without permission. That was probably his original ability, but by placing the distribution center inside, its fusion with the awakening operating system made his ability go beyond simply opening and closing subspace. Several functions emerged. One representative example is delivery, launching products at 100 kilometers per h. The subspace ability alone was insane, but after finding Pax, it became even more insane. That's why he thought leveling up wouldn't add new skills. The system notifies that with subspace level up, he can store the target in front with one usage available. The protagonist wonders if that means he can now store something besides Pax FC in subspace. And he thinks not only that, installing a laboratory that can combine, separate, and transform registered products. He wonders what that really means. Combining products with other products? Either way, one thing is certain. Leveling up makes his ability even crazier. Though he'd like to test all new functions, unfortunately, he doesn't have many mana stones left. What he can check now is, when he first stored Pax FC in subspace, he'd only casually thought he was crazy, but Pax FC was actually stored whole inside. And if he really can't put anything inside this subspace, what he wants to store is the Earth itself. The system notifies the target has been designated and asks if he wants to store. Kim answers yes. He sees the system show failure, unable to store the Earth in subspace. The target exceeds storage limits. Jong says he already expected it wouldn't work, and indeed, it doesn't. Yongsoo calls him and says he checked the route to Gangnam, and if they take the main road, he thinks it's better to go that way. Yeom agrees and asks if he wasn't going to play with his daughter. They look to the side and see the child is asleep, and Yongsoo says it seems she felt safe there, played a little, and soon fell asleep. And again, he thanks him. The protagonist says he helps, but Yongsoo also helps. They keep helping each other. Yongsoo agrees, saying that's right, they keep helping one another, and he'll continue to help however he can. They get into the truck, and Kim says to wait because suddenly it feels so serious he has a bad feeling. Yongsoo smiles and says he can only help by driving, but when it comes to speed, he's faster than anyone. Jong asks if he could go a little slower, and Yongsoo replies that since Kim helped him, he can't help but repay it by driving at full speed. The truck moves quickly. Later, in another place with broken buildings, the truck stops. They talk about how it's calmer here than on the main road, and it seems where there are no people, there are no monsters either. Yongsoo says he didn't know there was a road like this going to Seoul. They say this area is a Bronze Age archaeological site or something like that, which is why it wasn't developed. Though the road is a bit rough, there are no monsters or strange people. Yeom agrees and says he hopes this ends soon, until Yongsoo notices something ahead. It's a tire-puncturing object, and he asks if it's an army barricade with spiked metal plates. He wonders if the army is still nearby, saying there's a military unit close. The protagonist says he doesn't think so. The vehicles and weapons may be military, but they don't look like soldiers. It seems they were hiding and watching them approach. Escaping will be difficult. Yongsoo asks what to do. Kim says he'll open a small portal under the steering wheel and that Yongsoo can go in. Yongsoo asks if he'll be alright alone. Armed soldiers approach. Jong switches to the driver's side, thinking if they wanted to kill him, they would have shot already. A soldier says it's a terrible way to drive. They wanted to see the tires burst. Yeom asks what the problem is. The soldier says it's an inspection, that he should get out and open the cargo compartment and ask what he thinks. The protagonist gets out and opens it. They look impressed, saying this is amazing, asking if he's a delivery man and if it's all his. He says no. Why would it be his? Now it's all theirs. Kim thinks, just as expected, the goal is food and supplies. They ask where he got it. Jong stares and replies he brought it from the distribution center, and even if he told them its location, they wouldn't know. The roads are blocked and collapsed. If they need more, he can bring it. The soldier studies him and asks how much more food like this he has. Yeom replies, what he brought isn't even the tip of the iceberg. The soldier asks if he's sure, and the protagonist says yes, until one of them checks his wristwatch and says, it's time. The chief asks already? Says there's no choice, they'll end it here, and tells Tak to get the hood. Kim wonders what they mean by "it's time." The chief tells Mingyu to take the truck while he himself will take Kim. Then, the chief clenches his fist and strikes Kim in the stomach. Jong feels the pain, kneels on the ground, and Tak approaches with the hood. Later, elsewhere, a voice says that since he said he brought everything from the distribution center and they were running out of time, he rushed to bring it so they can take a look. They pull off the hood. Yeom opens his eyes, noticing he's tied to a chair facing the commander of South Korea with bodies lying on the floor beside him. The protagonist thinks those are soldiers' bodies and wonders where they took him. The commander says he heard a bit from the men, that Kim brought food and supplies in the truck from the distribution center, but only he can enter. And where did he get it? Kim answers yes, from the Gunpo distribution center. The commander says he's smart. He should have looted those places earlier. Jong asks where they are and what's going on. The commander asks if he can't see. It's a military base. Says the name was something like Jidongsa Command. Yeom thinks Communications Command. The commander says something like that. He was discharged, so he doesn't remember well. As for what's happening, it's almost 6 o'clock. He'll come. Better to see than to explain. The protagonist wonders who he means until an extremely loud sound is heard. The commander says he's here. Kim looks to the side, wondering if that sound is a wyvern. Multiple monsters fly in, and Jong wonders what they are, if they're also wyverns. The commander says that one isn't normally strong. He himself thought he was tough, but almost lost his life to it. Strangely, something seems to block its attacks. He asks if Kim sees the soldiers slumped against the wall. According to him, they launched an operation, rifles blazing at the monster, but everyone died. If even attacks from an awakened user like himself didn't work, would bullets? So they said they were recruiting people to fight the monster, but when he came, the monster was strong and few soldiers remained, so he took over everything. But not to misunderstand, he's still alive. Seems to know a lot, so they kept him alive, though he's weak from lack of food. Anyway, back to the point. They have weapons and all, but lack food. He wants Kim to go to the distribution center with the men and bring food. Tomorrow morning they'll leave. If Kim does well, they'll accept him into the family. If he joins, it'll be good. They could even protect him from monsters like that. Yeom thinks about what to put in, and here seems perfect. So he tells Pax to store the Armed Forces Communications Command into the subspace. The commander asks what he's saying if he wants to die, then suddenly widens his eyes. Later, in the same place, soldiers look up, scanning around. The commander asks what's happening, where the building went. The protagonist vomits, thinking whenever he stores something big in Pax, this happens. He wonders if it's a side effect of subspace storage. First, he needs to cut the rope quickly. The chief stares, terrified, saying it's coming their way. Numerous flying monsters approach, emitting a deafening sound. They start running frantically and the commander shouts no, order them to fire, take out the smaller ones first, then all together on the big one. He says with guns alone it won't work. Maybe Kim's ability could bring it down and calls them traitors. Until the beast leaps beside him. The commander sweats heavily, extremely nervous as he faces the monster. The beast notices something. 2 people entering subspace. The system notifies, external entity attempting entry, asks if he permits Han Kyung. The protagonist allows and says he's ready, thinking at least for now, he's slipped in safely amid the confusion. Next time, he'll need to consider subspace storage side effects before acting. Storing at a critical moment could be dangerous. Then Kim looks back, facing the monster's stare. Jong doesn't understand. Why is it staring at him? Until a sound is heard. The beast looks down and the commander punches it, shouting to be slain. He's leveled up too. No longer has soft fists. He's different from those cowards who fled. Yeom keeps watching until the monster devours the commander. The protagonist mutters how hard this is. Young-soo rushes over, asking if he's all right. Kim replies, yes, he's fine. Young-soo asks about the man he's carrying. Jong answers he seems to be a military officer, likely tortured by bandits, and he's in bad shape. They'll lay him in bed to rest. Young-soo says he'll help. The officer is placed in bed and Yeom feels relieved. Young-soo says he doesn't seem to have serious injuries or bleeding, asks if maybe he was attacked by those bandits earlier. The protagonist replies it seems so. He didn't see personally, but that's what they said. Though, from what he heard, the man wasn't well even before, probably from hunger. Young-soo says then it could be malnutrition. They'll help him eat when he wakes. Kim says a new building must have appeared. His partner says yes, he was going to ask. Suddenly it appeared, and from outside it looks huge. What kind of building is that? Jong, surprised, says actually he brought in an entire military base. He didn't realize it'd be that big. In fact, he was blindfolded when taken, so he hadn't seen the exterior. Young-soo asks how. Yeom replies that's why there's something he needs to check. Asks if Young-soo can keep watch over him in the meantime. His partner says yes, he can go freely. And Yeom thinks, bringing in a military base, what does he intend to do with it? Elsewhere, the protagonist rides his bike thinking the possible uses of a military base are endless. Weapons, ammunition, explosives, gas masks, and other supplies, even vehicles. It's simply the best place to survive in an apocalyptic world. But using it would be complicated, unlike the logistics center in his subspace. In the logistics center, Pax handled everything and could dispatch items outside, but this isn't a logistics hub. The weapons are stored in the armory, ammunition and explosives in the depot, and everything would have to be fetched manually. The problem is finding where everything is. He had been blindfolded when they brought him, so he didn't know the scale. This place is even larger than Pax. And beyond that, once he finds the weapons and ammunition, that's where the problem starts. The one who would have to use them is Yong-soo, who has no combat skill. His partner says he'll help. Kim says to hold on tight since he'll fetch some ammunition from the depot, and wonders when he'll ever have time to grab weapons from the armory and ammo from the depot. He adds that above all, the military supplies here aren't infinite like those from the logistics center. He'll have to be far more careful in using them. In many ways, it'll be a lot of work. The drone says not exactly. Jung asks since when it's been there. Pax explains that this subspace has been programmed with the logistics system format by the Pax AI. Therefore, this newly incorporated Sector 2 is also treated as a kind of logistics warehouse. Yeom looks on in surprise. The drone further explains that data processing is underway. Once the product code classification is completed for all items in Sector 2, he'll be able to use them like the products of Sector 1. The protagonist asks if rifles and ammunition can also be copied and sent outside like the logistics center products. Pax replies yes. Kim is stunned at this, and the drone adds that, as mentioned, since data processing is still ongoing, it can't yet be used. Current progress rate, 0.81%. Jeong asks how long until it's done. Pax replies it's difficult to predict exactly since the time varies by item. However, if Kim tells it which items he wants, it can prioritize product code assignment for them and asks if he has any in mind. Yeom replies, weapons, ammunition, grenades, vehicles, and fuel. The drone says it'll prioritize code assignment for those in 10 minutes. The protagonist asks if it's possible to prevent anyone but him from ordering those items. Pax replies, yes, it can restrict permissions for them. Kim says excellent and thinks it's not that he doesn't trust Yong-soo and his family, but the military people still don't know them. So now he already has weapons and vehicles. He'll go check the situation outside. Jong observes and says it would be nice if they just disappeared on their own, but he doubts that'll happen. There are too many to evade, and it doesn't seem possible to shake off that huge one. Later, Yeom is looking over the weapons, and Yong-soo says it's been so long since his military reserve training, and here he is shooting again. The protagonist says he's already prepared several boxes of magazines, each with 1,000 rounds. If a weapon breaks, just toss it and grab another. It'd be nice if the magazines came attached to the weapons already, but unfortunately, they weren't registered that way as products. And he asks if Yong-soo knows how to shoot. Yong-soo replies he doesn't even need to ask. By coincidence, he has several friends here to give him the taste of reserve duty. Seeing in practice will be quicker than explaining. Then, he starts shooting at the monsters outside. Yong-soo fires without stopping. Shell casings scatter on the ground, he keeps shooting, until he stops and says it's his first time firing in full auto. It's tiring, but feels like he's paid for his sins. Kim observes and says, no, not yet. Yong-soo asks what he means since he doesn't see any wyverns still standing, and from what he sees, none are left. Their bodies are gone. His partner asks, whose? Jong says he's sure there was a big one. The giant monster is behind the subspace, while around them lie the slain beasts. Yong-soo thinks no matter how much he looks, he doesn't see it, wondering if it's hiding. Yeom says to send out bait, like a remote control toy outside. If there's no reaction, they can move freely, but if it appears, then they'll prepare a nest for it. Yong-soo says he understands, but asks if a remote control toy can really serve as bait. The protagonist takes an RC car, mounts a mannequin on it, and drives it outside, and it's immediately attacked. Yong-soo says so, it was hiding, and now they'll show it what reserve duty means. Then Yong-soo looks terrified, seeing the monster raise its head. The beast stares and lets out a loud sound. Kim aims his weapon and tells him to shoot. They start firing relentlessly at the monster. Smoke clears and the beast watches them, emitting another sound, opening its massive jaws, still intact. The two stare at it and Yong-soo asks how it can remain unscathed, while Jung wonders if it just tanked the shots, if its skin is that thick. And he recalls the commander saying it felt as if something was blocking their attacks, and wonders if that brute had mentioned it before, so that's what he meant. It's not thick hide deflecting bullets, it's more like something's blocking them. The monster keeps growling. Then something is hurled at it. The beast is confused, and Yeom says they'll see who's stronger, if it's tougher, or if they're more powerful. And speaking of which, these are infinite. Explosions erupt, Yong-soo hurls bombs too, causing blasts and heavy impacts, until they stop and the smoke drifts. Yong-soo pants, saying he didn't know throwing grenades was so exhausting. The protagonist complains of his shoulder hurting and points at the monster. The beast is still alive, staring, moving a finger, still intact. Kim is shocked, wondering if it only took a scratch. How the hell is this monster? Until Jung notices something. The monster turns its back and walks away. Yeom watches. Yong-soo asks if it's gone. The protagonist replies yes, and it doesn't seem like their attacks really drove it off. Since it's gone, they'll leave too, and asks if Young-soo can drive at night. Later, they take one of the soldiers' cars with Young-soo driving, saying he still can't recover from the shock of facing that enormous wyvern. Kim agrees, thinking dozens of grenades only scratched it. They can say grenades practically don't work. He wonders, if there are monsters even stronger than that giant wyvern, what kind of weapon could deal with them? Grenades rely on explosives, the shrapnel is what makes them deadly. Jong thinks if they use weapons with such explosive force, he doesn't feel comfortable with it. If they had a bomb more powerful than dozens of grenades, the blast radius would be massive. If used in an urban area, innocents could be harmed. And even with so much firepower, there's no guarantee a single bomb would slay the monster. In that way, he'd become the monster in others' eyes. So the condition for the ideal weapon would be as powerful as a bomb, but causing minimal collateral damage. Maybe something launched with extreme force or speed, striking the target. In the end, it seems more realistic weapons are rifles and grenades. But they'll keep upgrading skills. With time, they'll get stronger. Since they've taken down the wyverns, they'll enhance things further. The system shows he has 314 mana stones left. Yom is surprised, wondering when he piled up so many, guessing the wyvern must have carried plenty of them. Either way, it seems he won't run out. More notifications arrive, mana stones being used to increase fire rate. The protagonist thinks 1 second interval, 4 items fired. He's burning more mana stones, but the abilities are becoming absurdly powerful. And there's one more thing to upgrade. He's always been curious about it, wondering what kind of skill it is, wanting to test it, but thinks he'll need to stop the car first. He says there's something he needs to check, and that they can enter and rest a bit. Young-soo stops and says if they keep going, they'll soon reach Gangnam, and he'll continue driving since he doesn't see any monsters nearby. Kim can go ahead. Jong says it's dangerous. His partner tells him to stay calm, and if he's really worried, what about opening a portal and moving through it instead? Later, in the same place, the portal is summoned, and Yom says it seems to have worked. Young-soo says if anything happens, Kim can enter the portal. Don't worry, he can go. The protagonist steps into the portal and says, understood, he's going. Inside the portal, Kim thinks apparently there's nothing special here. It's just a space different from others and wonders what this skill does. The system shows combination, can ignore physical conditions and merge 2 or more objects into one. And separation, can separate an object composed of different materials into their types. Jong says, for example, combination means he can register a rifle with magazine attached as a single product. The drone agrees. Yeom says separation means he can register a grenade with the safety pin removed. Pax confirms, and the protagonist asks if that won't explode. The drone replies that items registered in subspace exist only as data, not physically. So, unless used for dispatch or request, they don't go through physical processes. Kim tells it to register a grenade with clip and pin removed. Pax says it'll cost 15 mana stones to register a new product. Jong thinks he can't yet create something capable of defeating the giant wyvern, but since he's at it, he'll also register a rifle with magazine attached. Using 2 magazines together without complication would be a good idea. And if that's the case, he could create weapons from scratch, something more powerful than a bomb, but that causes less collateral damage. Meanwhile, Young-soo, driving, stops the car when faced with several cars piled up, and asks if they built a wall of cars and what the hell is that. Yom returns to the car and apologizes for the delay. His partner says there weren't any monsters, so it was fine, but there's a problem. Someone blocked the road completely with cars. The protagonist says he doesn't think they can pass through there. Young-soo says they'll have to go around. Kim says no need, he just created a new weapon. His partner asks about a new weapon, and then he notices something until Kim attacks with it. It's very powerful. When it hits the cars, they scatter, flying away. Young-soo, shocked, calls him and points out the 20 kilograms weight, asking what the hell he created. On the other side, 2 men comment about the wall collapsing and find it strange, since it had held until now and couldn't have fallen so easily. Then they notice something, a car approaching, passing by them, and stopping. The 2 get scared, asking what that is if they're soldiers. Jong says this is the place and asks if Nurse Juyeon is present. He remembers when he was a child and his sister hit him with a flying kick, and Juyeon, their oldest sister, told them to be quiet. She couldn't study for her exam because of them. The younger sister asked if she was sick and why she suddenly started studying. Juyeon said there was no reason for such surprise. Yom said it looked like she was ill and asked if they should tell their mother. Juyeon replied she had decided to start studying from now on. She, who was 8 years older than the protagonist, began studying seriously when she was 7 years old. Normally, she would get bored just sitting for 30 minutes. This sudden change worried the whole family. The reason she began studying was simpler than they thought. Their mother approached and asked if something had happened. Juyeon replied no. She had simply found her dream. She showed a book called The Story of the Apple Tree and said that even if the world ended tomorrow, today she would treat sick people. The sister looked and said it seemed her condition had worsened and asked if they should take her to the hospital tomorrow. Juyeon's determination wasn't just a middle school bravado. As her grades improved, by high school she rose steadily, and their father said she was accepted into nursing school. She accomplished the feat of being admitted to nursing college. In the present, Juyeon looks surprised and emotional, asking how he got there and if he isn't hurt anywhere. Kim, crying heavily, replies, "Of course not." Young-soo feels relieved. The two siblings embrace. Jung says it's true. This is the person who helped him so much to get there. Young-soo introduces himself, and Juyeon does as well, thanking him for helping and saying to wait a moment. She wants to give him something, a chocolate bar in her pocket. Yeom says no. He's satisfied. They've already eaten chocolate to the point of nausea, and more importantly, they have a patient. The eldest sister asks where, and says to take her there immediately. The protagonist replies he's not here. He's in a space only accessible through his ability. The nurse asks about an ability, if he awakened. Kim replies yes. To enter the empty space, he has to open a portal. It's a bit strange for others to see. Juyeon says it's impossible to move secretly here now. Jung says it'd be easier inside the hospital. They walk in, entering a place. People are lying on benches in the break room. They walk, close the door. The eldest sister is surprised and asks what this is, if all these buildings are his ability. Yeom replies he'll explain details later for now. Just follow here. Until they stop and come upon the injured officer lying on the bed. The protagonist asks what she thinks. The nurse asks how long he's been like this. Kim replies not long since they brought him into that space. As they rescued him on the way, it looks like he suffered some abuse and torture. He already wasn't well when they saved him. Juyeon says this person won't survive. Jung asks if it's that serious. The eldest sister says under normal conditions, yes, but impressively, she also awakened as a healer. Still low level, so treatment takes time. She can't completely cure him, but he won't die. For now, it's just basic emergency treatment. More than the wounds, the malnutrition is severe. So if he eats properly, he'll soon recover. Yeom says if she truly is treating patients even if the world ends, the eldest sister wants to know why he's bringing up embarrassing childhood memories. The protagonist says even if the world ends tomorrow, today he will treat sick people. The nurse gets annoyed and says she should have disciplined him properly when he was little, like Saul, and tells him to explain properly what's happening. Kim replies, of course, it's a long story. Young-soo says his wife must have made bread and suggests they talk while eating. Jung explains everything that happened and says that's how it ended, asking if she's listening. Juyeon, focused on food, answers yes. Yeom asks how much she heard. The eldest sister asks if he was trapped in the factory and Pak saved him, and says that either way it's the first time they've met, but she loves him. The woman says it's nice, she seems to be enjoying it. The rice is better than the bread. If it's not enough, there's more bread in the fridge. They can take it freely. And she had tidied up the staff break room on the first floor, put in a bed and other things. It'd be good if he used it to rest comfortably. The protagonist thanks her for arranging the break room. Jisoo says she did it because she wanted to, so don't worry. And there's bread in the oven, so she's going. The eldest sister asks how that man ended up there. Kim says she didn't hear anything he said and he doesn't want to repeat it all again. Summing up, he'll bring his family into this subspace, and he brought her here. Now he's going to Uljiro. Their second sister is in Uljiro. The nurse apologizes and says she'll stay here. Jeong asks why if there are many patients. Juyeon replies over 300 people are gathered in this hospital and there are patients needing continuous observation and medication. But that's not the problem. Other nurses can handle patients. The real problem is, elsewhere a young man asks if there are two, and a voice answers yes, that the lookout said they heard a loud noise and the car wall collapsed, and they came driving a military vehicle. The young man asks if they might be special forces soldiers. The voice replies it's not certain, but one of the two who entered the hospital is the nurse's brother. The young man asks if really and says they won't look favorably, but not to worry. The nurse says anyway they came because they need food and a place to sleep, and they control the supplies and food here. They can control food or use Juyeon, and besides, asks if no matter how strong these awakened are they stronger than him? He doubts it. The big guy approaches and the nurse says for now, receive them warmly, pretending to be kind, asking if he understands. The big guy replies yes, and the nurse asks if the collapsed wall has already been fixed. The big guy replies yes, and they made an even bigger one. Elsewhere, the protagonist asks about addiction. His eldest sister replies she's sure. There's no other explanation for people to change so drastically overnight. Kim says, wait, brings up the head of internal medicine, Seong-hak, who used an ability to addict people, and asks if he's controlling the addicted. The nurse replies yes, explains nearly all the awakened except herself have been dominated. The addicted awakened are guarding food supplies or monostones like her. Jung tells her to swallow before speaking. Juyeon continues saying they don't know why she and the other nurses weren't addicted. Anyway, until now, she's been diverting a few monostones to strengthen her ability. If she levels up a few more times, maybe she could cure addiction. And he should go see Saul and their parents. She'll try to survive here somehow. Jung says no. The eldest sister asks if he understood what she said, that it's dangerous. Yeom asks if she listened to his story properly and says she herself said the department head's weapon is food, so it's simple. He'll resolve this as quickly as possible and can use it to see properly what his ability is. They don't need to waste time. They'll leave now. The nurse, confused, says it looks like he's back in his 8th grade syndrome, until she widens her eyes, seeing boxes upon boxes of food. Elsewhere, the chief says he was told there was something urgent to report, but this was it? The nurse's younger brother released food supplies. The subordinate replies yes, and the amount is unbelievably large. The chief says he thought it was something, but no, there's nothing to worry about. They're just two who came with a military vehicle. How large could the food supply really be? He says when people steal their supplies and run out of food, they'll come begging to share. Instead of giving it away, they should have hidden and rationed it. The subordinate starts to say something, but the chief interrupts him, saying that in fact things turned out easier than expected. They don't even need to bother. The subordinate insists that it's more than everything they had gathered, until the chief freezes and asks how that's possible. The subordinate replies he doesn't know either. The chief thinks that the hospital's current supplies are what reconnaissance teams brought from outside, an amount that requires trucks to transport, and they said those people came in a single military vehicle. He wonders how they could have more food than they themselves do, and whether it could be some kind of duplication ability, or maybe shrinking objects and later restoring them to normal size. Whatever it is, it's certain he's a skill user. They need to bring him to their side. He orders them to give Hyung the drug and tell him somehow to make Juyon's brother addicted, and if it looks like it won't work, to eliminate him. Then he asks if they said there was another companion with him. Later that night, while the survivors are sleeping, the protagonist walks, thinking it doesn't seem like it's that person either, and wonders if he overlooked something on the way there. They said he'd be able to recognize them at first sight, but nothing so far. It would be easier if they found this person quickly. Before that, Juyeon had asked if the plan was to neutralize Sung Hok's weapons. Kim answered yes, that they could simply dump food, subdue the addicted awakened. And as for Sung himself, he wasn't really a threat. He asks if she knows what abilities the addicted awakened have. The eldest sister replies that one has the ability to reseal can lids, and another has the ability to automatically wash clothes. Jong asks if she's joking. The nurse replies no, that in fact there aren't many with threatening abilities. Yeom says that makes it even easier, but Juyeon says except for one person. The protagonist asks who. His sister replies it's Song Hyung-gu. After the world fell into this state, he came from Uljiro, worried about his mother who was hospitalized. Kim asks what his ability is. The nurse replies that aside from being very strong, she doesn't know much, but his body is so huge you'd recognize him instantly. That car wall outside? He stacked it with his bare hand, and in the present, the big guy approaches and asks if he's the nurse's younger brother, and tells him to wait because he'd like to talk. Jung says talking sounds fine, and by coincidence, he also had something to deal with regarding him. Song gets curious and says he doesn't know what business he'd have with him. Hyung looks to the side and says it doesn't matter anymore because right now he has only 2 options. Yeom asks about options. Song says the first is to drink this medicine right now. The other is to refuse and he'll lose his life here. Better not think of running away. The protagonist says so that's why he brought him to this isolated place, and admits he wasn't thinking about it, but with that physique, he'd be caught quickly if he ran. So he chooses the third option. That Song stays trapped here. Hyung-woo, irritated, moves quickly toward him. A loud noise sounds, and Pax approaches with a ball. Song doesn't understand until his eyes widen and he's struck by a professional bowling ball with a good spin. Kim asks if 90 kilometers per h wasn't fast enough and apologizes, but says he'll hit him once more. Hyung-woo is struck again and falls to the ground, wondering what kind of ability this is. Jong places a weight near him and says it's probably hard to even move, so don't. Even slowed down, it's still heavy. If it hits, it could break bones. Song quickly moves, grabs the weight. Yeom says it can't be. Hyung-woo lifts it above him. The stacked weights begin to fall. Song looks alarmed. The protagonist thanks him for staying still while stacking that and says it's densely packed, must be a bit tight, but he'll get him out as soon as he finishes arranging things. Just hold on a little longer. Various weights pile around Hyung, pinning him so he can't move. Kim walks off, saying he worried he might get seriously hurt, but it's good he has such a resistant ability. His sister calls him, saying she heard a loud noise and asks if he found Song. Jong replies yes, he just did and he's on his way back. Juyeon, alarmed, asks if he really just found him. Yeom replies yes, he's right there. The nurse goes to the glass to look and gets confused, asking what that is, what happened. The protagonist replies that Hyung-woo is trapped in there. It's a long story, then asks if she distributed all the food. The eldest sister replies yes, everything. Kim says all that's left is for Young-soo to arrive, and there he comes. Juyeon says good job, but then hesitates as she notices something's wrong. Young-soo approaches, saying his head hurts badly and asks if this is a symptom of addiction. The nurse replies yes and asks what happened. He answers he doesn't know. He only distributed food and received some thanks. Nothing more? Then the eldest sister notices something. It's a cut on his finger. She wonders if it wasn't there before. She says it's a superficial cut. Looks like someone intentionally tried to addict him, probably approached pretending gratitude and brushed him, or made contact in some similar way. Jong says for now they'll enter the subspace to rest a bit and apologizes, but Young-soo will probably need to be confined for a while. He thinks this is bad, not knowing exactly how the addiction works, but if Yongsoo also becomes addicted, things will get complicated. They must find Sung quickly and discover a way to cure it. He says he'll connect the break room and Yongsoo can lie down. He'll block the windows and doors just in case. The system notifies that an unidentified energy tried to enter from outside and was blocked. Since the subspace is an independent area of the user, external energy cannot connect. Yongsoo, surprised, asks what that means. External energy. And if his head no longer hurts, then Yom manipulates the system, and Song realizes something, saying someone is coming and permission was granted for his entry. Hyunggu, confused, sees a light and asks what it is now. More notifications arrive. Song's registration is being removed. He falls to the ground, returning to normal, wondering how that's possible. The protagonist thinks this is incredible. The subspace is invulnerable to external attacks, but he never imagined it blocked not only physical but also mental attacks. Elsewhere, the old woman is overjoyed to have her son back. Hyunggu apologizes. She says it's not his fault. Song tells her to keep resting. He has something to do and will return as soon as it's over. His mother says it's fine, she doesn't know what it is, but for him not to get hurt. Kim asks if he's sure he'll be okay alone. Hyunggu replies yes. After all, as he saw in their fight, he doesn't even suffer light wounds. And in fact, the memories of what happened are so vivid he feels ashamed and regretful. But he thinks it's right to express gratitude and apologies after settling things with that guy. He owes them more than his life, and he'll return right after resolving it. Juyeon asks if he'll really be fine. Jang replies he thinks so, and for now, they should do what they need to. Besides, Song is tough. He asks if they think they can leave tomorrow morning. The system notifies that the connection with the thrall has been cut. The chief sees this message and looks aside, wondering what's going on, and says he suspected it, but he really came. Hyung stares at him, and the chief says he doesn't know how he cut the connection to his ability, but since they've come this far, he'll say one thing to spare him. Song, without hesitation, attacks. After Hyung left to settle things, they were discussing how to cure the addiction of the people in the hospital. The protagonist says they'll make everyone in the hospital enter the subspace. They can't know who's addicted and who isn't. They'll have to act it's already late and there are people with mobility issues. It only takes a finger to enter the subspace. Juyeon says that after finishing, they themselves will be the patients. But for her, that's fine. Yongsoo says if there's no other way, he thinks it'll work. However, as they were preparing to spend the night working, they notice something. An old man is confused, asking what he did, and he calls someone dear. His daughter asks if he's back. The old man says it seems he was out of control. Kim is confused. Then a voice approaches, asking if they waited long. It's Song, covered in plasma, saying he returned after settling things. Though late, he thanks them very much for saving his mother and himself. And thanks to him, the hospital people were safe. Before they could act, Younggu resolved the problem with Seong, so they didn't have to comb through the entire hospital. Jong says he's the one who should be thankful and wonders how he did it, though he probably already knows without asking, and asks if he's okay, apologizing for throwing that bowling ball too hard before. Song says he's fine, his bones intact, just a few bruises. And of course, he was truly surprised. He's seen many monsters and strange phenomena, but when all those columns of discs fell from the sky, the monsters weren't even the problem. Yeom says sometimes even he's surprised by his own abilities. Hyung asks if he'll continue in the hospital and says he knows it's rude to ask after receiving so much help, but sincerely he wishes he would stay there. The protagonist says he understands, but he still hasn't found all his family and thinks he needs to leave soon. Song says he understands and that he asked even though he knew it was a delicate matter, and he's certain he'll find all his relatives safe. The protagonist thanks him and says since he mentioned it, they'll be heading to Uljiro, and he heard he was from there, asking what it was like there. Hyunggu says he doesn't think it's possible to go there now. The next day, Song says they're already very grateful for the food donated to the hospital, and now these supplies as well, and once again thanks him, saying he'll do his best to repay this debt. The two shake hands, and Kim says he hopes to see him again along with everyone at the hospital. Hyung says yes, and that he'll definitely survive until then, and tells him to take care. They leave in the vehicle. Yongsoo is driving and asks what this wall song mentioned could be, and if it must be someone's ability. Jong replies that if it is someone's ability, he hopes at least they can talk, otherwise there's no way to pass. He remembers Hyung saying that when he left Uljiro, a wall was growing between Uljiro and Namsan. He also said he knew it sounded absurd to explain, but really like teeth growing in a child. A stone wall sprouted from underground. Since he escaped while the wall was still growing, he doesn't know the exact size, but by now it must have reached the height of an ordinary building. Yeom thinks moving across the surface would be practically impossible. Destroying it would also be difficult. Song said there was something else that surprised him when he got down there. The types of monsters in Uljiro were a bit different. In Uljiro, most were skeletons. At that moment, the protagonist is shocked to hear this. Hyunggu continues saying it would be more accurate to call them undead. Even when eliminated, they came back to life, and even monster corpses were walking around. Kim thinks monsters that don't die even when killed, and a giant wall, Yuljiro seems to have become problematic for many reasons. In the present, Jung thinks he's not worried about the second sister in Yuljiro. In fact, he feels she'll defeat the monsters even without powers. Then he gets a system message saying Juyeon is calling him from inside the subspace. He opens the portal and asks what's wrong. His eldest sister tells him to watch his tone with her, and the soldier he rescued has woken up. The soldier says he heard he saved him and thanks him for saving his life. He introduces himself as Lieutenant Colonel Han Kyung, responsible for the 50th Communications and Information Battalion of the Army's Communications Command. Jung also introduces himself, says it's great he woke up, and asks how he's feeling. Han replies he survived thanks to the treatment he received. Then he asks permission, wondering if they know where they are. He can see the Army's Communications Command outside, but normally there aren't buildings around the command. Yeom explains that this building is the staff restroom from PAX FC's logistics center, and it's his subspace, his ability. Outside, they're in Gangnam now, heading toward the Hanam Bridge. Kyung is confused by all this. The nurse explains simply that this entire place is a space created by his ability, and the current location is Gangnam. Han says he understands. In that case, he apologizes and asks if he could be allowed to get out now. The protagonist says there seems to be a misunderstanding. He has no intention of harming him. Youngsu says they also got help from him, and they aren't dangerous people. Kyung says they rescued and treated him, and he knows they aren't dangerous, but it's not about trust or feeling unsafe. He can't state the exact reason, but he must reach the Joint Chiefs of Staff headquarters as soon as possible. Kim says it must be something serious, and if that's the reason, that's fine. Then calls Pax to bring a banana milk and sandwich. The drone approaches with basic toasted butter bread. Jong says they'll let him go, but not so easily. After he eats all this and tells them what's going on, they'll let him go. Han begins to say that to talk about it, but Yeom interrupts, saying it seems he didn't like the bread, then asks, how about this? Next to him is a huge feast. While the lieutenant eats, he explains that one day, suddenly, things from another world began appearing simultaneously across the globe. By things from another world, he doesn't just mean monsters. Everything from insects to animals, plants, and even geographic formations like mountains appeared. The otherworldly creatures attacked indiscriminately. They attacked humans, animals, and even other otherworldly creatures without distinction. While the government was responding to the monsters, they also began searching for and recruiting Awakens, forming new units with them. These awakened units effectively eliminated monsters. His unit and the area around Gwacheon and Anyang seemed like they'd soon stabilize. The problem began when that thing appeared. Weapons, grenades, shells. Nothing worked against that wyvern. They requested reinforcements several times from the Communications Command and nearby military units, but Gwacheon and Anyang were already collapsing under powerful monsters like them, and the Communications Command sent no response. It was strange. They managed to communicate with Anyang and Gwacheon, who were fighting monsters, but the Communications Command didn't even report seeing any monsters. In the end, they had no choice. Armed soldiers in battle against the monsters, the redheads said that anyway, they'd all die there to that monster. No matter how long it took, they'd move toward the Communications Command. With the persistent pursuit of the monsters, many comrades died or were wounded, so they had to recruit Awakens and resist while advancing. After days and nights of marching, they finally arrived. Kyung continues, saying as expected, the Communications Command was completely empty, and they soon discovered why. In documents found searching the command, it was written about a coup d'etat. After that, they tried to go to the Joint Chiefs of Staff headquarters, but were trapped by the beast that followed them. To make matters worse, the Awakens they recruited killed the soldiers and took over the command. The protagonist thinks so, that's what happened. Han also explains that the 1st Army Corps must currently be preventing the government from gathering troops. It seems the Communications Command is also on their side. Surely it's being conducted secretly, and he needs to inform them as soon as possible. Kim says a coup in a situation like this. He understands. However, they need to go to Yuljiro. They'll let him out once they cross the river bridge. They'll go together as far as they can. Kyung insists they can let him out now, and thanks them for the consideration. Jong says for him to rest. The driver says he'll try going at maximum speed. Yeom says instead of maximum speed, they'll go a little faster. Young asks what he means. The colonel said it was urgent. They must go as fast as possible. Han thinks since they rescued him, they must have encountered the wyvern, and wonders how they managed to shake off that persistent creature. From the outside, it's hard to understand what kind of ability this is. Then he notices monsters ahead. The protagonist hurls them away with a weight, effortlessly, plasma splattering everywhere. Kyung wonders if those are discs, if stacked discs were fired at the orc. Kim tells Pax to give him military vehicle 1. The drone replies understood, and the vehicle is summoned beside them. Han, surprised, wonders about a military vehicle. Jong tells him to keep resting while he finishes the meal. They'll arrive soon. He'll keep the portal open so Han can see the situation outside. Kyung thinks he can fire columns of discs and even summon a military vehicle. What kind of ability is this? Did he really see that right? As they move, monsters appear and Yom fires discs at them, hitting and sending them flying. Han watches, still shocked, asking what on earth this is. Kyung keeps watching, thinking earlier he even doubted his eyes, thinking he saw wrong, but no, he saw correctly. He shoots monsters by launching heavy objects at high speed. He can fire up to 4 per second and in any direction. On top of that, not only does he recover the fired disc pillars, but also extracts mana stones from slain monsters. It's truly an insane ability. Young-soo says that's Bampo Bridge, and even the submerged bridge, and they can't cross there either. The protagonist says he had said they'd arrive soon, but it looks like it'll take a little longer, and thinks they need to find another path. Han says only an hour has passed, and he's already saying they're late. As someone being helped, he can only be grateful, so he'll just go back inside. He reflects that in 1 hour, the time it took from Gangnam to Bampo Bridge, considering they had to detour destroyed paths and fight monsters on the way, it was absurdly fast. While his ability contributed to making that miraculous hour possible, the skill of the driver beside him is the most impressive. Young-soo comments the road is terrible. Kyung thinks his driving skill is so extraordinary it makes him queasy just watching. He was so shocked seeing it the first time, he nearly vomited right there what he had eaten. This time, he did well to enter before getting nauseous. The two of them are users of incredible abilities. Then Kim notices something. They approach a bridge. Young-soo says it looks like they can cross there. Then he looks to the side, noticing something, and says that looks like a wall, definitely impossible to pass by car. The driver says yes, and that it's pretty big if you can see it from there. Jaeong says it's so far that he doesn't even know if they could destroy it, so they'll check. The driver says by this route, they'll also have to pass through Yongsan. Yom says since it's on the way, he'll let him go ahead. Han stares at them. Later, near a building, Kyung gets out of the vehicle and thanks them, saying thanks to the two of them, he made it there safely. The protagonist says he hopes the situation will be resolved well, and that he can take care and stay healthy. Han thanks him. Kim smiles and says now it's just him left to head for Yuljiro. From what he saw before, the wall looked very tall and sturdy, and if he could comfortably place it in subspace after leveling up, but not yet. He thinks the remaining evolution item was tracking delivery upgrade level 2, costing 500. In 1 hour, he collected 400 mana stones. Even so, in 2 more hours, he could level up. Then someone asks permission. It's Han, asking if the two of them wouldn't like to come along. He says the government is supporting the early growth of Awakens by providing mana stones and other resources. If they join the government, they could certainly receive plenty of support. Jeong says he appreciates the offer, but for him, family comes first, and they can also get stones on their own. Kyung falls silent. Yeom says speaking of the joint command, they must have at least 1 or 2 helicopters. Han asks about helicopters and says he supposes so. Elsewhere, a voice says it seems Gwacheon and Anyang have also been destroyed along with the 56th Division. The only place still organized is the 1st Army Corps. With a situation like this, can they even say a government still exists? It's all very grim, really grim. Then someone enters the room and calls him director, saying someone came whom he should receive. The director asks who. The soldier replies, it's the commander of the 50th Communications Battalion of the National Intelligence Agency, and that all the soldiers lost their lives and only he survived up to now, bringing a message he must deliver. The director asks about the 50th Communications Battalion of the NIA and if that's true. The soldier comes to attention. Kyung enters the room, the two talk. Han puts his hand inside his clothes, pulls out a paper and hands it over. The director looks startled. The two continue talking about everything that happened. Then the director notices something and looks out the window, realizing there's a military vehicle. The two people inside the vehicle open the door and step out. The director approaches them and says he heard the whole story and thanks them for their help. They did something truly important for the country. The protagonist says it was nothing, he just helped. The director says he heard about his ability from the battalion commander and also about the request he made, proposing to trade for a helicopter, supplies, and food. Although a helicopter is an important strategic asset, with his ability, it isn't impossible to provide it. However, there's a condition. He would like him to become an awakened affiliated with the army, as he knows the government is struggling to calm the current situation. But if he joined the army, perhaps they could find a solution. Kim apologizes and says that will be difficult. Right now, nothing can be a priority besides saving his family. The director says that's a shame. In that case, it'll be hard to provide the helicopter. Jong says he understands, then there's no choice. He hopes his situation settles soon and they can return to normal, and until then, that they all stay healthy. The director is surprised at his reaction. Yeom thinks if getting the helicopter is difficult, there's no helping it, and says they should leave. He thinks he also hasn't checked the wall properly anyway. Then, someone knocks on the car window. It's the director saying he has another request, and if he can help with that, he'll provide the helicopter. Later, elsewhere, military vehicles are moving. The protagonist is inside the car, drinking something and recalling when he asked about another request, and the director said yes. The most recent place where Reserve Awakens were gathered was at Seoul Station. They still maintain stable communication with that area. The problem is that skeletons are blocking the way there. Kim asks about skeletons and the director replies yes, and that they aren't very threatening monsters in terms of combat power, but they're very annoying for several reasons. Besides being numerous, they have a core near the last right rib, and they revive even when slain unless that core is destroyed. Jong sums it up, saying he wants them to open the path through the skeletons and rescue the isolated awakens. And it seems easy. In the present, Yom hurls his discs at the skeletons, destroying them. The soldiers watch surprised to see the skeletons defeated so easily. Later, in a building, survivors cheer upon seeing the military vehicles and climb aboard. They signal to the protagonist and his partner and they leave with the survivors. And indeed, with Kim's ability, skeletons can be easy. The soldiers fought them with weapons and destroying the core was extremely complicated. But there's something he needed to know, and although not common, there's a type of skeleton on a completely different level from normal skeletons. They call them skeleton knights. And if by chance he encounters one during the operation, he must avoid fighting as much as possible. Even if he has to accept some damage, he must retreat immediately. However, Jong hurls a disc when facing the giant skeleton ahead. This skeleton wears armor and is armed, and Yom recalls the director saying, attacks simply don't work against it. Then survivors watch closely and soldiers look frightened. The protagonist watches carefully. The skeleton holds a sword waiting for them to approach, and begins speaking in other languages. Kim asks what he said. The skeleton places the sword on the ground, takes a shining stone, stares at them, and says, it's a pleasure to meet them, that he is Gawain, one of the 12 knights who serve the Night King. Jong says he crushed the monostone and their language and asks if monostones can be used that way too. The skeleton says it was a very interesting greeting and asks if he's a mage and why he's interfering in their area. He says he understands his haste since they're at the start of exploration, but even so, there's such a thing as business ethics. Gawain swings his sword, slicing the stacked disc in half, saying it's useless. With something that weak, he won't even scratch him. Then he's hurled away and crashes to the ground. The skeleton drives the sword into the ground, gets up leaning on it, and says, so that's his answer. Kim keeps launching his discs. Gawain raises his shield, blocking the attacks, and moves quickly, closing in on them. Yong-soo is frightened, saying he's coming toward them. Jong says slicing 500 kilograms like tofu, and thinks if he strikes the pillar it won't cause damage, just ricochet, but at least if he hits him. The system shows he's using 50 mana stones to activate tracked delivery. Yom says aim at the chest, dispatch. The disc is launched, and the skeleton says he doesn't learn, calling him a fool for a mage. No matter how many he throws, it's easy to dodge, until Gawain notices something. He couldn't dodge this one. It hits him and he falls. But the skeleton quickly rises again, still intact, saying, don't get cocky. He just lowered his guard a moment ago. Then, another attack approaches. Gawain looks confused, wondering what this is, since it's blocking his vision. The skeleton stands still. Then, the bowling ball closes in on his face and smashes him full force. Several bowling balls keep striking him non-stop, while the protagonist commands where they should go, dispatching them automatically in sequence. Pax replies understood. Kim says he thought his jaw might get dislocated. Yong-soo says thankfully, even if he's tough, physical impact works. For now, they can breathe easier. He survived again. Kim says they still don't know. That skeleton knight, because of his armor, is much tougher than a giant wyvern. And on top of that, he uses a shield and sword. Honestly, he's more threatening than wyverns. As Gawain dodges, he says to wait, since he can't even speak. Jong says now he's stuck with his head rattling, but they don't know how long it'll last, so they'd better send the people away while he's dazed. Then the driver notices something. As the skeleton dodges quickly, he calls him a bastard. Yong-soo says it looks like more fragments are coming out than at the start. Yom observes and says it's true, and the protagonist gets an idea, dispatching circular pillars to strike simultaneously from left, right, front, and back, smashing the skeleton into pieces, leaving only his head. And Gawain, still able to speak, says, it's impressive, but not to think it's over, since they don't die even when slain. And all of this is for the Night King. Some stones lie on the ground. They begin floating and fly toward Kim. The system notifies he obtained 2 large monostone fragments and a reinforcement stone. The soldiers are utterly shocked, saying they can't believe he defeated the skeleton knight, the knight who wouldn't even budge from tank fire. The survivors begin shouting that he defeated the skeleton knight, that he actually managed to take him down. Later, elsewhere, the director says he had warned to retreat without exception if they encountered the skeleton knight, yet he managed to defeat him, and things can't remain this way any longer. The two of them must come together. Yom says no, that he first needs to see his family. The director says after he finds his family then. The protagonist says he needs to think about it. The director says once he finds his family, he hopes he'll consider the proposal again, and to know they already regard him as a definite ally. He'll take him to the helicopter they prepared. Kim thinks they're raising expectations too high and he feels a bit awkward. He understands it's because he defeated the troublesome skeleton knight, but honestly it was partly luck. If there had been one more like him, everything would have gone wrong without a doubt. The biggest problem is that there must be at least 11 more like him. since he introduced himself as one of the 12 knights, and he wonders what he meant by not losing life even when slain, and whether the Night King must be even stronger. Jong thinks that even the heavy munitions he'd carefully prepared didn't cause much damage. On the other hand, the rain of bowling balls managed to crack his armor, so he wonders if a bowling ball is stronger than heavy ordnance. It makes no sense. What kind of physics is that? Then again, nothing has made sense since monsters appeared. The director says he heard from Colonel Han that he's heading to Yuljiro, and asks if it's true. Yeom answers yes. The director says, as he must have seen in Aljiro, tall walls are now rising. The army even sent troops to investigate the nature of the castle. Now they've lost contact, but since then, they've carried out aerial reconnaissance of the interior of the walls when possible. Fortunately, they confirmed there are active people inside. The soldiers must be doing well there too, so his family is likely safe. The protagonist thanks him for the information, thinking he forgot to mention the real monsters. And in truth, he wasn't worried. Even though she's his sister, she's more monstrous than monsters themselves. The director says they recently noticed something peculiar. The upper part of the walls seems to be gradually closing like a ceiling. They don't know if it will close completely, but good thing they can lend the helicopter before it does. And there it is. Kim looks surprised at the helicopter, which is a bit broken and old, wondering if it's really okay. It looks worn out. The director holds up his hand and says, "Not that one. The helicopter he'll be using is that one over there." They look surprised, and Yongsoo gets really excited. The director says this is the helicopter they'll lend them. It has to be something on this level. No wonder he said they consider them definitive allies. Yongsoo thinks it's amazing and says the Blackhawk is a helicopter not even a 3-star general always uses, and lending a Blackhawk in this situation made him emotional. He's already eager to fly it. The director says he was going to ask who would pilot and asks if he's flown a helicopter before, since he seems so knowledgeable about them. Yongsoo replies no, that it's his first time. However, it looks like 50 mana stones will allow him to pilot. The system notifies he's discovered a new transportation piloting mode, helicopter. He can unlock the ability to pilot this vehicle with 50 mana stones. Yongsoo says his ability is best driver. It lets him handle anything that can be driven or piloted, and he was waiting to level up when a registration notice popped up. It seems that if he hasn't piloted before, he needs to register to pilot, not leveling up, more like a registration concept. He asks if they understand. The protagonist thinks that's why the level up window didn't appear. The director mentions the mana stones and asks if they'll accompany him a moment. Kim is confused. The director opens an object containing many mana stones. The director says 200 stones are a gift from the army for the two of them. He had planned to surprise them at boarding, but thinks it better to give them now. They both thank him. Jong thinks it's a powerful appeal, and Yongsoo says he only needs 50, the rest he'll leave to whatever is needed. The system notifies that 50 mana stones are being used to strengthen helicopter piloting ability. Yongsoo says now he's got the hang of piloting, so let's go. Yeom thinks his expression looks scary and asks if he'll go slow. The pilot replies no. They board the helicopter. Yongsoo says there's still time before departure, they can prepare mentally afterward, and he'll warn when it's time to leave. The protagonist watches him, thinking he doesn't know what, but it looks like he's busy there too. It's strange to just stand still. Meanwhile, he'll check what he just got. The system notifies large mana stone X2, reinforcement stone X1. Each large stone can be converted into 100 normal mana stones, converting the 2 large stones into 200 mana stones. His total mana stone count is 1,393. Kim thinks he defeated many skeletons going back and forth during the rescue operation, but didn't expect to have gathered so many. Better level up now. The system notifies he's using 1,000 mana stones to level up subspace. Abilities can still be used during the level up process. Jong thinks now it's about where to use it. More notifications arrive about the reinforcement stone, fire attribute with penetration and ignition options. The reinforcement stone shares the same origin as normal mana stones, but has special properties. When using the awakening system, reinforcement stones can grant specific properties to objects. Yeom thinks of the message window that appeared when he got the large stone fragment and reinforcement stone. According to the window, unlike normal mana stones, the reinforcement stone fuses with objects and strengthens their properties and attributes. In other words, this reinforcement stone will give the fire attribute like that skeleton knight. The important thing is, he doesn't know how strong the reinforcement becomes, but considering that, it'll improve. The system notifies reinforcement is complete. Bowling ball with the description failed to load information. He can insert a manual description. The drone says he can register this item as new, asking if he wants to. The protagonist answers yes to register it, thinking what caused the most damage to the skeleton knight was the rain of bowling balls. He'll reinforce the bowling ball first. Yongsoo says they'll take off now, so prepare mentally. The helicopter begins to ascend. The director says he hopes they can rescue the whole family and return safely. Then Kim receives another system message. The level up is complete. New items available for unlock and additional reinforcement items. Now, item recovery. He can recover people registered in subspace. He can use mana stones to temporarily increase sending specs per item. New items available for unlock. Jong watches. Then his expression changes quickly as if very alarmed. The director notices the rotors spinning, thinks they're about to take off now, and figures, when they return, he'll need to get them to think positively about joining the army. They gave them a Black Hawk and even mana stones, but when they return, he'll try speaking again. Then he notices something, wondering about that expression. Did he do something wrong? More notifications arrive about unlockable items. Subspace Laboratory, which can use transformation function. Subspace Life Support System and item registration by category. The biggest weakness of Subspace ability is it can only store one object at a time. Jong managed by using the distribution center and a military base, which are non-standard objects, but he can't use or store anything beyond what's registered. Now he can register new objects into Subspace. The categories. More notifications arrive that he can only register items that fit the two registered categories, distribution center and military base. Yom thinks, category, military base. The helicopter he's in now is from the military base. The system shows the Black Hawk fits the military base category. Registration possible. Cost of registration, 107 mana stones. Then the director pauses, looks back, and sees a helicopter approaching, wondering why the two returned and if something's wrong with the helicopter. The helicopter descends and positions on the ground, and there are multiple helicopters. They begin to land while the other helicopter is still flying. The director looks confused. Elsewhere, at the wall nearly closing and surrounded by buildings, in another place, with a red aura around, someone is seated on a throne. It's the Skeleton King, saying that no matter how he thinks about it, it makes no sense. The level of permission to enter Earth's dimension is only 8. High-level beings must reduce their level to come here, as he did. And that arrogant, famous mage accepted lowering his level to come here. And yet, he invaded his area and eliminated Gawain. A floating skull says, according to what Gawain said before being finished, he tried to talk but was attacked immediately. He's definitely a dangerous mage. If given the order, he himself, Lancelot, will decapitate the mage's head and present it to the Night King. The king says there's only one reason for a high-level being to come. He must be trying to seize territory before the full release, just like himself. In that case, he's right that it's better to eliminate him. But since it happened outside the castle, there's no need to rush. What needs more attention is the harvest. It's a pity to have lost Gawain and the reinforcement stones, but they can get more. It's almost done. As soon as the harvest ends, they'll go after the mage. Lancelot agrees and says it looks like some humans have entered the castle. The king says he bets it's those annoying little toys again, but to forget it, the ceiling will close soon anyway. That just means more food for Camelot. Elsewhere, a bat opens its mouth but is struck squarely. Meanwhile, the helicopter continues flying, and inside, the protagonist thinks it looks even more destructive than the circular pillar, wondering if he should have reinforced that instead. Young-soo says they'll soon be near the location he mentioned, but they can't land now. Kim says if it's hard to find a place to land, he can use item recovery. The pilot says that's not it. There's a skeleton knight down there fighting another monster. The two opponents exchange blows, and one of them looks human. Jeong watches closely. The person clenches her fist and attacks, sending the knight flying and causing a huge impact. Young-soo says they're both incredible. If they go down now, they might have to face those two monsters. Yeom asks if even to him they look like monsters. The pilot answers, of course. And the protagonist says that's his sister, the one who just sent the skeleton knight flying. Saul, with fists clenched, says it's strange because she clearly felt her hit connect and wonders why he doesn't die even after taking so much. When she was a child, she once caught an MMA fight on TV by chance and became completely hooked. Luckily, she had a little brother. Saul hit him, knocked him down, and thought it odd. The guy in the fight she saw didn't fall that fast. She won, but she wasn't happy. Beating someone weaker wasn't the kind of victory she wanted. So Saul went to the playground to look for stronger opponents. But even kids 3 years older were too weak for her. Their father recognized her talent, and she experienced her first defeat. She recognized the pain of loss but was never weak. Competitive spirit, natural physique, burning passion. With insane talent, she learned many types of fighting. Boxing, kickboxing, wrestling, jiu-jitsu, and won championships. By first grade, she had no rival in the youth category. With tireless passion, she never spared herself in training. Her obsessive addiction to effort worsened to a critical level until she tore the ligaments in both knees. But Saul thought healing was taking too long and returned to training. She piled up more injuries, big and small, and before even recovering, she kept training and getting hurt. In the present, the protagonist continues narrating that last year at age 24, she finally debuted as a professional fighter. With her ability, she could have done so long ago. He asks if they can descend slowly so he can throw the bowling balls. Young-soo agrees, wondering if she's really a monster. Meanwhile, down below, attacks continue. The skeleton walks and says he wants to ask something, why his strikes don't land on her. Saul asks if he really needs to ask, saying it's because he's slow. The skeleton says no. Compared to the others, his speed isn't lacking. It's not about speed, it's technique. She must know some technique. The warrior asks about technique, saying it's nothing like that. She just watches the shoulder, hips, and foot posture. The skeleton says, so that's it. The basics are what matter most. He's learned something new. To be honest, if not for the difference in level, he would have lost to her. People like her are rare. If she raises her level, she could have become the best knight. So he'll let her go. There isn't much time. If she doesn't leave the castle, there's no escape from the end. He'll speak with the king to let only her leave. Normally impossible, but it's his small consideration for her having taught him the importance of basics. Then he's suddenly struck and shattered into pieces by a bowling ball. Saul is baffled and asks if he was destroyed by a bowling ball and how a bowling ball could break something even she couldn't. Mana stones begin to move, heading toward the portal. The warrior looks confused, then looks up. A helicopter approaches her and lands. Saul stands still, watching. The protagonist disembarks and says it's been a long time. He knew she'd be alive, and guesses that makes her number 2. The warrior is surprised and calls him number 3. Later, with a banquet on the table, Juyeon watches and asks if the ability she gained creates an invisible barrier. And while it exists, her physical skills grow stronger. While Saul eats, she answers no, that her physical skills were already good. It has nothing to do with the barrier. The nurse tells her to eat slowly or she'll choke. And Kim asks why she's always like that and says anyway, the 3 of them gained abilities and survived. Now they'll move to the next objective. Saul asks why he's using cheat codes and how it's possible. Jung answers it's a long story, but for now she can eat and rest a bit. He's already shown her how to use packs, so she can order what she needs, and says hi to Youngsu's family inside the subspace. Juyeon asks if he's going now. Jung says he has to. The castle ceiling will close soon. The nurse asks if that's the castle Song mentioned, saying she heard the wall was growing but didn't know it would close with a roof. Yom says when he entered with number 2, it was already closing, so they need to hurry. He wanted to gather more mana stones first, but they must escape before the ceiling fully shuts, and asks why it's so dark. The ceiling is getting closer to closing. The protagonist looks shocked. Nonetheless, they take off in the helicopter. Kim launches a bowling ball, causing explosions, but the wall remains intact. Jong wonders why it didn't leave a scratch. He realizes it doesn't look like it will reopen, and wonders if he should just store it in subspace. Then Yom thinks it's better not to. Better to be cautious. He already spent all his mana stones increasing the limit just to get the helicopter out. He thinks leveling will only get harder, so wasting them now is bad. He doesn't even know if a castle this size would fit, and wonders if it isn't just the castle, but all of Uljiro going in. Saul looks through the portal and asks if that guy was telling the truth. The protagonist asks which guy, and she says the skeleton he destroyed. He said she'd die if she stayed there, and that he'd let her go. Kim asks die how. The warrior says she doesn't know, he just said he'd talk to the Night King or whoever to let her leave. Jung asks, and then what? Saul answers then he was eliminated by the bowling ball. Yeom says that bastard Night King must know something, and that's bad. There isn't much time. How will they find the Night King in Yuljiro? Youngsu says don't worry, 5 minutes is enough. The protagonist says calm down, take it slow. The pilot, without hesitation, speeds up. Meanwhile, inside the castle, the king asks if Lionel was killed without even landing a single strike. Lancelot answers yes. The king asks if this could be the mage's doing. Lancelot replies that Lionel said so before disappearing, but in his opinion it definitely was. The king says the harvest is right there, and he comes interfering like this. From the start, his intent was to disrupt the harvest. In that case, there's no reason to wait, and asks where he is now. Lancelot answers he needn't go himself. It looks like he and another are coming here. Then the king notices a sound, looks to the side, and the helicopter approaches. Kim inside the helicopter is in bad shape. After the king sees him, he wonders if it's an undead. And wasn't it said he was a mage? Whatever it is, it came to the castle on its own, so it saved him the trouble of searching. Or maybe it won't even reach here because they'll never bring it down. Later, elsewhere, Ajong vomits heavily, saying he swears he'll never board a helicopter again. The nausea is on another level. A voice says to be careful. The monster opens its massive mouth to attack, and Saul punches it. Then, she charges in again. The monster is sent flying. They watch, and Yom gives thanks. The warrior says no, wait. She watches closely, saying there's something more. The protagonist asks what she means more. Sounds begin, louder and louder. The fallen monster raises its head, and behind it are many red eyes. Kim calls the pilot and says he thinks he needs to enter subspace. Saul says now this is interesting. It would have been disappointing if it were only one, and she goes ahead. She leaps, stepping on the bat's head, heading toward the others. The bats rush together, and the warrior smashes one in the face, hitting the ones around it as well. She keeps attacking them non-stop until one bat goes for her neck and bites her. Saul smiles and rips its head off, and as she keeps attacking them, she smiles with excitement. Jong watches and thinks she looks like she's enjoying herself. There are so many that it's hard to even see properly. He wants to help, but with them all piling up like that, it's a situation where he can't relax. There must be some way to assist. Then he notices something. Another system message arrives about cost 250, subspace laboratory with the transformation function available, along with subspace life support system. Another bat approaches to attack, and the warrior, without any difficulty, hits and defeats it, then calls for the next one. She notices they're distracted and asks why they're staring over there. Saul looks, and the system notifies about the giant electric insect repellent. Rarity: rare. Description failed to load, manual description possible with electric attribute options of penetration, shock, and provocation. The protagonist says performance is guaranteed. The warrior is surprised and asks what he's doing. Kim asks what else it would be and says he's helping. Saul asks if he calls that helping and says it's more like interfering. She was just getting into the rhythm. Jong asks if she's crazy, if this is some kind of competition, saying he knows she's a brute, but they need to finish them quickly. The warrior asks brute and points out how he talks to his own sister. Meanwhile, on the wall, the king calls for Tristan and asks if what he just said is really what he saw. Tristan replies, yes. He saw it clearly. Besides the mage who uses items, there was also a human who seemed to have abilities equivalent to theirs. The king says just one mage would already be enough to require gathering all forces, but now there's another person too, so he must summon him. Lancelot asks if he's sure it's fine, saying a level 7 in Earth's dimension. The Chamber of Commerce won't stay quiet if they find out. The king says there's no choice. The mage must be at least level 8. Even at the same level, a mage's power surpasses his own. And if there's someone with abilities equivalent to a knight at the same level, it would only mean defeat. Lancelot says he understands, and the king says he won't forget his sacrifice. Tristan says they're at his command. Mana moves with a stone. The king takes the stone and calls for his most powerful sword, Lancelot. Elsewhere, with wires moving around a weapon, the system notifies about the giant electric insect repellent. Semi-rare, manual description possible. Saul raises the item and says it's really good and asks if that's how he made that other repellent. The protagonist says yes and orders Pax to discard the rest. The warrior says this ability is totally broken, asking how that lab even exists. But either way, thanks for making the weapon. With this electric baton, it'll be easy to defeat monsters. Kim says actually, not really. He thinks when he combined the reinforced item with the other objects, it got weaker. The rarity dropped to semi-rare and the options came with negative penalties. Saul says semi-rare is still rare, so it'll do. Jong asks why she's scratching so much, says it looks like she got bitten by a mosquito. The warrior says no, but almost. She was fighting that bat-like monster and it bit her neck. It was fine, but after leaving subspace, it started itching. Yom asks if there's a chance she's turning into a vampire, then says, since subspace blocks external energies, it should be fine. Saul asks Vampire, what? The protagonist says, well, what if she suddenly feels like biting his neck? The warrior says no, but she does feel like hitting him for no reason. Kim says that's normal, she always did. Saul says if she does turn into a vampire, they have to kill her while she's still human. She doesn't want to become a monster. Then a voice says something about a renowned mage visiting such a modest little shop. The two realize something. It's the king, who also says the name Arcane must be crying, that he understands the illustrious mage had an outbreak of greed, and asks why he's causing trouble in other people's establishment. The warrior says they didn't even need to look. This is great. The king says it's best to answer properly. Even if he comes from Arcane, he himself has nothing left to lose. Saul asks what they're even talking about. Jong says he doesn't know either. The king says he was foolish to attempt dialogue, since it looks like he has no intention of talking, so he'll lose his life here. And he calls for Lancelot. The warrior says this is refreshing, perfect timing, and she wanted to test the power of this electric baton anyway. And this time, don't interfere. Lancelot approaches to strike her, and Saul charges in too, creating immense pressure in the area. Yeom covers his face, complaining about the dust. The impacts clash, and the skeleton's sword begins to break her weapon, which she realizes is the baseball bat she wrapped with her ability. She's sent flying, her weapon shattering into pieces. The protagonist observes and says that semi-rare broke too easily. Saul says no, it's not that the weapon is weak, it's that he's too strong. Kim thinks his sister rarely says someone is strong, but she said this guy really is powerful. He says he ran out of mana stones after making that baton and asks if he can grab and eat that mana stone. The warrior asks what he's talking about, saying mana stones belong to whoever picks them up first. Lancelot notices something, and bowling balls fly at him. The skeleton draws his sword, slicing the bowling balls in half, moving quickly. Jeong keeps launching bowling balls and Lancelot keeps blocking them effortlessly. Yom watches in shock while Saul rushes the opponent. Lancelot attacks, but she dodges and lands a punch to his face. The skeleton counters, she dodges and strikes again. Lancelot notices something and suddenly gets hit by a bowling ball full on. The skeleton remains intact and glares back. The protagonist thinks he's sure he landed that right on the head, wondering how there isn't even a scratch. This feeling is dangerous. He tells Pax to recall the product. The king orders them to pursue. Saul asks if he's interfering just because of a mana stone. Kim says no, it's that this guy feels dangerous. He took a bowling ball head on and is still standing fine. The warrior says this isn't someone they can handle. Lancelot immediately charges at him with his sword, but the shield blocks the strike. Saul agrees he's dangerous. Zhang tells Pax to wait. Drones approach, launching bowling balls, but even so, the skeleton blocks every attack. Yom, shocked, wonders how it's possible. He even blocks point-blank shots. Lancelot slices the attacks in half, preventing them from hitting him. The king watches and says, it's pathetic, hiding behind a dimensional portal and just shooting items. And it's not like he doesn't get it. If it were a fight between two level 8s, he must have thought he couldn't lose. And it's true that mages are strong, but that pride was his mistake. Lancelot is level 7. Attacks won't work on him. Summoning a level 7 will earn punishment from the Chamber of Commerce, but he already said he has nothing left to lose. When he came here, he'd already invested everything. If he couldn't summon Lancelot, they'd kill him and steal his assets. If he's going to die anyway, better to take punishment from the chamber. Still, he's a little disappointed to see such a weak performance. If he'd known, he wouldn't have bothered summoning Lancelot. Then the king notices something. Wonders when he gathered all that, thinking he really is a trickster. How many items does he have to not need to use magic? And why isn't he using magic? Wouldn't it be more efficient than wasting items like this? The protagonist wonders what to do about this skeleton knight. Since reinforcement and weapon crafting are tough, it's not like he hasn't defeated monsters so far, but as the subspace level increased, the amount of mana stones needed for anything skyrocketed. He wasted mana stones carelessly making weapons. In the end, he'll have to beat him with what he has now. And of the things he has, the strongest is the bowling ball. The problem is, he already confirmed live that the bowling ball doesn't work on him. And Kim wonders if all this is really inside subspace, thinking if he camps in front of the portal. The king says stop, and Zhang tells Pax to wait. The king approaches and says he's not a mage, he's human. A human who can duplicate items. A mage would never come to a place like this. Now it makes sense. And he asks if he knows what kind of ability he just obtained, and says for Lancelot to lower his sword because they aren't mages. In fact, they're potential partners in business. Yom asks partners. Saul asks what he's talking about. The king says they probably don't understand anything yet, so he'll start explaining. He needs to say first, the skeleton knights they encountered so far, he took reinforcement stones from them. And in this castle, those stones can be made. To be specific, this castle is an item called Camelot, which can create reinforcement stones using living beings as material. The protagonist wonders about those things. The king also explains that reinforcement stones basically increase item power, but can also be used on items with special abilities. For example, when used on Camelot. And he can summon and control the 12 knights linked to Camelot, including Lancelot, a level 7 standing right before them. The important thing is that reinforcement stones are valuable products, and he has the ability to copy. He asks if they'd unite to copy reinforcement stones. The king laughs and says there's no better opportunity than this. And of course, at first, it may take a while because of the nature of this item, which creates reinforcement stones by consuming living beings inside the castle. That's inevitable. But once production starts, he guarantees everything will become smoother and easier. And not only that, later, if they have the underlings do the refining, the protagonist cuts him off, saying that this item he just mentioned is very welcome. And thanks to it, everything is solved, and orders Pax to put Camelot into subspace. The Night King is confused and asks what he means by put into subspace and what is he. The king looks around in every direction, noticing they're no longer in front of him, and asks how that's possible. A voice asks if it was really that small. Saul looks at the core and says, it looks like a toy like that. Kim is holding the crystal in his hand. The king grits his teeth, asking how he dares steal his entire fortune. The crystal starts glowing, emitting a great light until an explosion is triggered. Smoke clears, and Zhang asks if his name was Lancelot and if he can eliminate the Night King himself. Lancelot answers yes. The king, frightened, says to wait, but Lancelot cuts him down without hesitation. The core shatters. After the king is eliminated, a crystal shines on the ground. Lancelot picks it up. The system notifies that when he inherited the Night King's dimensional account, it was transferred to Guillaume, Lancelot's master. The dimensional account is being opened early. Mana stones available, 3,086. The protagonist looks surprised and says it's an unexpected blessing. Saul says, 1,000. Kim, confused, asks 1,000 what? His sister replies that if he has any conscience, he should give her 1,000 of those and asks if he remembers she saved his life. Zhang answers he's grateful, but asking for 1,000 mana stones for that is shameless. If they're counting favors, he made weapons for him using mana stones. They'll make it 500. Saul asks how he can compare life with mana stones. Yom asks if she doesn't want to stay in subspace, and his sister says he really is being stingy. The protagonist asks if she doesn't even want 500. Saul, embarrassed, says she meant she was being stingy herself and thanks him for giving 500. Kim says that's how she should accept it, with gratitude. The warrior looks to the side and asks what they will do about that friend. Lancelot says that, as ordered, he brought the Night King's head. Later, inside subspace, Zhang thinks that no matter how much he explains it's not dangerous, who would really like living with a skeleton knight? Maybe because she's bored inside subspace, Youngsu's daughter, Li, really liked him. Jisoo apologizes and says her daughter usually isn't like this. She must really like him. Lancelot says helping his lord's companions is the same as helping his lord. He's simply happy and honored to be of assistance. Jisoo says she's worried her daughter will keep asking to play with him. Youngsu asks if his daughter wants to play with him, and a voice points out that even while playing, he's holding her carefully so she won't fall or touch the sword. Juyeon asks who wouldn't like someone so gentle and considerate, saying everyone can see he's a good person. Saul says even young, his fighting skills are decent. Jong asks about calling him a person, since he's not from Earth. Is it really right to call him that? His eldest sister answers it's just a manner of speaking. She then asks if he's going to Dobonggu now. Yeom answers yes, since his older brother's newlywed home is there. Juyeon asks if, even with so much to take care of, he isn't planning to leave right now. She says she hasn't seen him rest properly in recent days and understands he wants to hurry, but asks what if he collapses. Since it's getting late, why not leave when the sun rises tomorrow? The protagonist stays quiet and Youngsu tries to distract his daughter, saying this time her father is playing the role of the brave knight. The child answers no, that dad is always the same, boring. Jisoo says even she would hate that and to think of a more creative role. Kim observes and says it would be dangerous to move at night until Yujung falls asleep while her father carries her on his back, and he says he'll plan to leave at 6 in the morning. Saul says after making so much fuss about not liking her dad, she fell asleep so deeply she didn't even notice who's carrying her. Yeom agrees and says now he should create a place where he can rest too. The protagonist opens his hand with an item in it. It's Camelot. This is the palace of cursed knights, can be installed at any desired size, with installation costs proportional to size. Options: plasma sacrifice, can produce random reinforcement stones when matured or draw out contained life force. Phantom summoning, can summon Camelot's phantoms. Related costs consumed. Knight appointment, can appoint phantoms as knights. Related costs consumed. Kim realizes there are many interesting options, but what he needs to check now is this part. However, it doesn't show how many mana stones are needed for what size. He wonders if 12 people could live in the palace afterward. He didn't want it too small. Maybe 300 stones would be enough. Then they notice something sinister has appeared in subspace. Zhang asks if that size is enough for 12 of them. Lancelot replies that while adequate as a residence, it's far too small for his lord's dignity. Saul asks if this costs 300 mana stones, then how many thousands that damn Night King must have spent. Lancelot answers he doesn't know exactly, but probably at least tens of thousands. The warrior says so, that's what it takes to make it that big. Yeom thinks that even with such a massive Camelot installed, there were no side effects from storing it in subspace. He asks why she doesn't go rest her mana. Saul says she has something personal to ask Lancelot. She'd been waiting for the right time. And here it is. She has a request. She's been watching him for a while and his sword technique is very appealing, and she wants him to teach her a bit of it. The protagonist is surprised and Lancelot asks if he can make a request too, saying about the fist techniques she showed earlier he wants her to teach him that move. Saul gets excited at this, saying this guy has good eyes, asks if her training is really intense, and if he's sure, she can start teaching him now if he wants, and suggests they begin with a simple sparring match. Kim is surprised to see her so eager to teach a technique. The two start talking and Zhang walks off, thinking Lancelot has safely become part of the family. The next day, soldiers stand armed, communicating by radio. Yeom observes with his partner. Youngsu says it looks like they're not the only ones moving in the morning. The protagonist notices something odd until a sound is heard and something approaches. It's a helicopter, which positions itself on the ground. Someone steps out. It's Director of Operations Yu Seoncheol. Kim says they've met again so soon. The director says yes. They've been looking for them for a while after seeing Uljiro's walls disappear. Zhang asks if they've been searching since the walls vanished overnight, and if he's sure he didn't come to persuade them again. Yu answers of course not. He came to deliver important news. He must not travel by helicopter. The first corps that staged the coup took control of the anti-air base and is shooting down everything that flies. According to Yu Seoncheol, this was the situation after they left. The Joint Chiefs headquarters tracked the First Corps based on documents and information delivered by Lieutenant Colonel Han, but the First Corps was gradually expanding influence from Dobong to Seongbuk and Gangbuk. They confirmed even the capital defense forces had been absorbed. They sent reconnaissance drones and troops to determine exact numbers, but during investigation, drones kept being shot down. After analyzing the crash points, they confirmed a powerful defense system had been established in the area from Seoul National University to Hankook University of Foreign Studies. The director says although it's a difficult situation due to strict security in that area, he remembered he mentioned going to Ujeongbu and rushed to find him, saying if he's going there, he'll need to take a major detour through Namyangju. But honestly, since he's not sure of the situation there either, he hesitates to even recommend that route. Yeom says he had been planning to cross by helicopter. That could have been dangerous, and thanks him for warning, saying he's very glad he managed to be warned quickly. He thinks this is worse news than expected. Yu asks about the walls and if he captured the Night King too. The protagonist is distracted, thinking that if the goal is simply reaching Ujeongbu, a detour through Namyeongju may be possible. But he must pass through Dobong to reach Ujeongbu. They said their influence expanded as far as Dobong, so conflict is inevitable in the end. The problem is those guys who staged a coup even in this situation. In some ways, they might be more dangerous than monsters. So now, his older brother, his wife, and his parents are enduring threats not just from monsters but also from rebel forces. And there's no time to lose. Then Kim calls Lancelot with his eyes closed. Jong opens them and says he had asked if they captured the Night King. Yes, they did. That one right there. Seong is shocked to see him and asks if that's a skeleton knight. Yeom says he's one of them now. Since his older brother's newlywed home is in Dobong, conflict with the rebels is inevitable. This guy will be of great help, and he asks if they'll plan together how to crush the rebels. The director replies, of course, and thinks it's incredible. Elsewhere, goblins are armed, people lie fallen and locked inside cages. The goblin stays alert while people remain trapped inside. Lancelot observes two goblins talking, though he can't quite hear what they're saying until he notices something. The goblins keep walking as they talk, and Lancelot hides behind a tree. Phantom Summon is one of Camelot's options. Knights in Phantom State cannot make physical interference, but likewise cannot be interfered with physically. They have the freedom to pass through walls or fly through the air. The cost to summon a Phantom consumes 1 reinforcement stone and 500 mana stones, the same cost as appointing a knight, though it isn't mentioned in the description. If summoned in Phantom or Knight form, he can switch between forms without additional cost. In other words, Phantasmagoria is currently the ideal means to spy on enemy territory. So, Lancelot, in Phantom form, scouts the enemy's land, identifying troop scale, anti-air weapon positions, and enemy features. Based on the information gathered, the plan is to create a strategy to wipe those bastards out. Since there's a limit on Phantom movement distance, they move them just beneath the enemy territory up to University 00, where government forces are stationed, and then begin reconnaissance. Lancelot completes the reconnaissance in 2 hours and 30 minutes. The protagonist, surprised, asks if part of the soldiers' bodies have been transformed into goblins, and if, on top of that, they've locked people in cages as sacrifices numbering over 200. And if they're saying that when that person arrives, the world will end, the brigade commander, suspected of being a key executive, is at CO University, and if they'll recruit additional personnel in Banghak, and if there are 9 anti-air weapons in total. Lancelot confirms it's all true. Lee asks how this is possible. The director says he suspected they were plotting something given the strict security, but never imagined they were keeping civilians captive. Kim says from what he heard, it seems they joined the rebels willingly, and asks what their objective would be to keep civilians imprisoned, and who the high priest and that person are. The knight says that although he doesn't know who the high priest and that person are, the reason for keeping people captive is probably to obtain repulsive force. Lancelot explains that all dimensional beings have levels they call hierarchy. Repulsive force is the power that hierarchy possesses, or think of it as the right to be safe against lower beings. As hierarchy numbers decrease, they have stronger repulsive force. For example, hierarchy 9 attacks won't reach hierarchy 8. Of course, as he himself has experienced, it isn't absolute. Jong thinks about that skeleton knight from that time. Saul asks if they're sacrificing people to gain hierarchy. Lancelot replies that based on past experience, it's certain. However, using sacrifices to gain hierarchy like this is originally a method used instinctively by beings of low intelligence to climb hierarchy. In other words, a kind of shortcut. And when lower dimension beings use these shortcuts, it usually means they've made deals with higher hierarchy beings. Yeom asks about deals. What kind of deals? The knight replies he's not sure about that part either. The protagonist says so. He's saying they're not just sacrificing people simply to gain hierarchy. Lancelot replies yes. The warrior says that either way, those bastards are already plotting something using people as sacrifices. Nothing difficult about it. They'll just go wipe them all out. Kim asks if it could be solved that easily. Why would they be doing this? Saul asks if he can't just end all of them alone. Yu says it seems their plans are more dangerous than expected. The knight's confirmed intelligence is excellent, and just discovering the brigade commander's location and the anti-air weapons, which are crucial to this operation, greatly increases chances of success. The problem is their defensive line is much stronger than expected. As soon as the operation starts, they'll surely request support from the First Corps, and if the First Corps joins, the probability of it turning into a large-scale war is high. A large-scale war is dangerous without intelligence on the First Corps, so they must seize quickly before support arrives. But to seize quickly against that scale of armament and troops, they currently need to request support from nearby units. Though they could attack quickly from the air using Mr. Zhang's ability, it's nearly impossible due to the anti-air weapons. Yom thinks there's no time to wait for reinforcements. Bangkok is where his older brother's newlywed home is. They need to finish this before they get there. And since Lancelot is Hierarchy 7, he could finish them all alone, but the area is too large for him to handle by himself. There's a high chance of it becoming a large-scale war if the First Corps support arrives. The knight says, if the anti-air weapons are the problem, how about summoning another knight? The protagonist replies that summoning knights requires reinforcement stones and mana stones. He has mana stones but no reinforcement stones. Lancelot could be unsummoned to recover the reinforcement stone to summon again. But even so, since it wouldn't increase forces, it makes no sense. Above all, unsummoning him to summon another knight doesn't feel right. It would be nice if reinforcement stones could be copied, but mana stones and reinforcement stones can't be copied. Lancelot says he remembers there was a reinforcement stone obtained from capturing the Night King. Kim says he doesn't remember retrieving a reinforcement stone until he recalls the moment he held the stone, saying there was one that the knight retrieved and he didn't personally pick up. Maybe he forgot, and asks which knight. Lancelot says the 12 knights of Camelot are excellent knights with skill and loyalty, so he won't be disappointed with whoever he summons. But Bedivere seems appropriate, once called an unparalleled genius archer, a knight specialized in ranged attacks. Zhang says then he can't resist and asks if he needs to meet him right now. Elsewhere, with bars and people lying in cages, someone calls the orange-haired girl. The girl asks if it's her. The goblin replies yes, and asks if everyone in the cell is in bad condition, and if she wants help to escape, saying he's not testing her. If she does just one favor for him, he'll help her escape, until the goblin's head is suddenly decapitated. The girl looks and sees it's a knight who just cut him down and the cell is open. The girl leaves the cage and asks what's going on. A ball is thrown toward the goblins. They look and ask what that is, saying something like a bowling ball is flying. Then they say to wait. Realizing it's coming their way, a huge explosion is triggered. The goblin on the other side asks what that sound is, and they say something is exploding somewhere. Explosions erupt. The knight picks up the flaming bowling ball, positions it, looking for the next place to throw. And before that, Lancelot says there's something he didn't mention, that Bedivere has only one arm. The protagonist says they said he was an unparalleled genius archer, and with one arm? Lancelot agrees he was indeed a genius archer. It's an old story. Long ago, when Bedivere served directly as a knight of the Duke, his arm was cut off by the captain jealous of his extraordinary talent. Since then, instead of a bow, he carried a thick leather strap and mastered throwing stones and spears, becoming one of Camelot's 12 knights. A short but sad tale. Kim says even so, asks if he can destroy those anti-air weapons from that distance with the stone throwing. Lancelot says having fought alongside the knights for long, he knows their combat capabilities perfectly. Based on the enemy territory reconnaissance, Bedivere and himself are enough. In the present, the flaming bowling ball is launched by Bedivere, causing a massive explosion. Elsewhere, a goblin looks out the window, seeing the explosion, asks what's going on until one of them falls to the ground. The goblin is confused until he notices something. Lancelot approaches, easily eliminates him, and says this isn't a place anyone can just enter. At that moment, the system notifies that 4 mana stones have been obtained. Total mana stones now 2,686. The protagonist realizes with a dimensional account, mana stones are collected automatically without manually retrieving them, but wonders if this accumulation speed is right. The system notifies that 5 mana stones obtained, then 8 stones, and the total is now 2,788. Kim wonders if he's doing this right. Yongsu asks permission. The bowling balls keep being thrown and causing explosions. Zhang says that's the signal they said they'd give after destroying all the cannons. Li says there are reasons to be proud of the Order of Knights, and the director says that both his strategy and Bedivere's technique, if all the knights have such capabilities, then there's no need for special forces. Yongsu says exactly, they are truly extraordinary knights, and it's better if they move as well. Yom observes and thinks about special forces. Smoke spreads across the sky. Bedivere says this is complicated. He's already destroyed everything needed and even gave the signal. The archer looks at the leaf and asks where exactly Commander Lancelot told him to go afterward. If it's in that direction, why he marked it there. If only he had a horse, he could just go and see, and says he'll follow his intuition. A goblin is struck in the face by Lancelot, who walks up to the fallen enemy and says controlling his strength is a real challenge. It's better he speak the truth before being unintentionally killed, asking who taught them those tricks, where that person is, what their plan is, and the size of the 1st Division's forces. The goblin says he knows a lot about them, he'll tell, and his name is Tanatia. Lancelot asks about Tanatia, the goblin replies yes, and that he is so grand that someone level 8 like him doesn't even come close. Lancelot says it's the first time he's heard of him, and asks what an eliminator being wants with them, what exactly their plan is. The goblin replies he doesn't know. The knight kicks him. The goblin grits his teeth and runs off, jumping from the building, joining the others and twisting his ankle. A subordinate goblin runs up asking if he's okay. The goblin replies to bring his bike. They answer yes. Lancelot leaps to the ground and says, "Fleeing is useless." The goblins say to protect the commander he can go, and they'll handle it here. The knight says it's impressive how they sacrifice themselves, even at a time like this, but their judgment is still goblin level. They reply it's better to be a goblin than have an empty head like him, and give him a hint. It's better not to underestimate them so much. There are some level 8s in the main force too. If he had devoured just 10 more people, he'd also be level 8 like them. Lancelot asks if all who became goblins did the same as him. The goblin replies, yes, they're smart people adapting to a changing world. The knight eliminates them and says, at least it makes it easy to identify who must lose their lives. The commander looks back at plasma spraying and goblins on the ground. The commander is frightened until he notices something, looking up. A helicopter approaches, and Young-soo says he'll land right now. The protagonist says it's dangerous to land, he should enter the subspace like Saul. The goblin carrying the commander says even government forces have arrived. What will they do now, until that goblin is also struck? Plasma splatters on the ground. One of them bites into the plasma. Kim approaches after landing the helicopter and mutters, asking what he's doing. The goblin eats the core. Lancelot notices and realizes he's become a level 8 being. The goblin looks back. Jung says he became level 8 and asks if he gave up being human. The knight says it seems so. In the rush to level up, it's an irregular method. And on top of that, level 8. The goblin lets out a loud cry. Yom asks his partner what his own level is, and Lancelot replies level 7. But he doesn't even need to get involved. Bedivere can handle it alone. The archer throws the bowling ball and says it's good he followed his intuition. Plasma splatters, and the system notifies that 322 mana stones have been obtained. Current mana is 3,542. The director runs up and says thanks to the 2 knights who destroyed the main facilities. Eliminating the remaining enemies and rescuing civilians is going better than expected, and asks where the commander is. Then Yu looks to the side and realizes he's been eliminated, saying this can't be. The protagonist asks if he found anything about their plans. Lancelot apologizes, saying aside from the name Tonatiuh, the high-level being who had contact with them, he couldn't find out more. Kim asks about Tonatiuh. The knight replies yes, and it's the first time he's heard the name as well. Zhang says it's another unsolved mystery. Yu says they may discover something if they investigate the documents in the building where the commander stayed, and asks where exactly that building is. The knight replies his room was on the 4th floor of that building behind, but there will be many documents to review. Seong says that's fine, they've done enough in this operation, leave that to them. Yeom calls for Pax and asks if he can store all the documents and maps of that building under the military category. The system notifies it's calculating costs. Approximately 5,086 documents, 120 mana stones required. The protagonist says Pax can do that alone, no need to trouble themselves. The faster they find the families, the better. The system notifies that incompatible documents with the military category were detected. Items excluded from storage. Kim asks about these incompatible items, until a paper appears in his hand, and Zhang asks what it is and if it's a dimensional registration form. Lancelot says this is a document that allows for a level increase. Yeom says one is a bit crumpled. The knight explains the one in good condition is official, the crumpled one is irregular. The protagonist asks if he means even having the proper method at hand, he still became a goblin. Lancelot replies that probably he couldn't register properly at the time through the normal method. As written in the document, to register an existence in the dimension, mana stones and a dimensional account are needed. Earth's dimension is just beginning to be explored. At that time, no one could have met these conditions, and his lord is a very special case. After all, he obtained the dimensional account by eliminating someone of level 8. Anyway, this official document shouldn't even exist now. Since they have the document and the conditions are met, he asks what he thinks about registering, because if he uses the official document, there's no risk of becoming a goblin. The dimensional existence registration form adjusts automatically to each dimension, so if he can read it in normal language, it's an official document. Kim looks at the paper and says it requires 1,000 mana stones. He signs, and the system notifies that dimensional existence registration is complete. A light is emitted, and Zhang asks if that's all. Lancelot replies yes. Yom says he's curious, but forget it, and asks where to send the documents. Later, someone approaches on a bike, calling for the commander and apologizing for being late, saying it took long because it was heavy to carry, and it's the goblin noticing the commander dead, saying it can't be. The archer observes from above and asks what that is, wondering if it's a horse. The number of documents in the military category is about 40,728 pages. They were worried about the families, so checking all those documents together wasn't an option. They decided to search for the families. The operations chief agreed to examine the documents. The protagonist says they'll return after finding the rest of his family. The director says he sincerely hopes all the family members are safe. Kim thinks this move was calculated to avoid rebels mistaking them for government forces. He heard the rebels occupied Dobong, so it's better to drive, and says it's too dangerous for Yong-su to be at the wheel. It makes sense, considering that only the two skeleton knights and himself can move, planning to use a civilian vehicle. As long as they don't look like soldiers, they should be fine. However, they ran into an unexpected problem. Only military vehicles existed in the subspace. Jong wonders what to do. He was sure there'd be some. For now, they'll use electric bicycles and search for a vehicle along the way. It's slow, but they have no choice. They can only hope to find a drivable vehicle. Bedivere approaches on a bike, and Yom asks where he got that bike. The archer replies that Guy talked about it, said it belonged to that red-haired goblin there. It looked fun, so he took it. The protagonist wonders about the brigade commander's bike, and then the system notifies it's using 22 mana stones to store this object under the military base category. Mana stones remaining. Elsewhere, goblins stand armed until they notice something and ask what that is, if it's a bike, and if someone was supposed to come since they didn't hear anything about it. A goblin aims his weapon and says he doesn't know who or where they came from, but this isn't a place just anyone can enter until a bowling ball is thrown, hitting him and knocking him to the ground. The other goblin is confused. Then Lancelot approaches on the bike with a sword, attacking and decapitating him, and they ride off on the bike. The goblin nearby notices and asks about a bike, saying he hadn't seen anyone familiar riding one like that around. Later, the bikes stop in front of a building. They go up to room 1405. The protagonist starts knocking on the door saying it's him and asks if anyone is inside. Kim keeps knocking on the door asking if anyone is there, until he stops knocking, looks, puts his hand on the doorknob, opens the door, and is faced with everything around destroyed and broken. Jong calls for his brother again and for his sister-in-law. Lancelot says he'll go ahead. They walk. Yom looks to the side, wondering what could have happened, since it doesn't look like they were attacked. It looks more like they abandoned the house and evacuated somewhere, until the protagonist notices something on the ground, and it's a piece of paper. Kim opens it and sees the names of all his brothers, saying he doesn't know which of them will read this letter, and since the phone isn't working, he's leaving this note in case any of them show up there. They decided to go to Ujongbu. Given the situation, he can't guarantee they'll be safe, but it's also close to his in-laws' house. He doesn't know when they'll see this letter, but for some reason, soldiers outside are kidnapping people, dragging them away by force. There doesn't seem to be any problem inside the house. The archer says there's no one hiding there either. The knight says they're taking adults and children regardless of gender. And Jong continues reading the letter, which says it's dangerous to stay around there, and they'll do everything they can to survive, so he hopes they survive too. Yom finishes reading and thinks that thank God it seems they left before the First Corps occupied that area, and tells Bedivere to show this letter to the people inside the subspace. The archer replies, yes. The protagonist thinks he doesn't know when his brother wrote that letter, but if it was when the First Corps began occupying this area, it's not the worst-case scenario, not the worst. If the First Corps started occupying Dobong, they'll soon be in Ujongbu too, and tells them to leave first. They need to hurry, so he'll take the lead this time. The knight asks if he's okay, saying he seemed restless before, as if he might have developed repulsive force, which is why he asked to drive earlier. When they leave, there's a helicopter with a goblin piloting it, saying unidentified individuals and a skeleton confirmed, proceeding with elimination. The goblin starts firing non-stop in their direction, until it stops. Smoke clears and Kim says it startled him and hurts more than expected, and it seems repulsive force is confirmed, and to store that armed Black Hawk helicopter in the military base category. The system notifies it's using 141 mana stones to store this object in the military base category, remaining mana stones 2,447. The goblin watches confused, asking how he's fine after taking machine gun fire. Could he be level 8 until the helicopter vanishes and the goblin falls to the ground completely confused, making a loud noise? And Jeong calls his partner saying they can't waste more time, thinking they've already eliminated a good number of rebels on the way there, and now with a Black Hawk with missiles and weapons, he just hopes they're safe. A voice says the high priest declared he would distribute the sacrifices based on the number each of them brought. That was a few days ago, and they're running low on sacrifices even if they gather them quickly. The goblin asks why he couldn't even take down that one, what was he doing, and if he has to intervene like this. His partner replies that Park Hanjun's team already has 300 sacrifices. 300. The goblin apologizes and says, really? Unless it's level 8, it's not easy to take down that building. The partner says then he should have asked to borrow some goblins. He should have thought of a plan. The goblin says he'll clean it up there. When they reach Yeongju, he'd better work twice as hard to meet the sacrifice quota. The brute says he was just a goblin now, anyway asks if he heard him, and says to go and crush it. The giant monster beside them opens its huge mouth, lets out a loud roar and charges until it notices something to the side. Loud noises. The goblins look and ask what those things are and what they're talking about. The protagonist approaches with his knight on a motorcycle, shouting at them to get out of there, because this is his own house. Lancelot, behind on another bike, draws his blade and cuts the goblins into pieces, causing heavy impacts. Even the giant is eliminated and collapses to the ground. Meanwhile, inside somewhere, a voice asks what's happening out there. If the situation outside is really that bad, a voice asks his father why he's like that. Did something happen? The man replies that Zhang is there, but he came riding a motorcycle with a skeleton. The man thinks both good and bad things only exist when there are people around. When he was a child, his mother hammered that into his head until he couldn't stand hearing it anymore. Living life, he found there wasn't a single false word in it. The reason he could get back up after business failures and scams was because of the people who stayed by his side, because of love. That's why he raised his children, teaching the importance of love. Watching his children, once so small, grow up, he developed a dream. He dreamed of building a large, spacious house where he could live together with his children. But when he started studying construction, something he had never learned before, he found it incredibly difficult and complex. The costs involved weren't small either, so the dream remained just that, a dream. His children grew well, his eldest son newly married, his eldest daughter a nurse, his youngest daughter an athlete, and his youngest son just discharged from military service. The future seemed bright, until the monsters appeared. Fortunately, since he ran a hardware store, they managed to survive the monster attacks, but the situation wasn't good. They had to worry about food, ration water, hide like rats, avoiding neighbors who came to steal food and monsters. In that situation, the first to arrive was his daughter-in-law's family. Not long after, his eldest son and daughter-in-law also showed up. He could imagine how they got there. Thanks to his daughter-in-law, who awakened the alchemy ability, household tasks became a bit easier. At some point, instead of monsters, soldiers who had turned into monster-like beings began prowling. These monstrous soldiers dragged civilians indiscriminately, men, women, young and old. They were isolated, but not by choice. And around that time, he awakened his ability. He doesn't know how his shelved dream manifested that way, but he was grateful. And then, with his daughter-in-law's ability and his own, they managed to survive. In the present, still in the same place, goblins talk. The man watches through a hole and says yesterday some soldiers were prowling in front of the house, and now they've brought those monsters with them. This time, it seems they're determined to completely destroy this place. But he was prepared for it and made a passage in the back so his eldest son can take the others and go through the passage. Seong-gyeom asks what about him. His father replies it's an emergency exit he made in case of collapse. He's not sure if the end of that path is safe. At least it's better than waiting there to lose their lives. His wife calls him. The man says he'll leave after everyone has escaped, so she doesn't need to worry. Until they hear noises, and the man says it seems they're starting to move. They're out of time. Go now. He'll hold off those monsters there until he notices something. The woman asks what happened. If the situation outside is really that bad, Seong-gyeom asks why his father is hesitating. Did something happen? And that's when the man replies, it's not that, it's Zhang who's there. But he came riding a motorcycle with a skeleton. Outside, the protagonist approaches with his knights and thinks this is definitely their house, and wonders about all those metal plates and stakes. But that's not what matters now. What matters is if his family is beyond that. Someone opens the door. Kim looks surprised. His father asks if it's really him. Zhang starts crying hard and runs to hug his family. His father looks startled. Yom gestures for him to calm down and opens the subspace, showing his sisters are safe and eating. They look outside, realizing their family is safe, and start crying. Later, in the subspace, they are eating, and the lady thinks no matter where it was, she always had confidence in her cooking. But that stewed mackerel is several levels above hers, until the lady watches and wonders if she's a professional chef. Jisoo says she's glad it seems to please the taste. The lady thinks she can't back down now and says since she made such delicious food, she'll prepare a refreshing dessert for him this time. The lady finally slices green grapes and gently places them on cream, on top of the cheesecake, and the special eliminator dish is ready. Mom's tiramisu with fresh cream and green grapes. Jisoo tastes it and is surprised, finding it very delicious and asking how she made it. The lady replies there's nothing special. Someone approaches. The old man asks what his name is. Lancelot introduces himself. The old man asks if he knows how to play Jangi. The knight asks if he means the board game and says, well, in his hometown they're famous for dissecting monster corpses. He's handled organs before. The old man asks what he's talking about. Says he's asking if he knows how to play Jangi. Looks like he doesn't know, so he can grab a chair and sit. He'll teach him what Jangi is. Seong-gyeom says to take this. The protagonist observes, realizing it's an enhancement stone D, with attribute with no options, penetration, and explosion, and asks why he has that. His older brother says he saw a fight between a monster that looked like a rhino and another that looked like a griffin. The griffin-type monster won, bit the other, and left. He found that in the corpse of the rhino monster, and he probably needs it more than him so he can use it. Kim says it's too useful for him to refuse and thanks him. He'll make good use of it. Seong-gyeom says no need to thank, he's the one grateful, and as he said before, if he needs something, furniture or whatever, just ask and use it. Jeong says he already spoke with his sister-in-law's family, so they should feel comfortable too. The older brother asks if he's even taking care of the in-laws and says he's touched, that he really has matured since being discharged. When he was little, he was always crying after getting beaten up by Sol. Yeom says that, to be honest, he'd still cry if she hit him now. Seong-gyeom says that if he did one thing right, it was being born before Sol. Anyway, he thanks him, says he'll talk to the in-laws again, and make sure they're well taken care of. The protagonist looks at the scars on his face and thinks that to imagine they endured so long with only his father's and sister-in-law's abilities, they must have gone through so much, but his abilities seem quite useful. Then he calls for his father. The man, smiling, says he's truly happy, not only because the whole family is safe, but because thanks to his ability they can eat until they're full in such a safe place, and asks if he knows that both good and bad things. Kim finishes by asking if only exist when there are people around and says he knows, and that if he were alone, even with his super powerful ability, he wouldn't have come this far. When he started helping people, he wondered why he was helping others. But then Young-soo told him something, that even if he awakened this ability, in the end, everyone is fighting in the same way. That's when he realized that the reason he helps people, and others help him, is because everyone wants their families to be safe. His family must be somewhere out there too, possibly needing someone's help, and he hopes someone like him is there to help them. They can help because they put themselves in each other's place. No matter what abilities they have, in the end, they're all just people. Everyone feels pain when hurt and fears the end. They help because they're all in the same boat, and he asks if otherwise that would be too insensitive, and if his father doesn't think so. The old man says he's proud that he's his son, and the protagonist says he's grateful that he's his father, and that he must be tired so he should rest, and that he himself should also be leaving soon. Somewhere else, papers are being sorted and someone feels relieved saying that it's about done. It's the director, who also says everyone did a good job and that they can take a short break. The soldiers say they thought their eyes were going to pop out until someone opens the door and calls him, saying that just now a skeleton knight riding a motorcycle called Bedivere passed by, and he said to inform them that the Lord went to Paju. Yu asks about the Lord if they mean Jong and why he would go to Paju, until he says to wait because the First Corps is stationed there. Then the director shouts in shock and asks if he went to attack the First Corps. Elsewhere, with the sunset setting, they pass by on their motorcycles and Kim says it's a pleasant day. Somewhere else, Sol is wearing boxing gloves, staring forward and begins punching the sandbag, making movements with her leg to hit it and keep striking. And with the warrior's enormous strength, the bag is split in half and sent flying, and it's not just one more destroyed bag. There are several beside it, and Sol orders Pax to add more sandbags there and asks why he's not bringing them faster. Pax replies that the current deployment speed was set by Jeong. Meanwhile, Seong-gyeom is playing video games and asks why Sol is so irritated. Ju-yeon replies that it's because Gyeom didn't let her go out. Even though he knows she has abilities, he said weapons and tanks are too dangerous or something like that. She convinced her father to install a sandbag, and she's been hitting it since earlier. Her brother asks if Sol also awakened abilities and wonders why she wants so badly to go out despite the danger. The nurse says to leave her alone and also says that Seon said there was an injury on his face. Seong-gyeom puts his hand where he's hurt and says, "It's fine. It was just a scab. It will heal if he just leaves it," until he notices something about his wound and asks when the scab disappeared. Ju-yeon says the scar wasn't even that serious. He's being dramatic. Her brother says it was, and that there was still a scab there, just yesterday. The nurse says he shouldn't say it hurts with so little and asks if he knows how scared she was at the hospital, and says there was this chief of internal medicine called Jin, and he was using his ability to control people, intoxicating them like brainwashing, and she had to be careful with every move to avoid being affected. The cook comes to the door and says it's time to eat. Ju-yeon immediately gets up and runs off. In another room with murmurs, the lady says it's time to eat. It's Lee with his daughter in his arms playing with the old man, and the lady says the menu is kimchi stew, and they should eat before it gets cold, and asks where the father is. The old man replies that he probably won't eat, and the lady asks why he won't eat. The old man sitting says it's strange, and he said he was new at playing, and how is he so good? He really can't understand that move, no matter how he looks at it, and asks if he thinks he should ask him to teach him then. Elsewhere, tanks start firing as they move, causing explosions, smoke dissipates, and a light is emitted. Missiles are launched by the protagonist, causing even more intense explosions and destroying the tanks. Kim observes and thinks that until now, he was careful not to use weapons with great explosive power to avoid harming others. But according to Lancelot's reconnaissance, the place where the First Corps was holding civilians and where the main rebel force is located are separate. According to Lancelot's plan, he himself will handle the hostages while taking care of attacking the main rebel force. In other words, there are no civilians there in the main rebel force where he is now. Conveniently, he had stored a Black Hawk with missiles, separated only the missile in the interdimensional laboratory, enhanced the separated missile with the enhancement stone his brother gave him. In addition, he finally enhanced Pax's basic deployment ability, range 100 m with maximum deployment speed 300 kilometers. The missile was already powerful. With the enhancement, it became even more incredible. With that power, collecting mana stones should be faster. The mana stones required for subspace level 4 were 10,000, and he says that by now he should have collected well over 2,000 stones. The system shows the mana stones possessed, which total 1,890. Zhang, not understanding, asks why there are only that many stones and says he definitely heard many ding-ding sounds. More notifications arrive that according to platform rules, 45% of earnings are paid as fees to Tonatia of the Mexica dimension. According to platform regulations, 25% of acquired mana stones are paid to High Priest Kim Bong-su. Yom says about Tonatia of the Mexica dimension, High Priest Bong-su, that name sounds familiar somehow. Then the protagonist remembers when Lancelot said that besides the fact that the high-level being who hired those guys is Tonatia, he couldn't discover anything else. In the present, Kim notices someone approaching, and it's the knight, who says that all the detention camps have been destroyed. Bedivere arrived, and he himself is the only one joining him there. Bedivere will help in the escape of the people, and asks if he's hurt anywhere. Zhang says it was a good job and he himself is fine, and asks if he said that the high-level being who contacted the rebels was Tonatiu. Lancelot replies that's right and asks why. Yeom replies that this guy Tonatia and this so-called High Priest Bongsu keep intercepting his mana stones. They say he's Tonatia of the Mexica dimension, and asks what the hell the Mexica dimension is. The knight explains that in the Mexica dimension, it's probably the name of Tonatiu's home planet or civilization, for example. Where he is now, his lord is called the Earth dimension. The protagonist asks if then this high priest is a traitor offering people as sacrifices to another planet. Bongsu thinks that he wondered what all those notifications were, but this doesn't look good and wonders how mana stones can be deposited into the dimensional account so quickly. Because besides that, all those huge explosions earlier with no helicopters or jets, not even the sound of something being fired, and wonders where such powerful weapons came from. And above all, why no one has come to report yet. Where is everyone and what are they doing? Until suddenly he's struck and thrown away. Someone approaches him calling him High Priest, and it's Kim, who asks if he was the commander then, and says he thought he was going to die climbing those stairs. Mana begins to flow from Bongsu's body, making his body move strangely and healing. Zhang, surprised, asks what that is. Lancelot replies that he's regenerating and that he wondered what those dark red smoke clouds rising from all the detention camps were, and now he understands. Yom asks if that was there. Bongsu fully regenerates and gets up saying this is incredible. A human and a skeleton knight. And on top of that, a skeleton knight showing total loyalty to a human. The protagonist says he's also surprised that a goblin is speaking the human language. Bongsu says it seems he met the soldiers. They transformed into goblins by hastily consuming mana stones. It's a side effect of trying to gain power quickly before their bodies could adjust. Even though he gave them behavioral guidelines personally, they still grew greedy. Seeing that he has a dimensional account and that he must be 8th level too, and he doesn't know where he got the investment, but they'll talk soon, and he has a proposal to stop this distribution and leave this place. And then he also won't hurt him. As he can see, he cannot eliminate himself and could eliminate him right now if he wanted. The reason he hasn't eliminated him despite the power is because he himself would also suffer damage. Fighting now would just be a waste of time. Lancelot says he can't even scratch them, let alone eliminate them. Kim wonders what his game is, since he's suddenly proposing peace. And if he really can eliminate him, he doesn't know. He'll have to try. If he can't eliminate him, it's probably because of the smoke. And wonders again what that smoke could be and if it's remnants of human sacrifices. Because Lancelot said he saw it at the detention camp, but he didn't. If he had at least seen it, he could try to deduce how it works. Zhang notices that now that he looks, there's dark red smoke gathering in the sky too, and asks what that is rising into the sky. Around the place, everything turns red, and they look surprised to see an eye in the middle of that smoke in red. Yom wonders what that is and if it's a high-ranking entity. Bongsu says he seems to be in shock and thinks it's his first time seeing a high-level entity, and they're not even approaching to investigate because of the rank restriction. But Lord Tanacho is different and will come there in person, and only he himself is the one who can make this happen, and asks if he realizes how foolish he was and says he'll still give him another chance. He realized his abilities are too good to be wasted, because if he kneels and begs, he might grant him the place as his right hand until his head is cut off by the knight, who also wants to know how a mere goblin dares try to stand above his master. Bongsu smiles, regenerates again, and says he already told them it's useless. No matter how much they eliminate him, he'll always come back to life, and asks how hollow their heads must be not to understand, and if they don't realize how much he could help them. Lancelot replies that he doesn't realize and actually doesn't care. The only thing that matters is his master. He will eliminate all who are a threat to his master. Bongsu says his head really is empty and tells him to go ahead and eliminate whoever he wants. The knight replies no, that he's changed his mind. Since he won't lose his life, even if he's cut down, he'll just use him as a punching bag while Lancelot keeps striking. Bongsu immediately regenerates and says, not bad. His punches are strong, but useless. He himself has the blessing of immortality. The knight still insists on hitting him and says even if it doesn't work, he'll make it work. Bong-su says to wait a moment, but Lancelot, without thinking twice, keeps hitting him non-stop. The protagonist watches and thinks that the knight is doing his best, but he won't defeat Tanatia. He'll just keep coming back infinitely. Dealing with this guy, even without trying, is probably impossible, and wonders if there isn't some way, if at least there were a way to stop his regeneration. Until Kim gets an idea and thinks about subspace, and calls his knight ordering him to bring him there. Lancelot drags him while Bong-su says he can't breathe. The knight throws him in and the system notifies that Bong-su is trying to enter subspace and asks if permission is granted. Then more notifications arrive that entry to subspace has been granted. Ju-yeon happens to be passing by right then and asks what that is, and if it's number 3 and if he's already back, the system notifies that unidentified energy from outside has been blocked. Bong-su enters, the nurse screams in terror, but someone holds the monster asking not to attack. And it's Saul asking what that is and saying, that's not number 3. The warrior looks to the side and says, there's number 3, she runs toward him. Yom starts shouting desperately to close it quickly and removes Bong-su's permission. The goblin is thrown back out. Saul stares grimly from inside subspace. The protagonist also manages to exit subspace and thinks he was more scared than of Tanatia, even if it was really quick. The system notifies that ownership of the dimensional account has been transferred. He already possesses a dimensional account. Monostones will be automatically combined. Current monostones are 14,823. Kim calls Bong-su a bastard and asks how much he stole in fees to have that many stones. And Jong also realizes that Tonatia's tax is no longer showing and wonders if maybe he looks up noticing it's no longer red and the high-ranking eye is also gone, and Yom says they left. Lancelot says he said only Bong-su was capable of summoning Tonatia. He believes his lord must have some sort of medium connection with those two. Having failed once again, they probably won't want to come back. The protagonist sits on the ground and says, thankfully he retreated. That's already good enough. He thought his heart was going to stop. Even without fighting, he's exhausted. A voice calls him asking if he's okay. It's the director along with his soldiers saying that, except for the essential people, they brought all the awakened and units able to fight, and asks if perhaps they're late. Kim replies no, that they arrived just in time, and the soldiers ask the commander where the bodies are, until they notice a goblin destroyed on the ground and ask how it ended up like that. Jung thinks it's been a while since he saw them storing a weapon on their back, until the radio says this is 2nd Campaign Captain Commander Kwon Daeok, reporting reconnaissance of the first body area. All rebels were found mummified and it's confirmed. All are neutralized. This area was cleared. Operations Chief Dang says reconnaissance is good and to maintain alert status, focus on rescuing citizens and handling the situation. The commander says it's fine and he doesn't know how he did it, but it seems Master Zhang once again resolved the situation. Yom says he just managed somehow and isn't sure about that mummification. The commander thanks him. The protagonist says it was nothing. The director says he also should have said earlier first, when they just asked him to join the military, he only realized now how foolish they'd been. They thought they were benefiting him. Not only were the benefits useless to him, they underestimated their abilities and influence. Considering the military situation, they couldn't have been more incompetent. He knows it's shameless, and yet asks if he could help the people and says he knows it's shameful to ask now. But there are still many people in difficult situations. Some lost loved ones. Some are badly wounded. Others are anxious for not having awakened abilities. They know most of the damage caused was due to government and military incompetence. That's why they need his help. Kim says it's not a deal, it's help, and that he can say this clearly. He has no intention of joining the military, so helping or not is his own decision and choice. He'll make that clear. The commander smiles, the two shake hands, and the director says of course, and that he can expect also to receive military assistance anytime he needs it. Dang turns on his radio and says, in recognition of his great contributions to strengthening the national armed forces and neutralizing the rebel army, they hereby confer the honorary rank of colonel to Zhang. But from this moment on, all military personnel without exception must pay respect to the honorary colonel, cooperate when necessary, no response required, and all field link contacts on standby should disseminate this information. Zhang says they didn't need to go that far. The commander says then they'll handle the cleanup and finish off the remaining situation. It's getting late and he should rest. Yom says it's getting late and they can rest and not swear loyalty to him. And if it makes him uncomfortable, he's free to ignore it. The protagonist walks and says, this is tiring. His knight also worked hard, they'll rest a bit. Lancelot thanks him for his hard work and asks about Bedivere. Kim says to wait, since there's a recovery function. And a notification arrives that the recovery function doesn't work on items that have already gone beyond a certain distance, that he should get closer and use the function. Jiang asks if that's how it works and thinks number 2 is right in front of him and says it won't help and they need to move. The knight says he will. Yom says no. Since he can use the recovery function, they'll go together. They can level up packs on the way. More notifications arrive that 1,000 mana stones are used to increase subspace size, and he can still use the ability while progress is ongoing, remaining mana stones 4,823. The protagonist says he just thought of something. The soldiers should be rescuing civilians and handling the situation, and asks what Bedivere is doing. Meanwhile, the archer picks up a paper and says he found it and knew it was a good idea to move, and asks who would have thought they'd find this kind of document in a building they entered out of boredom, and says his lord will be pleased if he brings it to him. And Bedivere asks why this place has so many documents. This is already the third. The system notifies about subspace evolution. With progress 45%, he can still use this ability during the evolution period. Kim looks at the papers and asks the archer if he found all these documents. Bedivere replies yes. Jong says he understands and thanks him. And with that, in subspace, Sol is glaring, saying she's been waiting and asks about the dimensional entity registration form. Ju-yeon says to go ahead and defeat them for herself. Since they surprised her, Yom shows her the document and the warrior asks what it is and if it's the dimensional entity registration form. The protagonist replies that he stopped her from going out because he was worried she'd be in danger. With this, she'll be able to fight safely like him. And he wants to see her kicking the monster's asses, and asks if she didn't think he was just holding her back to annoy her, and thinks he's safe. Sol says it says here she needs a dimensional entity. Kim says he forgot about that until he's punched and sent flying, crashing to the ground. Jong immediately gets up and runs off, thinking thankfully it didn't hurt. The system notifies that subspace evolution is complete. New unlockable items and new enchantment options are available. New healing effects applied in subspace have been slightly increased. The nurse says he served well and for none of them to interfere because it's just sibling love. Number 3 is already at level 8 anyway, so no matter how much Sol hits, it won't hurt. Lancelot says that's correct until Ju-yeon notices something and that the knight isn't well, and shouts that something's wrong with the knights. Yeom asks what she means. The two knights collapse on the ground, trembling badly. The protagonist immediately approaches them and asks what's wrong. Lancelot replies he doesn't know, and suddenly his body started itching like crazy and burning. Ju-yeon wonders about itching and burning. The knight says honestly he's been feeling that itch for a while, but not this bad. The nurse asks about the itching and burning, if it's like poison ivy or something. Sol says that thinking about it, there was a spot itching where she was bitten, but it's completely healed now, though it itched a lot before. Kim asks poison ivy and if it's healed. The system notifies about the subspace life support, the subspace evolution is complete, and the subspace life support system is now active. Jong, startled, wonders if this recovery could have been there all along and if that's how it's supposed to work originally, and what he should do since it doesn't feel right to send them into subspace. Lancelot says that when he was in Camelot, he felt fine. More notifications arrive about the plasma ritual, which can produce random enchantment stones, for example, by aging and tapping into the vitality contained in the stone. A stone is invoked by hitting the knight on the head and falling to the ground. Yeom picks it up and says that this white enchantment stone just dropped. It seems it was just created. He didn't see the blue enchanted stone being made, but based on the circumstances, it seems to be produced earlier. The two agree that's probably the case. The protagonist says he understands and thinks plasma ritual is one of Camelot's options. He thought it only worked when he used it, but it seems to operate automatically. Yet he doesn't feel any burning sensation, and wonders if the effect of the plasma ritual doesn't apply to the item's owner. Lancelot apologizes for showing such a shameful side of himself as a knight. Kim says no, that he must have endured so much pain, that it's himself who should apologize for being so forgetful. Either way, he feels better there. The knight says much better. Jong says he understands, and from now on, it's better for him to stay there when entering subspace, for his sake and theirs. Lancelot says just imagining that simply staying there would be helpful, he couldn't be happier. Bedivere thanks him. Yeom says he's the only one who should be thankful and thinks that the subspace life support system and Camelot's vitality-draining plasma ritual, these two systems with opposite characteristics, create a fantastic harmony of perpetual motion. However, enchantment stones that can be produced infinitely, endless evolutionary scaling of abilities, even these powerful abilities strengthening and their application radius expanding, he doesn't think he can take down that guy yet. He needs to get stronger, and for that he needs to know his abilities well and learn to use them efficiently. He evolved subspace, so now he'll check the new functions. Elsewhere, a voice asks if it's true. The director asks if the rebels disguised themselves as the national army, wore the national flag, and lured people in to be sacrificed. Han replies yes, and that they even had a performance-based system, giving magic stones as rewards for bringing in more people. Yu says it's a good thing the colonel handled it. They really were at the breaking point, and for now, he understands, and will report to the colonel about supplies and additional food as written, selecting essential troops and sending the rest back. The lieutenant says understood and long live the nation. The director looks to the side, noticing a light, and stands still observing it until a system message arrives. Yu sees that the system notifies about an announcement from the multi-dimensional Chamber of Commerce. During the recent free exploration period, internal and external projections were conducted in the Earth dimension. The dimension created 13,117 cases of internal projection blessings. Various people received this message saying that through 17 cases of induced negative growth targeting free traders, the dimension demonstrated enough growth potential and profitability for the multi-dimensional realm. Saul asks what they're talking about. Notifications continue arriving, saying that in this way, the multi-dimensional Chamber of Commerce evaluated Earth's growth potential as sufficient grade. Based on that, the second exploration project proposal also received a lot of attention. According to the Chamber's detailed opening strategy, in 7 days, an official bidding contest will be held for all regions of Earth. Inhabitants of other dimensions and of Earth who participated in the proposal will select representatives for each region. The representatives will compete for profit potential according to the rules established in the bidding contest. If other dimensions win, they will install portals in the corresponding regions to benefit future explorations. If Earth's inhabitants win, they can obtain separate rewards. Detailed information about the bidding notice will be announced by region 24 hours before the competition begins. They look forward to your support and participation, Earth's inhabitants. Sincerely, the Multidimensional Chamber of Commerce. The protagonist asks if they're coming in full force. Saul says no and asks what this is. Juyeon asks if someone's playing a prank. Kim replies he doesn't think so, and that the document that made him rank 8 also had Multidimensional Chamber of Commerce written on it. The lady asks about this Chamber of Commerce and if all the monsters so far were sent by them, and what kind of place this is to keep sending monsters. Are they aliens? Who gave them the right to talk about exploration, bidding, and competition? And if they think this is some lawless playground. Jung says he's not sure about that, but at least they know this chamber doesn't take any of them seriously, talking about project proposals and bids and all that. Above all, the fact that the bidding competition is organized with rules, like some kind of game across the whole planet. The system notifies that the chamber has selected him as Seoul's representative, and if he accepts the position, he will participate in the bidding competition as the representative of that region and can receive detailed information about it. Juyeon asks what this is, representative of Seoul, and says she didn't get any such message. Seongkyum asks if being the representative of Seoul means he'll be going to the bidding competition. The lady asks what this bidding competition is. The eldest brother replies that he's also not sure what it means, but looking at the context, it seems they'll be competing against alien life forms from other dimensions. Everyone stares at him as notifications keep coming, saying that in addition, if he accepts the position, he can select up to 100 members, including himself, to participate in the bidding competition, and asking if he accepts the position. Yeom stays silent. Elsewhere, the director asks if it's really true. The protagonist replies yes, that he became Seoul's representative, so they're telling him to recruit 100 members to face alien forces that will invade Seoul. So for now, he included number 2 and the knights who can fight first. As a precaution, he also registered family members in subspace, so they just need to gather around 80 people. Yu takes his hand and says that this is really a good thing, and to be honest, he was a bit worried about who would become the representative when he heard about the bidding competition. With him as representative, he feels more at ease. He shouldn't be doing this right now and should take a look at it. The director hands him a notebook. Kim asks what it is. Yu replies it's a simple list of awakened individuals and the abilities that the general staff chiefs identified. Since he said he needed to find 80 people to fight alongside him in the bidding competition, Jong thanks him and says special class snipers will handle this. The director doesn't understand and asks about special class snipers. Yeom replies yes, and that regardless of being awakened or not, they don't know what kind of monsters may appear in the competition, and they know who they're up against. When he accepted the position of representative, he got detailed information about the competition. They worship the goddess Eames, and their specialty is construction and production of weapons based on divine power. Better than explaining, it's faster if he sees for himself. Notifications appear about incoming messages, advanced news about the MS dimension. A knight says that the goddess Eames shines with compassion, and that the primitive barbarians will receive the holy hammer filled with divine light. The system also notifies the list of Emmy's Dimensions competition participants. Rank 8, Sharam, Ramirez, Diff, and Medianus. The protagonist thinks that the sacred knights of Ems, armed with shining weapons and armor, are the alien life forms he'll be facing, and wonders how exactly they'll fight them. He thinks about the details of the bidding competition, which he can confirm by accepting the representative position. To summarize, 1 hour before the competition begins, both sides take their positions and have a waiting period. During this time, a barrier is created, making it impossible for either side to attack. This wait period is preparation for battle. The Eames dimension enters with a portal core, and when the competition begins, the portal core will automatically crack after 12 hours. Destroying this core before it cracks is Earth's victory condition. Conversely, Ames wins if the portal core cracks. In other words, the victory condition is to destroy a portal core. They won't just try to defend the core, just like themselves, they can see the participant list from Ames. If Ames can also see their list, since most of their team is composed of rank 9 individuals, they probably think they're faster on offense. In reality, they need to split attacks and destroy the portal core at the same time. For offense, they can form a team with himself, Lancelot, and Saul, so that's not the problem, but defense. They'll need to block the attacks of those rank 8 opponents. Yu says that long-range firearms will be effective in blocking the attacks, so he understands why Zhang asked for experienced snipers, but in real combat they won't be effective against those rank 8 beings. Zhang tells him not to worry about that because, in fact, he evolved his ability last night and remembers when he thought he needed to get stronger. To do that, he must understand and use his ability well. After testing the abilities, no completely new functions were added, but there were supplementary functions to enhance the existing ones. More notifications arrive about the subspace laboratory that he can check information with results or product combinations in advanced mode, can run simulations for enchantments or product combinations. In other words, it's the ability to briefly check the performance and full form of a product through simulation before creating it in the subspace lab. In the present, Yom wonders what kind of weapon he should create using this function and thinks it needs to be even easier to use for non-ability users, a weapon that can easily eliminate rank 8 beings even if they're not ability users. After much thought, deliberation, and research, the weapon the protagonist created was enchanted firearms and ammunition. At first, he tried to enchant only the ammunition, but when he fired the weapon, it destroyed itself. Then he tried to modify it with recoil adjustments, but in the end, he had to enchant the weapon itself so it could withstand at least 3 shots. Kim, with the weapon in hand, says that anyway the strategy is to stockpile these 3-shot weapons, defend against enemy approach, and destroy the portal core to win. The director drools over the weapon and says, as expected of him, and he'll make a list of experienced snipers for him, they'll prepare. And so the 1-week preparation period began. While snipers checked their shooting skills, weapon exchanges, and tactical postures in preparation for the competition, Zhang quickly built a fortress with the architect ability. The director looks at the blueprint and says, this wall is a masterpiece encompassing Joseon-era fortification techniques, using natural and processed stones and increasing stability with embankments. These corner columns increase defense, and the parapets at the top have holes for shooting arrows or weapons. The attack team strengthened abilities with the magic stones obtained from monsters. As a result, Saul managed to increase her barrier's range to a certain distance from her body, and Juyeon managed to use area healing. The protagonist thinks that when he evolved his ability, it became very useful, so giving it once to his sister. This is even more useful, and says that now she can fulfill her role as an awakened too. Time passed quickly. An hour before the competition, at the National Assembly building, subspace opens there. The knights walk together, and one of them carries a core. Kim looks through the telescope and thinks that's the dungeon core. The elder asks how it is. Jeong says it's exactly like in the video, but something feels strange. Yeom also notices they're building structures near the National Assembly building. Looks like they're building 2, probably to protect the portal core, and asks if they think they build better than him. He thinks the competition starts in an hour and wonders what's the point of building now, since it's not like they can finish in an hour. Then the protagonist notices something, looking down and realizing the knights are there. They say they saw his list. There are some rank 7s and 8s, but most are rank 9. Kim wonders if they'll attack once they reach the defensive line. The knight says the goddess said there is mercy and salvation for the weak. Acting in the name of her words, they must demonstrate mercy and salvation to them. They'll show mercy by ripping out their tongues while alive. Then they'll utter more sins and grant salvation by letting them repent through hard labor. Zhang says that's quite an impressive speech worthy of holy knights. But if they underestimate them just because they're rank 9, they're in for a big surprise. The system notifies that the competition is about to begin. The knight says to advance for the goddess Eames. The commander orders all units to open fire. The snipers aim their weapons and start shooting at them. The knights are hit and ask if it's rank 9 beings, and tell each other to use their abilities, Ames barrier, and say they don't know what kind of weapons these are, but the shields are very powerful and that they can endure. Since they're using long-range weapons, sooner or later they'll run out of ammo. If they endure, the victory will be theirs. The soldiers immediately switch weapons and say on the radio they've used 20% of the weapon supplies. Yom thinks it's going better than he imagined and tells them to continue. They'll start moving. Lancelot gets on his motorcycle with the warrior and replies, understood, they move. The knights notice them moving and say it looks like they're aiming for the portal core and that they can ignore it since the core won't be destroyed anyway. For now, they should focus on holding position. They seem to have more weapons than expected, but once reinforcements arrive, they can advance step by step. Just hold out a little longer until reinforcements come. The archer up high prepares the bowling ball and launches it, making it roll far in the direction of the enemies. The knights notice something approaching until an explosion happens. The protagonist observes from afar and thinks he's doing a good job in the middle and says, "Now all that's left." Kim looks ahead at the statue and thinks that at first when he saw them building something, he thought it was pointless, and wonders what speed is this, because it's absurdly fast, and if the speed is that high, then it's even more meaningless, and says, "Implanted missiles." However, the missiles are fired at the statue, smoke dissipates, and the statue remains intact. Jung says that even after being hit by enchanted missiles, not a scratch, only sparks. In a moment like this, it's better to store it in subspace. The system asks if he'd like to store the unfinished statue of the goddess Emes in subspace. The elder near the statue shouts that his land is pasture given to the goddess Emes, and they're just bipedal cattle, who should be grateful to lick Emma's boots. But what foolish actions are these? The guards beside him say it's dangerous and he needs to hide. The elder says he must speak the goddess's words and cleanse sins. The guards say if he really wants to speak, it's better to do it while hidden. The elder asks if he committed a sin and why he has to hide to speak. Yeom observes behind them, beams, a construction material warehouse, and smiles, ordering packs to store it. The system notifies that it's storing the Emes dimension, temporary construction material warehouse in subspace. The elder looks terrified to see the warehouse is no longer there, then looks to his opponent's side. The protagonist opens subspace and asks his driver if he doesn't want to pilot a helicopter again after so long. Yong-soo asks if that's out of nowhere, and says he'd love to if he could fly, and asks how he can help. Kim replies that in fact there won't be much flying involved, he just wants him to take them as high as possible. The driver says he always wanted to try that and for them to go for it. Lancelot and the warrior notice something approaching them and their spears. Saul activates her ability creating a barrier, but the spear breaks the barrier and continues towards her, but Lancelot quickly blocks it with his sword. The warrior asks if these spears they're throwing don't seem unusual, since she leveled up enough to block even her brother's enchanted bullets, and yet Lancelot says they're really not normal. However, it's not enchantment. Saul asks what it is. Lancelot replies that he heard about it before. There's a dimension with a technique that has effects similar to enchantments on items. The knights keep throwing their weapons and say for sure these guys looted blessed materials and should keep attacking. Lancelot says they seem to call this technique blessing. While Lancelot blocks the attack, he explains that the building materials must have been treated in a similar way. That's why they resisted his master's attack. When the spear approaches them spinning rapidly, the warrior grabs it in her hand and asks if he's saying it's an insanely strong weapon. Ji-hong inside the helicopter watches her with the spear in hand. Yong-soo says the number of spears coming has decreased a lot, they're about to take off. Yeom says to take them as high as possible. The helicopter goes up and the protagonist looks out the window at the statue and thinks that this goddess's staff is also a blessing, in a way, a great blessing from Earth's dimension to the Emes dimension called the goddess's staff. The statue is destroyed, smoke dissipates around the place, and something crashes onto the ground. The system notifies that the residents of Earth's dimension have won the competition in the Soul region, destroying the Ems dimension's portal core. Rewards will be distributed to the Earth dimension residents who participated in the bidding competition. Bidding competition victory reward. Dimensional accounts issued to all 100 participants, with the victory bonus 5,000 magic stones distributed according to contribution. Trade rights in the Lettal dimension, previously held by Eames, transferred and allocated to Soul's representative. Dimensional accounts were issued to all 100 participants, with a victory bonus of 5,000 magic stones distributed according to contribution. Without hesitation, Kim registered Yong-soo, no .1, no .2, and his father as rank 8. Then a paper fell from above onto the ground. Jong picked it up, wanting to know what document it was and where it came from. More notifications arrived about trade rights in the Lettal dimension, previously held by the Ems dimension, being transferred and allocated to Soul's representative. Then a portal was invoked. The elder asked what that was and Saul asked if it was a portal. Yeom replied he wasn't sure either, that it wasn't a portal he himself had created, and wondered if it could be something related to the trade rights mentioned in the documents. The protagonist walked up to the portal but wasn't authorized and was told to check his authority. Kim asked what that meant, saying they gave him the trade rights but now he had to register as a business. The system asked if he would like to sell the business rights to the multi-dimensional Chamber of Commerce, and said that if sold, 10,000 magic stones would be paid as the sale price. Jong, confused, wondered what that even meant, since the trade rights for the Lettal dimension, given as a reward by the multi-dimensional Chamber of Commerce, couldn't be used because he wasn't registered as a business. Yeom wondered if since he couldn't use them anyway, they wanted him to sell them for 10,000 magic stones and said, forget it. And the more he looked at it, the more he thought they were nothing but a bunch of thieves, asking if they really called this a reward. The protagonist thought more and realized that the multi-dimensional Chamber of Commerce had been unfair from the start, from participating in the bidding competition organized by them. And even in that competition, all the opponents were rank 8. They won the competition under forced circumstances, favorable to the opposition and unfavorable to them, and now they wanted to hand out a reward that was nothing but a scam. A voice said that even if he had to throw it away, he wouldn't let them profit from it. If it weren't for him, there would have been many casualties. The elder asked what was going on. Kim replied it was nothing big, just that he got a useless portal he couldn't even use. Juyeon asked if there wasn't anything urgent now besides paperwork because, if there wasn't, she was going to finish treating the wounded. Jung agreed and apologized to his father for pulling him in right after winning the bidding competition, saying he must be tired. The elder said no, that it was fine. If it meant he'd get stronger, he should finish the paperwork, and asked if it was done now. Yeom replied yes, that everything was ready, and he'd open the portal for him. Sol said she thought she'd train a bit with the spear. Youngsu said he'd finished some races he hadn't been able to on the console, and the elder said he was going to rest. His body hurt after moving around. Then, while walking, the father noticed something. It was building materials. The elder asked what that was. The protagonist replied that he forgot to mention, but they were infinite. Kim smiled, seeing his father excited, and thought that, speaking of which, he wondered what the results of the competitions in the other regions were. Since considering the 12-hour limit, the results probably wouldn't be out until night. The system notified that all competitions had ended and showed the detailed wins and losses. Then, in the meeting room, Jong said this was disastrous. Youngsu said he hadn't expected the results to be this bad. Yom thought some places had an even ratio of wins and losses, but most had far more defeats. The situation around the world was very grim. The director said that, fortunately, the situation in Korea was relatively good. If it was Incheon, they could resolve it quickly by concentrating forces, and since Incheon was close, they could leave as soon as ready. A soldier opened the door, apologizing for interrupting the meeting, saying they had received an urgent radio transmission from the 17th Division in Incheon and thought the commander needed to see the report. Yu took the paper and asked what it was and read that they were defeated in the competition, sharing information gathered from a quick battle. The enemies were identified as lizardmen from the Sabros dimension, and the portal had already opened in Chinatown. They seemed to be a well-trained military force engaging in ground and aerial combat with superior mobility. The artillery brigade and direct air defense company were annihilated in battle. Combat ceased about 2 hours before the competition's end. Until now, the lizard men had stopped fighting and were currently reorganizing forces, with troops constantly coming out of the portal. In addition, they formed reconnaissance teams to secure movement routes, suggesting preparations for large-scale troop deployment. After tracking their movement routes, it was estimated they were heading towards Seoul. This was the reason for the urgent radio transmission. The director said that was the report. The protagonist said it looked like they were planning to move straight to Seoul. Youngsu said something was off and asked why they were trying to come to Seoul. It was unlikely they were after him since they probably didn't know his exact location, and there was no bounty for capturing him. Lancelot thought about it. Incheon that had lost the competition, and Seoul where his lord was. More notifications came that from now on, the names of victorious regional representatives of Earth's dimension would appear above their heads. Saul asked what was that out of nowhere, because if it was about representatives, then it was him, but said there was no name. The protagonist said that was true and asked if he wasn't the regional representative. Lancelot thought no. If his lord weren't the regional representative, the competition wouldn't make sense, and wondered why he couldn't see it, thinking this was the only case where it might not be visible. The system notified that according to the multi-dimensional Chamber of Commerce's detailed opening strategy, travel of rank 7 beings through the portals installed on Earth was now partially permitted. Saul noticed and said, wait a minute, and asked if he had just reached rank 8, and if that meant she was going to be stuck in subspace again. More notifications arrived that additionally, dimensions that had acquired trade rights by winning the competition could create additional portals in the corresponding region by eliminating Earth Dimension's regional representatives. Youngsu said it looked like they had to deal with rank 7 beings. The director agreed and said it looked like regional representatives were going to be targeted, that it seemed like a kind of territory-taking game. But the good side was that the colonel didn't have a tag above his head. Lancelot noticed something and asked for a moment, then the knight jumped out the window, flying up, and looking to see that in the sky it was written, Regional Representative. The protagonist also looked up and said it wasn't that it hadn't appeared, it was just so high they couldn't see it. The warrior said that at that size it was perfect for the lizard men to target. Kim said wait, that he had a bad feeling about this, and asked if those lizard men hadn't said they recognized the forces even before the competition ended, and said that, like clockwork, a new rule had been added, and asked if it didn't seem like they had prepared knowing the rule would be added. Saul replied maybe, and Lancelot said yes. They must have known a new rule would be added. However, instead of preparing to target Seoul's representative from the start, it seemed they were preparing for the next battle itself. Maybe, since they had experience with these competitions, they were familiar with this type of rule. In any case, the situation wasn't good. There wasn't much time to prepare for their attack. Jong said he knew something was missing, and now they were dealing with experienced professionals. The warrior asked if there wasn't a way to prepare. and if he couldn't just hide in subspace. Lancelot replied it wouldn't be that simple. Of course, he wouldn't be in danger because of them, but they could try using other people as hostages to lure him out and split their forces to swallow other regions first. Yom agreed and said it wasn't about hiding, but about stopping them. He didn't think they would just stand still and let them attack from subspace. In the end, they needed to stop them somehow. If he himself was the target and his location was exposed, he asked if they couldn't use that to lure them. A voice asked about luring them. The protagonist replied yes, that they would lure them to a place advantageous for themselves and stop them there. The director listened carefully and said that securing the location, deploying troops and weapons, and establishing defensive lines, if they could do all that before the lizardmen's attack, that would be the best option. Speed was crucial. Yong-soo said not to worry about transportation, that he could minimize the time as much as possible, that they weren't to lose and to go right now, and asked where they should go. Kim replied that was the problem. He hadn't thought of the location yet. After the protagonist says he hasn't thought of a location, everyone falls silent and Kim wonders what kind of place would be advantageous, and thinks it's simple. Terrain that minimizes damage to their side while maximizing damage to the enemy. In other words, a place where he can unleash his powers freely without involving bystanders and affecting only the enemy. Guyang Bridge, the bridge controls movement, and the surrounding ecological park has no residential areas, allowing him to go all out. Even if they try to cross other bridges, there are no tall buildings nearby, so Bedivere can spot them in advance. With M's dimension materials, his father's construction skills, Pax's summoning ability, and the laboratory function, they can manage it easily, and something he learned while building the Eames dimension material warehouse also came with M's spears. A voice asks if that's material too, and the elder says he'd make a great barricade. Saul says she was once a coveted talent for the track and field club he knows. Zhang thinks Bedivere said he could throw spears too. Several spears are piled high with the warrior and the skeleton. Meanwhile below, the elder is hammering something. They quickly assembled the structure and positioned the archers first. They had to create walls linking the steel beams. In addition, they placed barricades made of reinforced spears around the construction, trying to block ground approaches as much as possible. Yeom thinks they said they were fast both on land and in the air, so they must at least try to block the ground. The total work time is around 4 hours. This miraculous 4-hour feat was possible thanks to his father's construction skills and Pax. It was going smoother than he thought. When everything seemed to be going well, they neglected 2 things. First, reptiles are good swimmers, especially the Han River, which is 1 kilometer wide, giving favorable conditions for a stealthy approach, even under Bedivere's sight. Second, the vegetation was more lush than expected. Creatures watch from afar, and one says it doesn't understand, asking if M's dimension really lost to creatures like this, since even though they're known for defensive capabilities, on top of that, all those expensive materials were stolen and are being used this way. They won't be able to show their faces in multiple dimensions for a while. If they use this well, they might be able to get something more out of them. Since then, making good use of the spears they grabbed last time, maybe they can get some armor this time. The creature calls for General Rakkus and says General Yatu said he's ready to move too. Rakkus asks if that's true. Meanwhile, on the bridge, Bedivere notices something. Until he looks to the side, Saul also looks and is surprised to see creatures approaching on flying beasts, and a voice yells that the enemy has appeared. The creatures charge in herds and shout that it's for Sabros, revenge for Emmons. The protagonist is startled and asks how they got so close. The soldiers start shooting at them, knocking some down to the ground until they throw something, and the general warns to be careful, because those guys are throwing Emez materials. A creature blocks and calls out to Rakkus, saying they're insulting them by throwing dimension materials. It'll be hard for the troops to use them, and tells them not to fear and advance, calling Yatu forward. A monster says he is Yatu. He only knows how to advance but never falls, and who can stop him? The monster opens his huge mouth and a light attack approaches, plasma dripping from his face, and he says it's impressive, but not enough. Kim asks if that isn't enough either. Lancelot thinks of 2 rank 7 beings, but that big guy is just advancing without any particular technique. The dangerous one is the other and says this looks like a tough fight. The good news is that attacks are effective against the big guy. By the time he reaches the structure, they'll be as good as defeated, so don't stop attacking. They must keep him busy. He'll handle it. Zhang says he understands and for him to be careful. The knight advances and says he understands. Rakkus sees him coming until he's attacked. Lancelot holds on and a voice asks if the general is alright. Rakkus replies yes and not to worry, to keep advancing. It seems this one has business with him and his courage to advance against 2 enemies alone, and that strike aimed precisely at his neck is impressive. It's been a while since he's met a true warrior and asks his name. The knight answers with his name and the general says it's a good name and he gives his own name, saying he knows his goal is to keep him occupied. The reason he's cooperating despite knowing the purpose is simple. It's because he's a true warrior. It's the nature of a warrior to want to face strong opponents when he finds one, and asks if he'd like to duel to the end with him. Lancelot says if he doesn't value his life, he accepts the challenge. Rakes says that's the spirit, now they're compatible with his. The knight says to wait and asks if he plans to fight on the back of that lizard. The general answers that's right, and not to say he thinks it's unfair, because a duel to the finish between warriors is about testing who is stronger. Lancelot says he understands, so in other words, asks if he's trying to compensate for his lack of skill, and since he's put his life on the line, he can understand his side and won't mind even if he wins, and for him not to worry and come to him. Rakes walks closer, and the knight asks if now they're not speaking the same language. While soldiers shoot, creatures are hit and fall to the ground. A voice says they're trying to climb the building and to shoot. The gunfire continues until the lizard opens its mouth and the bullet lands right inside it. Then a soldier falls to the ground after being attacked. His partner beside him says to get the wounded and cover them. More are approaching, and they need to stop them from entering, until someone grabs a spear and throws it, hitting the lizard's back and knocking the creature riding it to the ground. Saul steps on its face and says she'll hold off those trying to enter the building and for them to keep shooting. The opponent approaches her. The warrior clenches her fist and strikes him, pushing him back, and immediately soldiers fill him with bullets. The healer uses her ability and says to bring the wounded there, and they just need to hold out a bit longer until another opponent approaches with a flying lizard but is hit head-on. Yet still many continue to approach and soldiers keep firing. Some fall until a herd charges. Bedivere watches and says it looks like he can't handle this alone and asks if he'll get there soon. The big one walks and admits it was well done, asking if there isn't a better attack. Bricks keep being thrown at him. The monster says it's a relentless sequence of attacks. The protagonist thinks he's been throwing them automatically, but for some reason he thinks it's a new attack, and he's an idiot, thank God. He held them off for now and wonders what now? Should he wait for Lancelot to arrive? And Kim thinks no, it's too risky just to wait. He wishes he could help Lancelot if there was a way, until Zhang notices something behind and wonders if it's a sacred spear. Rakes attacks with the spear, the knight dodges, and the general asks how long he plans to keep running. He thought he saw a warrior and asks again if he was mistaken. The two face each other. Lancelot in attack stance thinks he'd like to answer his provocation, but he's not exactly wrong, especially this weapon he's using. He thought it was extraordinary, but it's far more dangerous than he expected, and it has unique properties like Emme's dimension weapons. And says, come to think of it, it seems he calls the Emme's dimension his sister, and asks if they made this weapon for him. Rakes replies, no, that this spear was made in the Sabros dimension, and the Ems people only gave it a special enchantment. Lancelot says he understands. Then he has a suggestion, not a question, whether this weapon is also to cover his lack of skill. The general glares and advances, saying he's not foolish enough to fall for his provocation a second time. Rakes attacks with his sword, getting closer. The knight blocks, the pressure builds, the general advances again, smoke shifts, Lancelot strikes, Rakes counterattacks and says it's over. The general moves his weapon, about to strike his head, but starts trembling and asks why all of a sudden, then throws his spear away. The spear spins several times and enters subspace. The system notifies that 238 magic stones are being used to store this object in the Eames Dimension Materials Warehouse category. The protagonist asks if that really works, and says it's an Eames Dimension weapon, construction material. Doesn't know why he has it, but thanks anyway, he'll use it well. Rakes approaches and asks how he dares insult a sacred warrior like this. Says he's talking about lack of skill, but he's the one truly despicable. Lancelot replies no, his lord has his reasons for doing this and to watch his mouth. The creature asks if he's kidding, and if his lord is so vile he doesn't know honor. The knight says now he understands, that he's afraid. He's furious because he's afraid, having his weapon taken from him, and tells him not to worry, because whether he loses his life by decapitation or by beating, the method may differ, but the fact remains the same. He will lose his life. The general says that for someone who deceived until the end, he has a lot of courage. Rakes approaches and calls out to him. Meanwhile, the others are fighting and trading blows, and Kim is looking at the system and asks what that is. The system shows Rakes' sacred spear and the data. In the midst of the smoke, the big guy approaches and realizes they suddenly stopped attacking and asks why, if they're frozen before his power, and says he thinks that's impossible. In the end, he's tough, and asks if they want to know that only 2 from the 7th rank, Costas and his companion Rakes, were able to stop his advance. He's never seen warriors like them in his life, so it's fine. Even if he loses his life without stopping the advance, at least it's against someone like him. Losing his life at the hands of a strong warrior is an honorable loss, and they should be proud to lose their lives to him. As soon as this dust settles, he'll eliminate them quickly. The big guy stands still until he's struck. His eyes widen, feeling the arrow piercing his hand, and he asks if that's Rakes' spear and why it's in his hand, until he starts being hit multiple times across his body, and the big guy can't endure, falls to his knees, unable to say anything, then collapses entirely, making a loud noise. The system notifies that the ownership of the dimensional account has been transferred. Previous owner Yatu, balance 1667, obtained a reinforcement stone D with no attribute and sterilization option. Meanwhile, the soldiers keep shooting at the enemies. Saul notices and sees there are no more creatures climbing the building. Nothing more to do, until she hears a sound and asks why there's a wyvern sound from above. Until she realizes Bedivere is there. The spears stuck in the ground and in the monsters, the archer sitting on the ground until he notices something, and says he's late and asks what they should do, says there's nothing left. Meanwhile, on the other side, Raucus swings his tail to attack. Lancelot takes attack stance, striking him with a punch, then preparing to kick. The general is hit by multiple blows until he notices another coming and falls to the ground. And when he tries to get up again, the knight without hesitation strikes him. Raucus has no strength to defend. Lancelot seizes the chance and keeps hitting him repeatedly, throwing him far. The general is at the brink. The knight approaches and asks for last words. Raucus says it was a splendid duel. Lancelot says it was a good fight, and the knight delivers the finishing blow, making plasma spray around and his hand drip vital fluid. Lancelot stays watching him finished. Then the soldiers are relieved it's over, until a soldier calls the operations chief and says they received an urgent message from joint headquarters. It was a tiring battle. The lizard men were strong and strategies didn't work. What matters is that their portal is still open. As long as it's open, those creatures can enter again. More notifications arrive saying he's using 1,000 magic stones to unlock simultaneous dispatch. From now on, can dispatch 8 items at once. The protagonist thinks he's not sure where to use the reinforcement stone gained from that gator and asks what sterilization is, and thinks Camelot will start producing reinforcement stones too. Inside the helicopter, Yongsu says he's landing. Kim says they've arrived and thinks it's the lizardmen's portal location. Detailed troop numbers and defense nails. They need to gather intel about these creatures, the place they move to gather info and attack them. The soldier says attention and salutes Colonel Zhang. Yom feels embarrassed and still strange every time he's saluted. The young man introduces himself as Lieutenant Park, operations team officer of the 17th Division of Incheon, and says he's heard much about him. They say he repelled the lizardmen's attack without any casualties. It's really fortunate and they're grateful he's there, and heard that operations chief Cheol had to return to Joint Chiefs urgently so he couldn't come. The protagonist says yes, he left in a hurry after receiving a message. He mentioned something about insects suddenly attacking joint headquarters. Probably nothing serious. He also had some pending work there, so killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Park says he hopes it's nothing serious, and asks if in any case they should go in and talk. The lieutenant agrees and says, to get to the point, they know the location of their portal, the problem is the portal core, they can't identify where it is. At first they had snipers positioned to monitor the core's location, but after the competition ended, something like mud began spreading from the portal and they lost sight of it. Kim asks about mud, Park replies yes, and it's faster if he sees for himself. Here are some photos they took. The place is all messy, and the lieutenant says, as you can see, something like mud literally engulfed the area around the portal. And it doesn't cause any problem on skin contact, but while it's hard for them to move in the mud, the lizard men can use this terrain to hide and move freely. Jiang says it's like a swamp, that's good. He has friends at home in swamps. Lancelot observes and apologizes, saying this would be difficult. Yom asks why. The knight answers that although movement isn't a problem thanks to sterilization, if everything's submerged by the swamp, it'll be easy to detect them since they can't hide. The protagonist says he hadn't thought of that. Lancelot says it doesn't mean there aren't options. He knows someone fast and stealthy anywhere. Kim asks fast and stealthy. The system notifies he's using reinforcement stone D and 500 magic stones to appoint Mordred as one of the 12 knights of Camelot. Magic stones remaining 12,757. A portal opens and someone steps out saying that answering his lord's call, he's here. He is Mordred, one of the 12 knights of Camelot, and swears to serve his lord with his life. Mordred is different from the other knights. He doesn't stand out often on the battlefield. He excelled deep within enemy territory, using skills of stealth, elimination, and theft. He became one of the 12 knights of Camelot. The reason he stood out as a formidable eliminator was partly thanks to equal abilities and a sharp mind. But above all, it was because of his special talent. The butler enters the room and sees His Majesty fallen on the ground and screams that someone eliminated the Lord. There was someone with energy behind. That was concealment, literally the ability to become invisible in a moment, hiding from sight but not truly disappearing, so it's affected by external factors. Anyway, Mordred used his talent to become an exceptional eliminator. Surviving meant he was strong, and the reinforcement stone used to appoint Mordred was a stone with sterilization option. After testing the ability, sterilization allowed one to escape physical interference. It was impossible to maintain the ability for long. In other words, an excellent elimination became even better with the stone's powers. The protagonist says now he'll tell him what he needs to do and begins to explain that the Sabros Dimension lizardmen need to find their portal core. Mordred says he completely understands. Kim says, as expected, of an experienced eliminator, he understood completely, even with his poor explanation. Lancelot tells his partner to remember this. If he loses his life, this whole operation and plan will be meaningless. Based on his encounters with his superiors, they certainly shouldn't be underestimated. Even if he can't gather any information, he must return alive no matter what. Mordred walks away saying he'll keep that in mind and he's leaving. Zhang says he's reliable. Yongsu asks if it's really okay to send him alone. Yom replies, of course, he's the best of the best. With Camelot Knights, he just needs to trust and wait. The driver says he understands. The protagonist says for now they can only plan strategies after he returns. So take a break, and he'll alert them when he arrives. Yongsu goes to rest and thanks. Kim says the knight should rest in subspace too. Not long since he fought that lizard man. Lancelot says he's fine, and with one finished alive, he actually doesn't feel fatigue. So no need to worry. Zhang says to go anyway until Yom notices something and wonders if those scratches were on his armor before. Lancelot thanks for the concern, and the protagonist says he's sure there were many scratches on his armor and sword. The knight says even if armor or weapons are destroyed, they regenerate in Camelot. Kim asks if it had that function. Lancelot replies yes, and that since they're bound as items while the item isn't destroyed, they can be revived indefinitely if there are materials. And speaking of Camelot, a new reinforcement stone was generated in Camelot. The option of the stone is wound regeneration. Zhang says it seems useful just by the name and he should think where to use this stone until Mordred returns. Lancelot says that sounds like a good idea, until the knight notices something and draws his sword while looking to the side saying someone is watching them while hiding. In a low voice, Yom asks about observing and hiding and if it's a lizard man and where. Lancelot replies that he only senses their presence, so he's not sure of their location or identity. But for now, it's better if he enters subspace. The knight notices something again and realizes someone hidden is watching them, so he moves quickly and says he'll deal with it fast and return. The protagonist is confused asking where he went. The spy watches and wonders if he disappeared. Lancelot aims his weapon in his direction and says those he serves are his lord and his companions. Humans aren't necessarily friendly. He'll decide his fate based on the answers, and the first question is why he's hiding and watching. Then someone screams. Kim hears it and runs toward the scream, realizing his knight is strangling someone. Zhang calls out to him. The knight says his lord is that one there. If given a moment, he'll quickly find out who's behind this. This is his last chance. He has no patience to wait for an answer and asks who's behind it and if it's the lizard men. The boy being choked says the name Guillaume. Lancelot says that to dare speak his lord's name in this situation, he must desire a painful end and he'll make him suffer until he begs for death. A voice asks if it's Baek Wu. The knight looks to the side. The protagonist says he's not sure what's happening and asks for now, and says the person he's strangling is his friend. Lancelot, still strangling him, is surprised to hear this. Elsewhere, covered in mud, there's a lizard man down on the ground. Mordred thinks that lizard men are a warrior race that considers losing their life in battle in honor. In other words, they're often exposed to the smell of plasma, making them less sensitive to it. So covering himself in plasma makes it much harder for them to track him by scent. Erasing his traces is basic. Now that he's hidden his smell, the true infiltration begins. The excellent eliminator walks and thinks the scale is considerable. The corridors are generally wide and wonders why they made such large corridors. It's inefficient. Lizard men come in different sizes, large and small. Maybe some are large enough to need such corridors if that's the case. That could be a key figure. No reason to choose such inefficiency unless it's for someone important. The monster walks with its hand over its head, and Mordred nearly touched it by accident until the eliminator notices something. A giant is walking toward him. Mordred tries to slip between its arms without touching and barely manages it. Thinking that without etherealization he'd have been finished, he can't fail his first mission. He'll find the portal core and return quickly. Torches are lit while creatures walk around until another creature with only one eye is beside. Mordred thinks he found it. The old man tells the one-eyed creature to move away and asks if he'll keep interrupting his magical studies. If he keeps interfering, he'll simply trap him. A voice says his words are irritating and asks if he forgot promises. The old man says he only promised to guard the portal core, not entertain him, and said he'd keep the core confined, and asks when he said he'd harm it. And instead of worrying about the core, why not worry about the subordinates of the fallen? The voice says he understands Solzhen was once an arcana mage a long time ago, but now he's just an exile clinging to himself. The old man asks why out of nowhere. The creature coils around his body and says, to know his place? Unless he wants every bone crushed. The old man admits he spoke too much and asks if he needs to be so harsh. Hidden, Mordred thinks he can tell by a glance that man isn't a lizard man, but to imagine this Solzhen was an arcana mage, and it was said he wasn't a mage, and wonders if he's not a mage now and what relationship he has with the lizard man to be guarding the portal core, since he seems to be speaking to that thing, tail or tentacle, in an authoritative, coercive tone. He must be the lizard man leader. He didn't see his detailed appearance, but he's surely big. The wide corridor must be because of him. Security is tight, so maybe he should only check the size. The creature wonders what that is. Even though it can't see anything, something is leaning against its leg. The lizard sticks out its tongue. The eliminator realizes and feels the tongue on him and says, "No," until he's thrown far and his concealment starts unraveling. The old man looks to the side, the lizard leader calls to him, and Solzhen says, "Yes, someone is sneaking." The old man releases his magic, grabbing a paper, opening it and firing his magic missile toward Mordred. The eliminator widens his eyes, realizing a special connection refers to an extraordinary relationship. This guy whose first impression made the protagonist buy new glasses for him can be considered a special connection for himself. The boy said he was from a poor family and also told him not to talk to him anymore because he stinks. Kim punched him in the first year of elementary school, first semester. The boy is playing, saying he bought this yesterday and asks why it's not leveling. Minwoo had a comfortable family background. He bragged subtly to get friends' attention. People didn't understand why he kept showing his money, and Jong, looking back, understood he was young and clumsy at making friends, but everyone was young, so back then he just seemed like an idiot. And becoming best friends with such an idiot was a small incident. Bullies took his toy, saying he had lots of cool games and must be rich. And if he's rich, no problem losing one. Minwoo hesitates to speak and is immediately punched. The bullies start beating him and tell him to beg. He just gives it to him and asks why he's still answering, until they notice something, and it's Yom with his backpack hitting them and knocking them away. It wasn't an act of justice, rather a show to prove to this annoying guy who always mocked his family's finances before friends that he's not someone to mess with. The bullies ask if he wants to get beaten too. Then they start hitting Kim many times without stopping, and Minwoo doesn't understand why he had to get involved. When the bully goes to punch, someone grabs his hand, stopping him. And it's Saul, and at that moment, for the first and last time, Number 2 seemed cool. Anyway, that's when he learned Number 2 was famous in the area. The warrior glared and said that wouldn't work, and from now on he's coming to morning training too. Jiang widened his eyes, saying he's not in the athletics club, and asks why join morning training. Saul says it doesn't matter. She'll talk to the coach later. Her friends ask if he's her brother. Yom greets them and thanks for putting up with his sister as a friend. The warrior tells him to stop fighting everywhere and go home. The protagonist stopped, looks back where Minwoo was, and asks what he's doing, if he's not coming, and will stay there all day. And that incident made them friends quickly. Through elementary school, they were always together and were commenting on the gold promotion match. Kim says he'll give him the honor of joining him in that glorious promotion match. Beck asks if he's asking for help. Later in the same place, Jong is annoyed, saying they played together, and asks why his score is higher. Even after graduating elementary and going to different universities, they kept in touch. After graduating high school, they reunited at the same university, becoming best friends, annoyingly close. And close as they were, they influenced each other a lot, until Minwoo showed the building he researched yesterday. Jong says it can be used like that. Beck says he was planning to join a kendo dojo. Yom asks if just like that. Minwoo replies that seeing him and his sister exercising looks cool, so he was thinking of training too. And it happens there's a kendo dojo in front of his house, so he decided to give it a shot. The protagonist asks about cool and what happened. If he hit his head badly recently, Beck replies, not all training is as intense as his sister does. Minwoo started kendo in first year of high school. He must have been serious since he kept going to the dojo, even in university. And maybe that's why. In the present, Kim is surprised, and Beck says it's exactly as he said, he awakened as a swordsman. And if talking surprises, he's more surprised he's Soul's representative. Not sure if he's the Jong he knows. And he's scared of his skeleton friend getting close. And he was hiding and watching until the skeleton left, but was caught, and that's how this happened. Also misunderstood, and asks if he can stop his friend now because it's uncomfortable. Yeom says he won't listen even if he tries. He's doing this of his own will. And he said something about not being able to contain himself. Lancelot is upside down, thinking it's pathetic. His lord's companion, more than that, the friend his lord said is closest, not only failed to protect him but tried to eliminate him. It's more than pathetic, it's shameful, and he doesn't deserve to be a knight. The protagonist says he's glad he's safe, and asks how his mother is, and says if he's okay with it, what about talking in his subspace? Minwoo looks to the side and replies, she must be fine. Probably Kim doesn't understand. Elsewhere, dirty with cans on the ground, a woman lies down. She hears noises. It's Lancelot at the window breaking it, entering the house and introducing himself, also saying he's leader of the Camelot Knights and faithful knight of his lord, Jong, and asks if she's Minwoo's mother. The fact that terraforming progressed means the place is territory of another dimension. In other words, enemy territory. So the knight did this despite the heavy responsibility if he failed, despite being a difficult and challenging mission, to prove himself as a knight, not repeating past mistakes. Then Lancelot looks aside to see what's so noisy and someone calls him captain. It's Mordred saying he doesn't know why he came so far, but he needs to hurry and look behind. When the knight looks, he sees a herd approaching, saying they need to catch that rat and not let it escape, must catch it. Lancelot realizes this isn't good and calls his partner, the best eliminator, clumsy. Mordred approaches and Lancelot asks how many of higher rank are among them. The best eliminator replies that he couldn't determine that. The captain says he can see and thinks this is bad. With the Air Force and unknown types, at this rate, they won't fail to get rid of them. It's only a matter of time before they're caught. The situation is critical, and he says he needs to return to share the information with the Lord, and from now on, he too will complete his mission. This is Minwu's mother, the Lord's close friend. His mission was to escort her back safely. He's entrusting that to him. He'll buy him time so he can complete the mission safely, and almost forgot to mention to tell the Lord that the reinforcement stone would serve Percival well, and there's no time. He needs to run. Mordred replies understood, and the best eliminator runs quickly carrying Minwu's mother in his arms. Meanwhile, Lancelot holds his sword, waiting for the enemies to approach, and thinks he's not afraid of anything, and stands ready to prove his knighthood. He's not mistaken. Everything is for the Lord alone. Elsewhere, someone arrives and it's Mordred, saying he completed the mission. Minwu starts crying when he sees his mother. The protagonist thinks he's happy she's safe. Sure, he would handle it. Beck says he's relieved his mother is safe, until Kim widens his eyes at the system message that Camelot's ghost, Lancelot, lost his life. Later, elsewhere, Jong stands still, thinking about what he heard from Mordred. Lancelot sacrificed himself to protect the information the knight brought, and Minwu's mother, of course he's not completely gone. They can reintegrate him with reinforcement stones and magic stones. However, it doesn't feel right to him. Being able to resurrect is different from being disposable. It was for him. He wonders if he put too much pressure on him and if that led to an unnecessary sacrifice, and thinks he should have insisted on stopping him. Should have told him it was okay until the end. Mordred says the captain had a message for him and said the reinforcement stone would be suitable for Percival, and he insisted it be told. Guillaume asks about reinforcement stone, and the protagonist remembers when he said he'd have to think about where to use the reinforcement stone. And in real time, Kim says about that option of wound regeneration with reinforcement stone, and calls Lancelot a scary bastard, saying even in that situation he was thinking about the stone's use. Jong looks forward and says this isn't the time, and for the knight to tell about the information he brought, and they'll work on a plan to close the Lizardmen's gate to ensure Lancelot's sacrifice wasn't in vain. Later, elsewhere, Lancelot's armor is floating through the old man's magic inside the cave, who thinks of undead, and wonders if maybe there's a dark mage or perhaps a lich, and a voice calls him a foolish mage and says, although they lost the infiltrator, they captured another instead. Capturing a 7th level will significantly reduce his strength. The old man says at a time like this he doesn't say well done, but thank you. After all, capturing intruders was the lackey's job. The lizard chief says it was a good job. The old man calls him an idiot and asks what he intends to do with the reinforcement stone they got by capturing that guy. The lizard chief says he's planning to leave it as is for now. Normally it would have gone to Rakus or Yatu since they're not here. The old man asks if there's no proper use for it. How about investing in himself? The lizard chief asks what he'd gain. The old man pulls a scroll with his magic and says, donuts. He'll make amazing scrolls for him, as he knows. Scrolls are single-use items that allow even non-mages to use magic. Value varies depending on type, but worth at least 3 grade D reinforcement stones. And he guarantees it. The lizard chief asks if his scrolls aren't those disgusting items made by stuffing live creatures inside, and says he thinks trading MS's armors and weapons would be more efficient. The old man says he's calling his masterpiece repulsive because he doesn't understand it. That's why they're so primitive, the lizard chief asks. So are they primitive if they don't understand his methods, and says he supposes the Arcana mages who didn't understand the methods are also primitive, and asked what it's like to have been stripped of power and exiled by those primitive mages, and says they'll use the reinforcement stones to trade with the and he can only use the prisoners provided for the repulsive scrolls as agreed. The old man says he's so mentally limited until they hear a noise. A light is emitted and someone approaches. The old man asks who's there, until a knight with armor and shield approaches and says, Percival. The old man says judging by appearance he must be this one's companion, and asks if he came to avenge his eliminated comrade or something, and says go ahead and try if he dares. The old man uses his magic, unleashing intense flames. The flames weaken as they spread, and the attack is blocked by the knight's shield. The old man notes he's quite sturdy, and will see if he can withstand this too, until the old man doesn't understand when seeing the scrolls and noticing they aren't arriving. Several scrolls start being taken away. The old man looks shocked. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the system notifies that 3,914 magic stones were used to store all items into magic scrolls. Magic stones remaining 1,843. The protagonist inside the helicopter observes and says, it's great, he kept 2. We'll leave the rest with him. Inside the cave, the knight has a radio and receives the message saying, Mordred heard about this. The old man, confused, not understanding who that is, and asks if he was the one who took his scrolls. The knight replies, no, a magic approaches from behind and decapitates his head, and it's Mordred who just did it, and says, that's the name of who eliminated him. Before that, the best eliminator said he had clearly seen and heard that his name is Solzhen, an old mage who was banished from Arcana for some reasons. Someone asks about Arcana, and Kim says that guy called himself King of Knights before, mentioned something about Arcana when he mistook him for a magician. Bedivere says Arcana is a dimension of powerful magicians. If he remembers correctly, magicians have 3 levels, and even the lowest rank was at least 6th level. Saul says, if 6th level is the weakest, then they must be incredibly strong, and to think such powerful beings banished one of their own. Mordred says he doesn't know the reason, but as proof of banishment, Solzhen can't use magic. The warrior says if a magician can't use magic, then he's not that dangerous. The best eliminator says since he lost his rank when he was banished, there's no reason they can't eliminate him. However, instead of using magic, Solzhen creates and uses scrolls. Saul asks about scrolls. The best eliminator replies that scrolls are papers that store magic. They can only contain relatively simple spells, but are valuable items because anyone can use magic simply by unrolling them. Solzhen makes these scrolls himself and keeps them in large amounts, using them in battle as needed. Zhang says then there are 2 key points: if other lizardmen have these scrolls and what kind of magic is contained in them. Mordred says he couldn't determine that precisely. However, considering how he was being chased before by magic spreading looking for him, the best eliminator was confused and at that moment wondered why the mage wasn't using magic and scrolls instead. A voice asked, "What's the commotion?" and if the commander was all right. The commander replied, "There was an intruder." The lizard asked where. The commander said the intruder can hide his appearance and they need to warn the others quickly. The best eliminator thought that if he simply left now he could escape, but he didn't find out why the mage is using scrolls. The lizard says he'll block the entrance first. The commander says they lost many forces, so they need to act quickly, until the lizard has his head decapitated by Mordred, whose concealment is also deactivated and thinks he needs to obtain some definite information to gain a strategic advantage until the best eliminator also attacks the commander, cutting off his head. Then a voice says these lizards are stupid, can't even catch an intruder, and now he has to come in and use a scroll. It's hard enough to read this as it is, and he's also unlucky of all people he had to run into him. Mordred grips his sword. Elsewhere, the best eliminator says he's surprised that the mage called Solzhen chased him even outside the cave. Thanks to that, he could assess Solzhen's and the lizardmen's capabilities. However, Solzhen's and the lizardmen's pursuit was fiercer than expected. And it's also true that Captain Lancelot sacrificed himself because of it. The protagonist says no, and that without this information, they wouldn't have discovered Solzhen's existence. And he risked his life to get the information, so no one has the right to criticize him for it. If anything, it's his fault for putting unnecessary pressure on him. For now, they'll focus on closing the lizardmen's gate. Mordred replies understood. The archer says first. Judging by his reluctance to use scrolls, it seems they aren't easy to make, so it's unlikely they were distributed to other lizardmen. Park says that what seemed to be the enemy's commander-in-chief, together with the mage Solzhen, who has the task of guarding the portal core, being in the cave with the core can be seen as them hiding it to prioritize defense. However, the fact that Solzhen, one of the central forces protecting the core, left the cave to pursue the infiltrator means 2 things. One is that the enemy forces are lacking, so Solzhen had no choice but to intervene. The other is that they had to prevent the leaking of information to the extent that their maximum defensive power had to be deployed. Zhang says that then, if they can take out the old mage, the rest should be pretty easy. The problem is how to neutralize him, and he himself has a good method. After reaching subspace level 3, Guillaume gained a new ability, Category. All objects stored in subspace are automatically classified according to specific criteria based on attributes. The categories of objects currently stored in his subspace are listed. The disappointing part is that he can't register or modify new categories. The protagonist tried to register a supercar as a category item, but the system notified that it couldn't be stored because there was no corresponding category. For objects that fit into categories, they can be stored just by paying the cost, but if they don't fit into any category, they can't be stored. The reason he was able to stash away the sacred rank spears was because the weapon fit into the M's construction materials category. And recently, after defeating Traitor Corps Commander Bong of the First Corps, Kim reached subspace level 4. The system notifies about the additional upgrade options in detail. Zhang realizes that upon reaching subspace level 4, he can now create new categories and not just once, but twice, and wonders if instead of using magic he uses scrolls. What about stealing the scrolls using the category? Pax's ability can be used from a fairly long distance, so hiding in the cave isn't a problem. The ones being sent into the Lizardmen cave as the assault team are Saul together with Percival. The warrior asks if he was active as an assault captain. The knight replies, yes indeed. Saul says she's looking forward to it and that he should do his best. Percival responds that he will, but the warrior didn't get the chance to watch. To avoid interference, she waited in subspace. She was pretty furious she couldn't fight. The protagonist tells her there will be a time and she doesn't need to feel disappointed. The monsters start communicating that they have intruders and need to alert Lord Solson when the creature runs to alert him, without even realizing or having time his head is torn off, as he did his part well. The infiltration team member Mordred. In the present time, after the old man's head is severed, the best eliminator observes. The lizard chief thinks he felt a faint vibration in the ground, and suddenly this guy appeared and took out Solson. The vibration was so faint he paid no attention and never thought this guy was approaching while hiding his presence, and wonders if this is the one the old man said he lost before. Until the lizard chief notices something, Percival is charging at the one-eyed creature. The creature is terrified, very afraid, and just when it's about to be struck, something jumps in front, blocking the cut. It's the lizard chief who hurls the knight away. Mordred observes and thinks he needs to hurry and grab the portal core, until he too is struck and falls to the ground. The lizard chief says he cannot touch the portal core and thinks he heard about the abilities of those who escaped from Soul's front, but hasn't heard about these two. He doesn't know what other intruders may be there, and that mage is useless, and they shouldn't have accepted him in the first place. And in this situation, there's only one path. The lizard chief grabs the creature, breaks the cave, and flees. Mordred wonders if they went through the wall and where they are taking the core, and thinks that based on his bidding competition experience, no matter the current power, their leader cannot be 7th rank. The leader will be outside the cave watching and assessing the situation. With the forces concentrated in the cave, now he will strike their leader. A helicopter moves overhead until the protagonist inside notices something. A monster below about to attack them. Kim looks startled. It's the giant serpent trying to devour them. It falls to the ground and is attacked, but the monster dodges and thinks those M's guys construction materials. From what he's heard, they're making weird attacks. Jong thinks it's as tough as it is big, and tells his driver to keep this exact distance. The snake notices something and a powerful attack approaches it. The monster coils up its whole body to not take the same impact, and Guillaume asks if it's spinning its whole body quickly to use the beam. The snake observes and dodges the attacks, rising up to helicopter height and releasing slime in their direction. The slime hits the helicopter. Yongsu looks terrified and the protagonist uses item recovery, moving into the portal. The monster sees them vanish, but then the helicopter emerges from subspace intact, not a scratch. The snake looks confused and wonders if its attack power recovered after passing through the portal and what kind of ability that is. Inside the helicopter, Kim thinks it doesn't matter if the helicopter takes damage. He can dispatch a new subspace one and just ride it. The problem is that the beam doesn't work and wonders what to do if he should try using this. Jeong attacks with a powerful light around the weapon that goes toward the monster hitting it. The snake notices and wonders what that is and where it came from, if it's Reika's spear. The monster is struck again by another spear and wonders what's going on with these two Rocky's spears. Another weapon is launched at it, hitting again. The weapon is very powerful and the snake realizes it even has Solson's scroll and asks if they have all kinds of tricks. The monster roars that it can't be defeated with attacks like these. Inside the helicopter, they think the area around where it was hit is slightly frozen. If that's the case, Guillaume uses item recovery. The helicopter returns to subspace. Meanwhile, the knights exit another side in subspace, and in the sky it's written, "Representative of Soul." The snake sees and thinks that the soul representative is floating where he disappeared. But he disappeared into another space. What kind of ability is that? Even having two spears, it must be related to the ability. A light is emitted. Everyone in subspace has scrolls in hand, aiming at the enemy until they open the scrolls, emitting a very strong light and unleash powerful spear magic, hitting the monster many times with intense attacks. The snake roars in pain and crashes to the ground. The protagonist warns that it's down and for everyone to pull back and for Pax to dispatch the Black Hawk right in front. The helicopter is dispatched. They enter and head toward the enemy and realize it can't move easily. Kim looks down and says that while it's struggling to move, they should dump everything they have into it. His partners open scrolls. The snake fallen on the ground realizes its body is frozen and can't move until the monster notices an extremely strong light, and the system notifies multiple times about rank attacks, first circle, magic missile, magic ice sphere, magic fireball, and many others. A barrage of attacks is launched at the enemy. The snake screams in pain being hit by powerful attacks. Then the smoke dissipates. Jong observes and asks why they're so desperate to invade. Guillaume climbs on top of the dying snake and asks what they want so badly. The snake replies it has no choice, and the protagonist asks no choice. The monster responds that he won't understand now, but his dimension won't last long. When he regains sense, on the contrary, he'll be hunting other dimensions. The universe was originally designed with such a system. The snake's eyes widen, and the system notifies that the dimensional account ownership has been transferred. Previous holder Costas, balance 6,911 units, already has a dimensional account. The value will be added. Magic stones possessed, 17,668. Mordred says he seems to be finished. Kim agrees and says that system, or whatever it is He doesn't understand what he was talking about, saying they had no choice but to invade. The best eliminator says their leader is finished, but the portal core is still alive. And in fact, he saw him swallow the portal core earlier. He probably swallowed the core to protect it. Zhang says that means inside this guy's body and asks if they need to find the core. Mordred replies correct, and he doesn't need to worry. In the Homeland Dimension, they were known for dissecting and dismantling corpses like this. The goal is the portal core. Once they find it, destroy it and purge Sabros. The best eliminator enters the snake's mouth and the system notifies that the dimensional account ownership has been transferred. Value already has a dimensional account. Value will be added. Magic stones possessed, 51,307. Mordred comes out of the monster's mouth and says they happen to find this while destroying the portal core. Guillaume watches and sees he's holding something shining in his hand. It's 3 stones. More notifications arrive that 3 reinforcement stones and 500 magic stones are being used to appoint Lancelot as one of the 12 Knights of Camelot. Remaining magic stones, 50,806. Very bright lights are released and Lancelot is revived, saying he swears to serve his lord with utmost loyalty, dedicating his life to him. The system notifies that the Sabros dimension has lost commercial rights over the Incheon area. The Incheon area will be restored to Earth's territory. A light is emitted, something falls from the sky, Lancelot observes, and a voice says, "It's thanks to him." The protagonist says that although it's late, he thanks him. The knight bows and apologizes, saying he only did what a knight should do. Kim says that doing what one ought to isn't easy, and regardless of whether it was done well or not, when someone says thank you, he should simply accept it. Lancelot apologizes and thanks him. Zhang smiles and looks to the side, noticing helicopters approaching, and thinks that Incheon was the only place in Korea that lost in the bidding competition. Now that they've taken Incheon back, they're essentially dealing with all the monsters trying to occupy Korea immediately. And of course, that doesn't mean they're safe. There are still relatively primitive monsters like orcs and wyverns left. To examine all those monsters and for the country to recover its functions will take a long time. Guillaume calls him Operations Officer and thinks normally Chief of Operations Keol appeared at times like this, and it's awkward seeing the officer instead. The officer says he rushed over as soon as he saw the terraforming receding. Additional helicopters transporting supplies are on their way, and asks if that giant snake was really the leader of those lizard creatures, and how the hell they dealt with a monster that size. The protagonist wonders if Chief Cheol is okay, since he ran back to the joint headquarters saying there was an insect attack and he's probably fine. Somewhere else, food is placed on the table. Kim looks and wonders if it's Chinese food in a world where monsters roam the streets, and where the hell this cuisine came from, and thinks it all started right after Minwoo's mother was rescued. After rescuing her, she was treated by Subspace Number 1. After Minwoo's mother was healed, she asked how she could thank them enough, and said she wished she could invite them for a meal but couldn't. Juyeon said she'd already eaten plenty, so don't worry about the food, just accept the gratitude. The old lady asked how she'd eaten plenty. The nurse asked if she hadn't heard yet. The lady asked if the ingredients were unlimited, and said she had a friend who was a good cook and would ask his help. And so the ingredients were supplied by packs, transformed into dishes by Chef Woong, Minwoo's mother's old friend and owner of a famous Chinese restaurant in Chinatown. The cook thought it an honor to cook for people even in a world like this. He really was blessed. His kind heart and dedication went into the dishes for those exhausted by harsh battles. But even if the ingredients were unlimited, Zhang wondered if Chef Woong really made all that food by himself. Saul, with her mouth dirty after eating, asked for another bowl. In fact, the cook only made 1 bowl of each type. The rest was made by packs. The warrior yelled to hurry up and why he was eating so slowly and said, "If you have teeth, chew before swallowing." Maybe because there are instant meals in the logistics center, Woong's dishes could be stored in the logistics center category. In other words, now they could eat fresh Chinese food anytime, anywhere. The 2 women who used to cook thought it was very tasty. After defeating the lizard men and reclaiming Incheon, storing various delicious Chinese dishes in the category, and enjoying a victory banquet, another reason for celebration arose. The redhead coughed, putting a hand over her mouth. Juyeon asked if she was okay and if she maybe ate something bad, since she hadn't eaten much for indigestion. The sister-in-law said it was nothing. The nurse asked if she'd been feeling nauseous lately, and if urine production had decreased. If she felt thirsty or dizzy when moving suddenly, the redhead said that was true and asked why. Wasn't everyone feeling like that? Juyeon said those are pregnancy symptoms. Then, right after eating, Jong's brother Sungyeom suddenly had to make a big announcement to the family. A bit embarrassed, he said his sister heard about it and they tried a test kit and it was true. Yongsu asked if he was going to have a niece or nephew and said his daughter would be very happy too. Guillaume said, "That's right," and suddenly felt like he became an adult and said they didn't know if it was a girl or boy yet and asked if they should start making a clothes list. The nurse said they should choose together, and Saul asked which sport she should teach. Number 1 and number 2 were also excited with the sudden news of a niece or nephew. However, where there's good news, there's also bad. The excitement and joy lasted a little until someone approached and called him. It was Park saying they received an urgent radio message from the operations chief and thought he should take it. Elsewhere, the protagonist tried speaking with the chief until he heard something he didn't want and asked if terraforming was coming there. The operations chief answered yes, and they were sharing info on each country's situation via remaining hotlines with China and Japan. And the terraforming was happening on a considerable scale everywhere, but now the effects were slowly reaching them. Details varied country to country, but the immediate damage they were receiving was toxic gas coming from Beijing's gate and poisonous water gushing from Fukuoka's gate. Kim asked, out of all places, both sides, which one was causing the more severe damage. The operations chief replied neither was less than serious, but the most urgent matter was the toxic gas from Beijing's gate. The director was with his soldiers surrounding a fallen monster and spoke about insects. The toxic air hadn't arrived yet, but the insects were already coming. Now that the insects started arriving, it's just a matter of time until the air follows. They need to close the Beijing gate. They're planning to send troops from their side too. But realistically, this isn't a problem they can solve alone. Cheol said he hated to ask this. Jong cut him off and asked how this could be a mere request. If they did nothing, the whole Korean peninsula would turn into hell. Of course they had to act, but how? It wasn't a problem to just fly directly to China by helicopter, and also asked about the third guard unit and said he understood and they would depart that night. Guillaume hung up and asked about giant insects, air pollution, and poisonous water, and said he couldn't let his niece or nephew live in such a world and it was time to normalize the Earth. The protagonist ordered Pax to level up the subspace. The system notified that 30,000 magic stones were used to level up subspace. Then more notifications came that the level up was complete. There are new items available for unlocking and additional items for upgrading. New item available for unlocking, subspace portal installation cost, magic stones, installing a portal that when connected to subspace, the installed portals differ from normal portals, and received 1,000 magic stones installing the subspace portal the portal was installed. As the skill description indicated, is different from common portals. There were several differences between the portals he opened and closed. First, installed portals are fixed at the summoning location and cannot be moved. Second, installed portals have no physical strength of their own, so they can't be used as walls to block enemy attacks. However, beings with permission to pass can enter subspace through the portal to avoid enemy attacks. It's different from the portals he summons, but he can only enter and exit subspace to grab necessary items. It's an incredible skill. Beck said this was really a cheat-level ability, and he said he was going to China and asked if he was leaving now. Guillaume answered yes. They needed to hurry. After closing the gate that opened in China, they'd have to go to Japan next. Minwoo said he was expanding to world-class level, and it was good he had such an ability, and if he needed his help just to call him, though he hadn't shown it. After all, he was an awakened swordsman, thanked him for looking out for him and told him to be careful out there. The protagonist said for him to take care too. The helicopter boarded and they made a thumbs-up sign inside as it took off. Beck watched them flying off toward their objectives. Somewhere else, someone called James and told him to get out quickly. Those joint chiefs who had hired them earlier about going to China had arrived, until someone crawled out from under the plane, all dirty, saying the modifications weren't complete yet. The next day, someone saluted. It was a soldier, Juan, saying he must have had difficulty coming there. The protagonist introduced himself. Yang-Soo also introduced himself. Kim said he had received news from the operations chief at Joint HQ that morning and was preparing transport for him to fly to China. The driver asked about transport and said it looked impressive. The captain said to get in, he would guide them. They head to the plane. Juan says, "This is the C-130J. It can reach about twice the speed of a Black Hawk. It will easily fly to Beijing." Yang-Soo, excited, asked if this isn't the Special Forces transport aircraft they saw in spy movies. The captain of the 3rd Guard unit replies, "That's correct. However, the modifications aren't yet complete. If they wait a little, it'll be ready for immediate takeoff." The driver asks about modifications. Juan replies yes. Since they'll likely encounter monstrous collisions or attacks en route to China, they're modifying it to have minimal defensive capabilities against such threats. Not to the level of installing missiles or anything like that, but they say it's nearly ready and if they wait a bit they can leave soon. Zhang says he wondered why it was so bright under the transport plane, so that's where the engineers were working. The captain of the 3rd unit says it's being worked on, but there's only one engineer. Guillaume asks how, only one person, and if one person is modifying that enormous aircraft. Juan says yes, there's an engineer named James, he's quite unusual. The protagonist wonders how he can that enormous aircraft and whether he's an ability user. The captain of the 3rd unit says here he comes, and it looks like he just finished. The engineer approaches, all dirty, showing them a stone, and saying that visually there doesn't seem to be much difference before and after the modification. That's because he didn't modify the exterior. The modification was the underside. Flying monsters won't attack flying alongside this transport at that speed. If you look at the underside there, it's reinforced with these parts. The engineer who modified the transport plane was named James. As expected, he was awakened with the mechanic ability. Kim thinks that just by holding a magic stone in his hand, it automatically translates, and thinks that before awakening his ability, his original job was aircraft engineer. And he said he had been dispatched to an airline and got stuck there when the world turned like this. Since his original job was aircraft engineer, he thought the ability would be just slightly better than professional skills or more convenient. But this guy's ability is extraordinary and wonders how it could be modified like this. Jeong thinks that after confirming the modified parts of the transport and its normal operation before departing to China, they distributed food and supplies to the people there, and of course also gave food and supplies to James. While distributing, he felt even more clearly, like holding a magic stone while speaking a loud translation. James simply isn't an ordinary person. It's a world where people must hide from monsters, enduring anxiety, fear, hunger, and thirst. So, when given food, water, and essential supplies, everyone was happy, but not James. Even when offered Wung's cuisine, a first-class Chinese chef, he showed little reaction. Not that he disliked it, just a sense of indifference. Jeong still thought that refusing food he really is unusual, just as the third guard officer said, and told Pax to retrieve that, and thought the only thing he showed interest in was one thing. The engineer noticed something, it was the drone approaching. James immediately got up interested. Guillaume wonders what this means, refusing food but showing interest in Pax, and the protagonist thinks this guy must be a true pervert if that's the case. Like himself, like Young-soo, wonders if this person also has a dream, like a flying motorcycle or a motorcycle shaped like a horse. Kim thinks he doesn't know much about this person, only vaguely about the ability, but wants to see it now, with unlimited materials and a subspace lab. With his ability, he could realize that dream, and thinks he can't hold back and asks if he would like to come with him. James doesn't understand, Jeong says as he saw him distributing food to people. His ability includes many machines, everything from motorcycles to anything else, and he can use them freely. Safety against monsters is a given, and he can help people and defeat monsters. The engineer says no, he just met him and barely spoke, how can he trust him? Guillaume thinks that's a fair point, doesn't know how to persuade him, says he's right, there's no other reason. He just thought his ability matched him, so he asked, "So they'll leave now, and thanks for the modifications." The engineer asks if he wants to use his abilities. The protagonist answers yes, but he doesn't have time to show something to make him trust. James says he has one condition. If he goes to America to take him along, then they'll work together until reaching America. Kim asks if he's saying he'll lend his ability while he's taken to America. The engineer replies yes. Jeong thinks it won't take little time to go from here to America, but somehow feels he's taking the weaker hand and wonders why he wants to go to America, asks if it's family. James answers he has no family, but even without family, there's a place he really wants to recover. He doesn't want to go so far as to risk danger, but he seems strong, and if he goes with him, he thinks he'll feel safe. Guillaume says it's possible but difficult now. After closing China's gates, they need to go straight to Japan. The engineer says he won't force a schedule. As long as it doesn't take too long, he doesn't mind. The protagonist says he promises to take him back to his hometown. Kim opens his subspace and says to commemorate the agreement. James looks confused until the engineer is surprised to see a light emitted and helicopters and motorcycles being summoned. Several of them. Jeong says all these machines are his, and he can feel free to dismantle and reassemble as he wants, and asks if it's just a sense of responsibility for the promise. A goodwill gesture tells him to call it a gift and see him later. Guillaume walks away thinking that was incredibly charismatic. The engineer looks around and wonders if he's leaving so many aircraft there like that and what kind of ability this is. When the protagonist was distributing food to the guard unit with his ability, James was in the external boarding area. James thinks if he'd known his ability was like this, he should have gone with him. Yes, the engineer didn't know about Kim's ability. Until night falls the next day, in the buildings, insects climb, a herd of them, and there's a locust that notices the plane above. Jeong inside the plane thinks lizardmen were gentlemen compared to this. Young-soo says they're landing until the locust is eliminated by the plane landing on the ground. A great light is emitted, storing the plane into subspace, and the portal stays open. However, someone comes out of the portal. It's Lancelot who says to his lord that it seems safe for him to come out now. Guillaume says, wait a moment. The protagonist puts on a specific outfit for dealing with insects and a mask and says, this is a bit hard to wear after so long, and asks if there are no insects around, says it's troublesome, even toxic gas. He really can't deal with insects. The captain of the night says there are no insects, but right ahead Kim looks forward and says they're already gone. Someone signals with his hand and asks if they're from Korea because they were waiting for them, and it's a pleasure to meet, and he is Won Yang from the Red River. Later, they pass through the destroyed places and enter a building. Won opens the door and says that fortunately it looks like no insects are following them, and it's humble but they can be at ease. Jeong says it's not humble at all and it's fine. They look around noticing a light around, pale people with sunken eyes. and Guillaume wonders about everyone's condition. Yang says he expels all poison with his inner energy, so they can remove the gas masks now. The protagonist asks if he means inner energy. Wun replies yes, and that it's an ability given to those awakened in the martial world. To the awakened of the martial world across China, there are members of martial arts schools that have maintained their lineage since ancient times. One day, when monsters suddenly appeared in the world, individuals awakened with abilities emerged. These also appeared among members of martial arts schools. The abilities of martial arts school members were somewhat different from theirs. Just like he has subspace ability, and number 1 has healing ability to recover wounds, unlike individuals who awakened unique abilities with distinct characteristics. All the martial awakened use an unknown energy called inner energy. The characteristic of the abilities is that they use inner energy infused with their own will and individuality. The abilities of the martial awakened were exceptionally powerful. The Chinese government recognized the potential. They quickly recruited martial awakened and asked them to eliminate monsters. The leader of these martial awakened who eliminates monsters is none other than a man called Wun Yang, known by the title he is of the Red River faction, and says of course they are only one type of awakened, not all are martial awakened like them. Anyway, they were summoned by the Chinese government and are eliminating many monsters. The problem was the bidding competition. In Beijing alone, there were 2 bidding competitions. The dimension that won the bid was called Beelzebub. The protagonist thinks Beijing's population is twice that of Seoul, so it's strange there are 2 bidding competitions. They had no information about the enemies, only knew they emitted toxic gas. But the problem was that the poison was quite potent. Regular awakened and soldiers who couldn't handle inner energy lost their lives instantly. Martial awakened could detoxify, but the energy consumed for detoxification was so great they couldn't fight simultaneously. Eventually, the gate opened, and the number of insects increased exponentially, which is the current situation. Wu continues saying that, as mentioned earlier, detoxification continually consumes inner energy, so the longer it takes, the more disadvantageous it becomes. For them, who need to inhale fresh air to accumulate and use energy, it's even more fatal. Furthermore, with toxic gas continually spreading, they're running out of time in many ways. Kim asks for a moment and asks if he gains strength with fresh air. Yang replies yes and asks if there's a problem. Zhang answers, it's not a problem and he'll be right back. Wun doesn't understand. Guillaume enters subspace and summons several air Jirisan and says that using the lab's ability to remove the canister and stack layers of air masses, when the layered air masses become as large as a huge torch, only the air mass is registered as a product. Set the registered air masses for automatic dispatch at 1-second intervals among the detoxifying martial awakened. Guys, if you enjoyed the video, leave a like, comment, and subscribe to the channel so you don't miss new content. Thank you.